We're live. Painkiller already, episode 326. We were going to have an amazing guest. Really, not goofing. Perhaps a guest we are more excited about than any other in the history of the show. But
they were unable to make it. And, sometimes it doesn't work out. So in the future, we'll see. That would be great.
I don't want to go all Hodor and, make sure they never come in the future.
Optimism.
This is a guest we actually want, maybe even more than Hodor. So
for sure more than Hodor. Fuck Hodor.
More than Hodor. You shitting me?
If Hodor's out there right now, no.
How did you deliver that line? What was your motivation?
Yeah, Hodor is a bitch, and this guy slays bitches wildly.
But
totally different. Kyle?
I honestly like the shows where it's just the three of us. But hopefully we get that guy in here sometime soon. So be on the lookout for a very, very cool guest sometime in the coming weeks. Several advertisements tonight. We've got Smart Mouth coming back to us. Audible, Dollar Shave Club, Movement Watches, NatureBox, SeeSo, Creature Quest, and a brand new one, Soylent. So we'll talk about all those later on in the show, of course, and there are links in the description if you want to get a head start on that. But yeah, been a fun news week. Can we bring back a little Trump talk? Is it too early?
Let's not lead with it, though. I'm happy to indulge in Trump talk, but I would rather lead with almost, you know what? Fappening 3. Let's lead with that.
What is that? Who's naked now?
I can't, okay, all right. I for a second I thought you didn't know what the Fappening was, which would
no, I know that Hunger
you're
Games
an internet
got
being.
Can I lay this out there?
Sure, yeah.
All right. So about the earliest origins of the most recent leaks were on 4chan, as far as I can tell, and I feel like we're almost bad guys by talking about this, but basically what's happened, it seems, I'm told, there's lots of photos of Emma Watson, in swimsuits, like 100 of them, and like in swimsuits and in various dresses. It seemed like she was just her assistants taking photos of her in every outfit she owns, so that maybe she can, I don't know, like maybe when you've got hundreds and hundreds of outfits, you don't even remember them all, and it's nice to have them.
Are they embarrassing photos, or are they just look at me?
I have them. Do you want to see them?
No, we shouldn't do that.
Really?
Let's not do that. Yeah, I don't think I
want to cover
I don't
this.
even like talking about this.
You were all about the last time this was a thing, though.
Yeah, he was definitely pro Fappening in the first go round.
What I'm not pro is
now everybody's growing a moral compass all of a sudden.
Yeah, what the fuck? You're a rape squad killer, bitch. Don't you forget where you came from.
I just don't like disseminating the information myself. It doesn't seem like it's that wide right now. But yeah, the facts are that there's 100 or so photos of her in dresses and swimsuits and stuff, and then there's maybe 6 or 8 photos of her in the bathtub with no face showing. But of course the Sherlocks of the internet have found every mole and every piece of jewelry and the shape of her chin and done some biometric examination. And sure enough, it's her.
But is that for real or is it made up?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm bad at this. But we talked about this before. I am the worst guy to see a neck down nude and say, yep, that's definitely a man. I can see faces and not be sure, 100% sure. Clearly these two people look similar, but are they?
It's definitely
Kyle's
her.
Shirt.
And there's
By
also
the two freckles, right? The two freckles here in her shoulder.
The shape of her chin, everything about it. It's definitely her. And then the fact that the publicist came out and was like, oh yeah, some photos were taken, but they're not nudes. Just so we're clear, there were no nudes taken. Her immediately publicist out.
Can you imagine needing that much sleuthing and build up just to masturbate? You have to be the guy who storms the beach and finds random boring pictures when there's so much to be had.
You've pushed it too far at that point. But let me finish. So there's 2 videos of her also in the tub, sort of panning her body with the camera, that are each 10 seconds long or something like that. And then the one that I first saw is Amanda Siegfried, who Woody probably is much more familiar with than he normally would be, because she is the daughter in True Love. His look of confusion means maybe he's not, but the blonde daughter in True Love was the first celebrity to leak, and she was all over Reddit, and they didn't know if it was a leak yet, so they were allowing the picture to stay up, and it's her in one of those dresses that you can kind of pull to the middle and the boobs are exposed.
Oh, she's rumored to have a sex tape.
Anyway, I don't know about that, but there's 4. Let me finish. I got all the information here. I promise. You're there's a rumor that no. What actually is that there's 4 pictures of her with the actor Justin Long, who's been in Die Hard and a bunch of other films, sucking his dick in a couple of them. and then like them naked together hugging, and then them in front of a mirror, like virtually naked. And then let's see, what else was there? I think that maybe that encompasses it, but no videos of any sexy time.
I made a mistake.
From her.
Misha Barton is the one that's supposed to have a sex tape out in the last 2 days or something. I don't know Misha Barton.
That's a shame, because she's just out of she had like a nervous breakdown just a few weeks back. So this is really going to send her over the edge.
That sucks.
Poor Misha.
See,
yeah,
now
she was
bad.
in the show The OC back in the day. Yeah, yeah, I feel bad from the beginning. Like you know, all of this stuff was provided to me via Reddit. Like I didn't delve through the internet or go to 4chan, go to any like weird websites. This was all like Imager links on all, you know, and it's just like reading through the comments, trying to figure out what was up.
Yeah, I haven't. To me, aside from Emma Watson, I got the name. The rest of them haven't really been that A-list. It was like, oh yeah, the daughter of someone, like a secondary character on a HBO show, or I didn't even know, what was her name again? Misha Barton. This is not a person that I know. I just heard celebrity sex tape. And
I haven't seen any pictures of Misha Barton, or seen anything about her.
I don't know who Misha Barton is.
Misha Barton was in this show called The OC about when I was in high school. It came out when I was like 16, and it's all these like rich kids in Orange County and them hanging out and their drama. Since then, she's done a bunch of movies.
The existence of this sex tape is confirmed by Misha Barton and her lawyers, and she's suing to get it off the internet, which usually doesn't work that well, but it seems to be working so far. So that's where that is. Like, it is a thing. I haven't seen it.
I don't want to see that.
Oh no, I would hate to see that. Please don't send me any links.
That It's Always Sunny episode. Oh my God!
Right.
Which website? There's
Exactly.
so many.
One of those horrible ex-girlfriend websites. Oh, but there are so many. Which one? Which one did you
That's what
post
I'm
them
saying.
to?
So I saw I've seen all the Emma Watson ones, except supposedly there's a less confirmed one where she has a dildo, and I haven't seen that.
No, that's not a thing.
No,
No, I'm telling you,
that has been discredited.
Are you saying it's discredited or what? Are you saying I made it up? Because that's not the case.
It's just not.
It's widely.
I think it's made up.
If
You link me, I got to see this because I've been really on top
I
of
can't
this
show you the
thing.
pic. I haven't seen the pic.
You were totally against this, and now you're asking him to link you to
You've
it.
heard a picture. Oh no, well I can look at it. I just don't want to disseminate others looking. I would never say, "Hey, go to this creepy website over here where they're keeping the pictures that nobody's supposed to have."
I saw this like dump of it was on Reddit. You know, it was the Emma Watson subreddit. I forget what it was, and there was a dump of all her stuff. And the comments were just filled with like, "Where's the one with this? Where's the one with the red dildo? Where's the one with the red?" Like everyone, it seems, had to have seen this one except me.
That's like how memes start, though. It's just some asshole wrote like, "Where's the one with the giant purple two-headed dong?" And then someone's like, "Ha ha ha! Where's the one with the giant?"
No, they were all asking for
red
the same
three-headed
picture.
dong.
No, that's not it. They were all asking for the same picture, and it seemed like they had all seen it, but I haven't. So I don't know, and that one seems to have been less proven than the others. Like, as you know, the detectives, they find a freckle here and a freckle here, and they confirm it, and a necklace, and they're like, "Here's the necklace she wore to the bathtub. This is sometime."
Do you think that like when they found like another girl naked in the tub, and they found that their little constellation pattern didn't match up between the moles and freckles, that they just went back to square one, or do you think they had like defeat masturbation?
I want to talk about these Emma Watson.
Fresh the next day.
They're not that sexy. So she's already been topless. She did a photo shoot or something where she was topless. And she's in a bathtub where she's totally naked, but she's on her back and her legs are crossed. And if there's some way to be modest and naked, she is. And
So she has done a nude photo shoot, and those are just out there.
well,
And now these
a
are
topless photo shoot. She's done a topless photo shoot. So Emma Watson's boobs are not new to this world. And now there's a video of her in a bathtub, but she's not doing anything naughty in the bathtub. She's, I guess she did, in that she's filming,
just cleaning herself. Yeah.
but like she's just kind of relaxing, I guess, taking a video probably for someone she cares about, and it's not. I mean, she's bottomless, but her legs are crossed and everything, and there's nothing. I mean,
There's nothing hanging out, right?
Right.
There's no dangling.
yeah, there's
No Arby's effect.
right. I mean, she's not jilling or anything like that. She's just kind of.
That video would have exploded.
Yes,
If that,
yeah. Like I saw the bathroom shot and thought, well, this isn't that much more. The bathtub shot and thought this isn't that much more revealing than like a shot if she wore a bikini bottom. you know, because her legs.
It's that great by happenstance, just browsing the internet. I'll come across it eventually.
Yeah, and
like if it's worth seeing, then other porn will rise to the top. That's what's so great about capitalism.
So,
you know, just all of that flowing down.
What I wanted to say was this. So I have thought everyone has their own version of who 10 is, right? Who the prettiest girl on earth is. And for a long time, Emma Watson was my like version of perfection. For someone else, it might be Kim Kardashian, it might be whatever. But I always thought Emma Watson had a certain class and look and style and jawline. I'll just say it, and and thought this.
You are huge on jawlines,
right? Oddly so, and like this is the most beautiful woman on earth at the moment, right? Like that was my line of thinking with her. Once you like see the goods. It was almost sexier beforehand. Like, not to say that she's not beautiful or whatever, but
this is the worst conversation
ever.
No, I don't know why Kyle's so frigid
so
all of a sudden.
What you're saying.
Once you see the goods, it's like she's just a regular person almost. Like the not to say that she's not beautiful or anything, but it normalizes everything.
Everybody looks better in clothes, like most of the time. Like when you can take a pretty overweight guy and put a fitted suit on him, and you can look at that guy and be like, that guy's actually pretty good looking. Like, look at that. He's got broad shoulders. It tapers down at the waist. Even if he's a big fat fuck at the end of I mean, obviously there's a critical mass where it's like, you're not hiding shit in that
Yeah, sorry, Chris Christie.
But you can be, Chris Christie's not fooling anyone. But you can be, like Donald Trump has passed in the past probably 5-10 years, the fat threshold of where it doesn't go above board anymore. Because if you watch The Old Apprentice, you're like, that's clearly a heavy man. But how heavy is he?
Right,
because he's got old man. Like old man neck, often you give them more credence with it. Like if you see like a young person with a giant double jowl like that, you're like, they're really heavy. But an old person, you're like, well, that could just be age and skin stretching. But he's now bona fide fat, and that suit effect is wearing off. Point being is that, of course, when you see her in her little wizard outfit or whatever it was, that you're like, oh, what's beneath those? Did I tell you that a friend of mine in middle school or when those movies were coming out, who had a huge crush on Hermione, and he got a Hermione cutout that was like life-size Hermione for his birthday when we were all like 14, and I guess she was like 14 too or whatever, and so it was totally normal. And then I went back to his room like 5 years later, and it was like, dude, why the fuck is that thing still in here? Like, that's now just a child. And he was like, dude, I know it looks so creepy. Honestly, I just haven't gotten around to throwing it out. And I was like, I don't trust you. It's made of cardboard. It would be so quick.
You're right.
I'm gonna judge you throwing those out like I will. Be like, oh, just throwing away George Washington and Donald Trump. Like, everybody look at me. But yeah, don't mind that. But I kind of understand what you mean. I feel anytime this happens, you feel bad for the person because obviously it is violating.
I feel that way. And it's not just about her, but like all the time when there's these celebrity leaks and such, I swear like a bit of the mystique rubs off a little bit. It's not bad. I don't know. Like in some aspects, it's almost cooler that they're real life people. But, you see her and you're like, oh, look at that. She's just a regular, beautiful woman. Like I've said the thing 100 times, like, oh, you could walk through the middle of your, local good sized college campus and find 10 women that good looking. But for me, Emma Watson, it was like, no, you won't find any of her. Well, I meant just walk through the quad, right, at any given time, not pull the whole campus. And but at any given time, there's 10 people as hot as Jennifer Lawrence in the quad. But in my head, Emma Watson, no, that's a 1 in 10,000. And then you see her naked, and you're like, actually, regular hot person.
Oh yeah, there are hundreds of girls more attractive than Emma Watson at every large college campus in this country, and I would wager in France and England and Germany too. Like there are, like it's just because you get that pedestal effect, like you're talking about, where, and it's not just like putting a woman there. It's you put like male celebrities or male athlete figures there too. Like, have you ever really liked an athlete and been like, man, I can't wait to look at this interview and see what like their secret is to being great at hockey or whatever, and you listen to it and you're like, oh man, this guy's just really fucking athletic. And all those times that I thought that he was like, you think that I'm going left, but I'm really going to go right after faking left twice. You've fallen for my ruse. It's like, what was your thought process there? I just tried to move fast as possible. All the time.
All of a sudden, he starts giving an interview like Bobby Boucher and the Water Boy. He's like, first, they put the ball in the hands of the quarterback. and then I start tackling the quarterback unless he puts the ball into someone else's hands, and then I start tackling them. And then
Yes,
there's thank you. Now to our next point. Don't smoke crack.
And see, and it would shatter your opinion of that person. Or if you were watching, like who would do it for me is Chris Pratt, because Chris Pratt seems to be a genuinely good guy. I don't watch a lot of celebrity interviews, but all the times I've seen him on radio shows or whatever, it seems like he's a good guy. But if he just came out there in an interview and said some like crazy shit, like, you know what, South African apartheid, was it that bad? Would it be that bad to go back? Or like said something, you're like, oh no, the whole time it was Star-Lord that I liked, not you, and Andy that I liked, not you. Like, that does happen a lot with celebrities though, where you finally listen to him talk and you're just like, oh, it was the character I liked, that not you. Oh, you're awful. Like,
Chris Pratt would crush me, because he's one of the, like, there aren't many actors I root for, right? You know, but Chris Pratt, he could come out and star in some movie I don't give a hoot about, but I'll hope it does well, because I want good things for Chris Pratt.
Yeah. Who are some other like famous people? Like, I know exactly what you're saying, where you almost feel like you're on the same team as some famous people, where when you see them do well, not team because you're not getting anything out of it, but you're like, yeah, good, yeah, that doesn't affect me at all, and I may not even see that, but good for you. Is there anybody like that for you guys, that every time, other than Chris Pratt, obviously?
Yeah.
Every time
I like Charlie Day from It's Always Sunny. When I saw him in the Pacific Rim movie, and then he's in this new movie called like Teacher Fight or something like that. Like, I like seeing him do well. And John Krasinski from The Office, who played Jim. He did that 13 Hours Michael Bay movie last year about Benghazi that did really well and made a bunch of money. And then I just read that he's like writing, producing, maybe acting in like this whole new film that so it seems like he's got some I don't know, the ability to do what he wants now. So I like seeing those people do well. Anybody who was in like a TV show that maybe didn't get the run it should have gotten also, like I think the guy's name is maybe Nathan Fillion or something like that. He was in
Nathan For You?
Serenity?
It was
but it wasn't
yeah.
called Serenity. It was called...
Yeah, the movie was Serenity, and the TV show was Firefly.
Is that Eyebrows?
And so whenever I see him in something, and Scott Bakula also, you know, whenever I see, I don't know, there's a bunch of guys who were in like the sci-fi stuff from the 90s and the 80s that like I really dig, like that shit that I like to see them do well. The guy who played, I can't think of his name right now, but he played like Kyle Reese in the first Terminator movie, and he was the guy who gets burnt with the acid in the Aliens movie. He was always like, I think he played Ringo in Tombstone. He was the one who was always picking on Doc Holliday, calling him Lunger and stuff, and they have the shootout at the end. Like, that guy I've
never seen Terminator or Aliens.
You fucking asshole! Oh, that's fucking. Are you serious?
Yeah, I haven't seen Terminator before.
All right, so
is it
Terminator,
good?
Look, Terminator is excellent. All right, but
I knew
you
that
could
would get
skip
you.
Terminator. You could skip both. Terminator 1 and 2 are both excellent movies, but you could just throw those out because Alien and Aliens, which is what they call the sequel, are so goddamn good. You've got Ridley Scott making the first one, and it's like a horror film in space with Sigourney Weaver in one of her early performances, like killing it. You can feel the tension, like in the movie, all the other actresses hate her because she's the star and this new actress, and they're like established British actresses, and so like there's a scene where they need to slap Sigourney. She actually slaps the piss out of her, like quarter the way into the movie. Second movie, like James Cameron goes to Paramount or whoever, and like he's like, I got something for you. He writes Alien on the board, and then he writes an S on the end, and he draws 2 lines through the S for a $sign. He goes, ah? And they're like, yes, that. So he takes over and he makes Terminator 2, but this time instead of a horror film, it's an action movie with all these pumped up testosterone guys going to fight the aliens. So you get a completely different movie about the same thing.
Which do you prefer?
I would argue that they're both space horror movies.
Well, the second one doesn't taste. No. Well, everyone else would disagree with you. The first one is considered a horror, like a space horror film. The second one is considered like a sci-fi action film. It's very different if you watch them both.
I'm not usually scared of action films, and I was a kid when I watched it, and it was just terrifying to me. Yeah, but like Rambo is an action film, and it's not scary.
That's not scary because you don't fear for Rambo,
right?
That's because when the Soviets catch you, they don't impregnate you with a fucking organism that's going to burst out of your chest, right? They just cut you a little with their knife and try to get you to renounce democracy.
You know, Commando or Rocky or whatever. But when I watched Aliens, like I'm hiding under my blanket as a kid.
So good.
So is Alien a movie that, and I only know of Alien and Terminator from references people make. So is Alien a horror movie that I could watch tonight after this or something and like it, or would it be something where I'm watching it going like, I see how this was good in 79, like, no. Okay.
And if you look at like IMDb ratings, it's Rotten Tomato ratings, both movies, the original and the sequel, are way up there at like, I'm gonna guess like at least like high 8s, but probably like 9.1, 9.3, somewhere up there. Like they're both super high rated films. They hold up well. And the special effects hold up well, everything, because it's a lot of practical effects. There's actual guys in alien suits running around covered in like lubricant, like astrogel, like gooping off of them. It's all real. There's no CGI. There's CGI for the spacecraft, I suppose, unless they're using.
So you would prioritize Alien and Aliens over Terminator for sure.
Yes, and saying that, you got to keep in mind my grandmother was a huge Arnold Schwarzenegger fan, and like I was watching like Terminator and Terminator 2 like as a 5-year-old or whatever. I probably wasn't old enough for Terminator 2 quite yet. It came out like 91 or 92. But that, like I watched that shit as a kid, and she was like a huge Arnold fan, and like and Terminator 2 special effects still hold up today. Terminator 1 is not as good as Terminator 2. You could skip that one entirely and just go into Terminator 2. That's definitely my advice.
Because those are just two movies that are referenced so much. At this point, I'm tired of pretending. I'm tired of going, that character in that situation. My God, I remember.
Now that I think about it, I never really have. The first Terminator is much more of a horror film than the second one is. The second one is much more of an action thing, because in the second one, Arnold Schwarzenegger is the good guy. He's a same version of a machine, but he's been programmed to be good. So he gets to lead. He gets to be the big action lead. So it's more of an action movie, and you're often not that afraid for the characters unless things get really dicey. But in the first one, it's a human being. It's that Kyle Reese guy that I was talking about was also in Aliens, and it's just him versus fucking Schwarzenegger. And the whole time you're like, oh shit, is Schwarzenegger here? Well, we're fucked because he's just slow walking, punching through windshields, just a never ceasing killing
like
robot.
A smart zombie with muscles. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like Night of the Living Dead, but you shoot him in the head and he just gets right back up.
I think I know the reason I just never was interested in it is, now that I'm thinking about it, the only one of those movies I've ever seen was I saw Alien vs. Predator in theaters when I was like 14 or 15.
That was pretty
probably
good,
14, and I was watching it and I was like, God, this is maybe, and I was like, this is not good. I don't like this. Like, I don't want either one of these sides to win, but I know whatever one does win, I'm going to be like, that is bullshit. That alien that has that mouth thing, that's bullshit. The Predator could have just jumped up and flew away and taken him down like with a rifle from a helicopter style attack or whatever. Yeah.
Did you see the one? There's a couple of them. Did you see the one where they go into the ice pyramid in like Antarctica or something like that?
That might have been the first one.
That one's okay. Whenever they go like into the ice pyramid and you learn that there's this whole like backstory where the predators had been like ruling over mankind during like the Aztec times, and like they were sacrificing the humans to create the xenomorphs so that they could then hunt them, and then they just like destroyed that whole society with a big nuclear weapon.
They killed people to summon things that they could then let go and hunt.
So the way the metamorphosis of the xenomorph alien things work, that have like the mouths inside the mouths, an egg hatches, and this thing called a face hugger sleuths out of it and wraps around your face. It looks like some sort of deep sea creature with like legs. That are like, yeah, that's impregnating you with an egg. That egg's gonna hatch out and or with a little parasite, and that's the chest burster. That thing stays inside of you for a couple of days, and then all of a sudden it bursts out of your chest, and it runs away, and it grows in the course of like a few days into a big like 7-foot tall killing machine.
It's funny now that you mention it. I don't really understand how the life cycle works, right? Because they grow from eggs into monsters. The monsters implant themselves to people, and then they grow into monsters. What are the people for exactly? We've already proven that the
parasite. Like if you can be a host to a parasite won't come, like a ringworm or a tapeworm or something would not jump into you, Kyle, and start eating and, oh, you know what? I'm feeling full. I'm out of here. And then you leave and you're like, oh, I've been inconvenienced. Like no, it's not going to leave once it's there. Like a parasite would stay, suck all the energy till you're a husk and then come out. Like it happens everywhere else in all of nature, right? It wouldn't eat half your spleen and then dart.
I could be wrong about this, but
there are parasites
so the
that
xenomorphs,
just gestate.
So the xenomorphs are a biological weapon. So the xenomorphs are a biological weapon created by the engineers, and that ship that was found on the original planet is a bomber. It would drop those eggs, and they're meant to eradicate humanoids. You know,
so these are artificial creatures that are now biological, basically.
They're biologically engineered creatures. Yeah. Okay. And they've got this black. Now, I could be a little bit wrong about got my chicken ahead of the egg or something in this case, because there's the most recent movie where they go back to the planet. I can't think of the fucking name, but they go to the planet, and there's the black ooze that creates the xenomorphs. There's a lot of movies you need to watch. But yeah, just watch Alien and Aliens. You'll like it a lot.
Do you guys want a new topic?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a good topic or not, but I've been excited about it for quite some time. All right.
Now I'll feel bad.
Like 4 days. It might flop as a topic. We don't do these. But there's kind of a is he an asshole like vibe to this thing. So I got this from I Am Very Smart. Are you guys familiar with it at all?
Yes.
Typically what happens is someone will say something and really inflate their own intelligence or whatever. So Taylor, I'm having our time talking and can you read this to everybody?
Yeah. So it's in like a group chat text. It says, if I shoot you in the head and tell you to dodge 5 minutes after, it's not better late than never. The next response is, well, it's not a matter of life and death in this case, so your point is invalid here. Response from the original guy, don't argue with me. I'm infinitely more intelligent than you. You're wrong. The next guy, how do you measure your intelligence? The other guy, can you both stop? And then that's it.
So clearly, the I'm infinitely more intelligent than you nonsense. Like, that guy's a dick, all right? Let's set that aside. He's a candidate for Am I Very Smart? What I want to know is, how do we feel about Victor? Right? Victor
is the one who said, can you both stop? And he did.
Right.
You know what? I'm against him already because I hate those like
hand
emojis.
Can I lay it out? There are people who say Victor is the only smart one here. Victor is the guy, he's the only guy with a brain. He's saying, can you both stop, etc. And then there are people like me, and maybe Taylor too, who say, fuck Victor. Fuck Victor, you fucking cunt. You need to be liked by everybody. You can't take a side. You somehow elevate your own position above everyone else. If two adults disagree on anything, then you need to be like, no, you both stop. You're both wrong. Dude, Sydney's a cunt. Sydney thinks that he's infinitely smarter than the other person. And Victor, rather than saying like, hey, that's a little odd. No. Both of you are bad, as if they were like equally wrong or whatever. And Kyle, where do you stand on this Victor issue with the can you both stop?
To be honest, I'm very anti-group text message. Knowing you has made me take this stance.
I would like.
I've been in this corner for a long time. We're welcome.
I would thumb down Victor's post here.
Open arms.
Yeah,
the non-group chat corner.
I don't know. If you guys were saying something as stupid as this, I might say something like that too, because it would immediately head down some weird rabbit hole with you both like providing credentials or something. Like, what comes next, right? Like you text messaging pictures of degrees and Taylor sending some college transcripts. Like you just and transpose it onto these guys and put myself in Victor's shoes. I'm like, fucking stop. And who knows where Victor is? Maybe he's like in the like trying to text somebody else, and these notifications keep popping up with this horse shit. God knows what madness these two were talking about just prior to this. Yeah.
Who knows?
I doubt it was highbrow.
I doubt it was highbrow too.
The only way I'm okay with the both of you stop, because it's a group text. And it is annoying as shit when you're trying to organize something in a group text and be like, hey, we're going to meet here at this time. And it's like there, and everybody can just open their text and see what the plan is. And then 60 more people come in and go, oh, I saw this cool movie. Oh, this is a real neat thing. Oh, that's great. Oh, you're a fucking asshole. Oh, I hate you too. Fuck you. Oh, dislike, like, smiley face, frowny face, all that. It's like, God damn it. Like, just stop. If you want to text someone, just text them. But we're trying to organize something here. So for that reason, I'm not upset by it. But I don't like those hand emojis, and I especially hate those hand emojis where people don't have a point, and to make their non-point seem impactful, they clap between every word on Twitter with those clapping emojis as though they're just like some gospel singer in a Southern Baptist church just preaching the truth as they're clapping intermittently. Like,
you believe in the Lord! And the music's like, dun, dun! Like
So
that's what I hate.
I haven't
So
seen
I
those
don't
like black
tweets.
search and it.
What I don't like is when people type anything and capitalize every word. If we're going to go towards text offenses, I find every single word capitalized to be the most difficult to read. I'd take all caps above capitalizing every word in the whole thing you say.
I feel very threatened when I read all caps, like I'm being accosted. You know.
You know, though, like, see, it might be my exposure. My father and some other people who weren't good at typing, but when they were first getting into computers, they would just do all caps. It was like an office standard before that was a ridiculous standard. Like, yeah, when we do 1040s, here are the names and addresses because it's not a lot of text.
When is it a bad?
They're in pure caps.
I kind of like this idea. So when would that be a problem, though? Like of course, like if you're trying to, when would that be an issue?
I feel like it faded into looking outdated. You know, like all caps back in, like, I'll make it up, 1997 or something. Like, people were whatever. But in 2017, it looks outdated.
Do you want to know a
me.
perfect reason of why it's a bad idea? Pull up a Google Street View or just a street view of a busy storefront area in Russia. They don't have lowercase. Everything is screaming at you. It could be a Babies R Us, and it looks so aggressive because there is no differentiation in letter size. Like, obviously, it's because we were raised in English, where we have normal-looking letters that don't look they emulated some cave scrawling with their bullshit. Like, have you seen some of those letters? It's like they made a U, and then they were like, "This is too close to the English one. We won't give them the satisfaction." Put a little squiggle at the end.
Have you worked with Russians? Have you worked with many Russians? I've worked with two.
I don't recall if he was Russian.
They seemed very comfortable with conflict, right? Just like every meeting, like they're yelling at you when they're not even mad at you. Just like, you know, I think we should be doing this. And you're like, I'm fine with that. You know, like, should I be
Seems
fighting?
like you ran into two jerks.
That's what both
It's
those
a
Russian
Russian
guys
thing,
are saying
man.
to each other. Can you believe that Woody guy? I gotta scream at him to get him to understand anything.
Could be.
Yes, I scream at him too. It's ridiculous.
No,
Woody's like, can you believe those Russians? What assholes.
He's called me Igor for 2 weeks. I've said my name is Ivan. I don't know how many times. You know.
Dude, leave a comment if you've worked with many Russians or interact with many Russians, or maybe there's like a part of Russia. Maybe they're like, yeah, Woody works with Georgians or something. I don't know. But yeah, the Russian guys I worked with, and it wasn't me. Like, I remember other like coworkers were like, you know, I forget his name. It wasn't simple like Ivan, or it was like Dravosky or something. And but yeah, this woman I was talking, she's like, yeah, he yells at me all the time, and I'm like, yeah. To me, though, it's not yelling anymore. Like, it's just like someone who types in all caps and doesn't know better. You know, it's just that's his talking style.
His cat ski is broken. He can't help it. Just know that. Go ahead.
Right.
I bet if we learn Russian, we go over there and they're like, these Americans, why are they whispering all the goddamn time? Like, that's not how Russians meant to be spoken. They yell.
You might know someone who drops F-bombs, maybe me, in like every sentence they have. And they're not that impactful, right? You know, if it's
people
like,
from Boston.
Yeah, right? But if you know someone who rarely ever curses and they drop it, it's like, whoa, you need to settle down, right?
People from Charlotte. Yeah.
So that's how the Russians were with yelling for me, right? They were like people who use the F-bomb in every sentence. It's just like, yeah, that's normal language for him, you know? When The Sopranos said, you know, oh, this fucking car needs fuel, you weren't like, oh my God, he's about to blow his stack. Like, no,
I remember like learning that whole concept as a kid because it surprised both of you. But like the main reason I ever got in trouble in school ever was being a smartass and talking too much. I know, shocking. But I remember sitting in like a 4th grade classroom, and I would always be like, I was way too talkative. And my teacher called on a kid who never raised his hand. Philip in the back never raised his hand. And when he raised his hand to say something and give his opinion on whatever stupid bullshit it was about the Pilgrims or something, everybody got quiet. And she was like, see, if you don't speak often, people will listen because they care about what you have to say. And I was like, wow, that's not going to impact my behavior whatsoever, but that's good to file away until I'm older, you know, because I could speak as slowly and tactfully as I wish, but they're going to be like, all right, just grab your second milk. I give in. You didn't bring the 1 milk chip, but you just take 2. Jesus Christ, I don't have time for this. I'm a stay-at-home mom who volunteered today, you know. But
how does the lunch checkout work at your school? What did you say, a lunch chip?
Yeah, so they basically, you could get a 1 or a 2, meaning like you get a single smaller lunch or the same shit for lunch, but it's slightly larger portions.
I'm picturing is this like a poker chip?
A poker chip, yep. It'd be like a red poker chip or a blue poker chip. And so
who assigned the poker chips, and where did you purchase them?
This is grade school. And so it was like your parents could sign up for the hot lunch thing, and they'd be like, all right, you get a 2, or you're only in 2nd grade, so you just get a 1, or you're a growing boy, whatever. And so then before lunch, they'd line you all up, and you have your line leader and your line vanguard, or I don't know, whoever's in the rear of your line. And then she goes to the teacher, a line caboose, and they go, all right, Taylor, you're a 2 today. And they give me my blue chip. I'm like, fuck yeah. Because as a kid, it was a surprise every day. You had no idea what your plan was. Like, and so you get it. And then they go to the next kid, you get a red one. It was like getting roses in The Bachelor. Like, people were distraught if it was hot dog day or pizza day and they got a red one and expecting a blue one. Like, there are a lot of trades and bartering in our lunchroom. But yeah, then you go through the line, give them your chip, and then they give you 2 pieces of pizza for a blue one or 1 for a red one, and then you get the rest of your shit and go. It was either blue or red or some color. Or
this
had
is
a
bizarre to me.
Oh,
Do
you just pay with money?
Yeah,
No,
right.
that's
Like,
what we
okay,
did,
so in my
yeah.
school, like from elementary school all the way through high school, you just put in the last 4 digits of your social security number into a keypad at the end of the lunch line, and that was it.
No, we weren't even that sophisticated. Every day, your mom would give you cold hard cash, and then you would exchange that for food.
You could do that.
Exchange. I have this much money. What can I get?
Yeah.
A bag of chips and 3 carrots. Oh, it's gonna be a rough afternoon. You know?
Exactly. Yeah. Or it would be like, all right. I have no other source of income. So if I can make it through school on just like a thing of milk, then I'll earn $1.15 today. And you do that a couple of times, and now you're in the money.
And let me say that poker chip thing only went up to like 5th grade, I think. And then after that, when you're in high school and middle school and whatever, you use money to purchase things. But even then, like, actually, yeah, I pretty much bought lunch every day because it only cost like $4.75 to get a decent lunch. And yeah, it wasn't great though.
$1.25.
$1.25. That's were there really good lunches? $1.25 is what like fries cost.
I'm with Kyle.
Look,
yeah.
those lunches were shit. Okay, they were very bad. I still remember many of them. I remember that square, that rectangular slice of pizza. I remember that corn with the water in it. That corn soup they gave us basically. I remember those tater tots that were always baked, never fried.
Chicken nuggets.
And steak nuggets if you were unlucky. Those were disgusting.
Those.
It looked like a chicken nugget, but it was dark meat on the inside. It could have been anything.
You know what we did have? I guess, when like the student runs for class president and they say they're going to get all these things done. Yeah. Apparently, a class president before my class got there implemented a salad bar, and like you could fill the bowl up as much as you wanted. So it would be like you'd have a regular sized bowl, but it could be a good 18 inches of salad if you can balance that shit to your day. And it had real chicken, that where you could see grain, it wasn't just chicken paste.
Yeah,
and
whole meat.
Yeah, and they had white meat chicken and bacon, and it was a decent salad bar. And every so often I'd be like, I'm going to do that instead. It almost felt like a jailbreak from the processed mass-produced food that most people were getting.
How does a class president implement any fucking thing? I want to know that, because whenever I remember that came up a couple times, and everybody was like, who fucking wants to do that? Isn't it just an extra a couple afternoons a month that you don't get to do what you want and nothing comes of it? Yeah, pretty much. Also, we get an extra photo in the yearbook, and then some vain cocksucker decided he wanted that and just did it. But it wasn't like you sat down at you were a legislator or something, and you were like, all right, we'll open this session. We've got the superintendents from all the surrounding areas, and Kyle, class president from Franklin County. All right, what would you like to change, Kyle? That was never going to happen. You had no say so in anything.
0%.
It was much like the U.S. government, except that instead of the president being able to veto stuff if you didn't have 2/3, he can veto stuff under any circumstance, and that's how it works.
The president can do nothing.
The principal, though. The principal is the president. And I didn't explain it very well, but yeah, the principal is the top guy, And
the principal is the dictator. He is
yes.
the Saddam Hussein of the Iraq that is
Right.
your school. And he
Everyone
puts
else
a
has-
meaningless figurehead who he knows will be beheaded at least like 6-7 days before they make it to him. So it's kind of like a buffer zone. And that's what the school
Shiite?
president was for. Sunni. Shiite.
Do you know anything about Sunnis and Shiites?
I
we
know
talked about retaining information recently. I just went through like the difference between the Sunnis and the Shiites. I think it goes back to after Muhammad died, there were two different trains of thought. And like half the Muslims thought that they should go with this one guy, and half of them thought they should go a different direction. And that was the split. And it literally goes back to like Muhammad's death. And I think that like I don't remember whether it's the Sunnis or the Shias, but those went with like Muhammad's friend who has a name. Like you always like it's like it sounds like a modern name.
It was Eric.
It is a modern name. The other guy's name is the current leader of ISIS is named for that guy.
Yeah, Eric Richardson.
No.
I'm like, get out! No way his name's Eric.
No.
Yes,
Eric Richardson, head of ISIS. He's like
Now, do you know?
This is Eric and Alan. Alan's our COO. You know.
I'm worse than Kyle, like because I'll develop expertise on like Sunni and Shiite, and it lasts for like 15 minutes. I've done this several times. Do you know which one of them is a better ally to America at the moment? Either of them? None of them?
I'm on their Wikipedia page.
Because
you're right. As soon as I close this out, I'll forget.
That's what I would do.
No, I don't know. I don't remember. There definitely is one, of course, right? But in the end, like it's just the enemy of my enemy is what's going to come.
Which one is the good one? You know,
it always seems like the Kurds are the
this
good
isn't like
one.
Koreans, where there's a good one and a bad one or anything. I don't think it's quite that clear cut or anything.
I think the Kurds always seem to be on our side because they need help the most. Like they're the smallest minority, and they always seem to be pro-U.S. Kyle's giving me a look like I'm wrong, so
I'm not.
I might be out of date.
Well, I'm trying.
Right.
I'm analyzing what you said in my brain and trying to make sense of it. I'm trying to like think if I know if the Kurds are named for the region in Kurdistan that they live in, or because of the religious beliefs. Like, are there Sunni and Shia Kurds? Was my thought process. I think we're pretty ignorant about the whole thing. It's pretty hard to talk about.
We are pretty fucking ignorant about this. No one will bring. We're totally ignorant about this, but I mean. We're finding articles. We're trying. But so Sunnis greatly outnumber Shiites by 9 to 1 globally. So Sunnis are the much bigger group. Says that the style of prayer differs. Shiites and Sunnis pray differently. Sunnis cross their arms while Shiites keep their arms by their sides. Sunnis observe 5 daily prayer sessions. Shiites condense the 5 prayers into 3 sessions. So I guess you do like 1 1/3 prayer, like 1 1/. These are things
Sunnis have stars upon theirs, and Shiites do not.
Yeah, stars upon. This is like the Dr. Seuss book Butter Side Up versus Butter Side Down, and there's like those 2 towns where people are just furious, uprising against one another, where they're like scolding and beating their children, like, don't you be talking to that Butter Side Up boy one more time, I swear to fucking God. But she has to go over the wall and talk. That's what it seems like, a very minor difference. But maybe God really cares where your hands are when you're praying, in front, to the side. But if he's really that strict about hand placement, I think he'd be very upset by you prorating your 5 prayers into 3 sessions that day, right? Like if he told you 5.
I don't know. God really likes praise, right? I feel like if one group plays 3, like tells God he's awesome 3 times a day, and the other group says it 5 times a day, God's totally going to be pro 5 times a day. Based on what I know of God, he really likes being told he's awesome.
Here's an interesting one that's small. That's a bigger difference. So Shiites, which is the smaller group, are governed by more hierarchical structures following living religious leaders. But Sunnis, which is the large group, typically follows scholarly texts penned by past religious leaders. So that would be
maybe one of them they followed the imams, and one of them followed like clerics or something like that. There was a couple of distinctions. I think which one is the guess the more prevalent one would be the one that Iran is, because I also remember them talking about that the Iranians were all of one kind, and I think that
all Sunni then.
I think wasn't Saddam Hussein that a Shiite was that the deal?
I have no idea. He's dead now.
Yeah.
reverence of Imam Ali and his family. Shiites continue to observe what they consider to be Imam Ali and his descendants' persecution and revere his family, making annual pilgrimages to shrines to the Imam and his 11 descendants.
All right, so Ali, I think, was Muhammad's buddy, and he's also the guy that the current leader of ISIS is named for.
I
think it's like something Ali al-Baghdadi or something. That's probably wrong.
That sounds right. Al-Baghdadi, definitely. That sounds. I mean, if I Google that, I'll find something.
Yeah, he's the one who's holding that.
Eric Richardson, so it sounds fine to me.
Eric Richardson. He founded the Sunni.
It's like, get out, really?
The 800 AG.
If Eric Richardson is a leader in any religion, it is Mormon. Boom.
Yeah,
you're right.
You're correct. That guy is in Salt Lake City right now, making decisions for.
So watching Big Love has gotten me interested in LDS, and so I start doing my research. Of course, I start looking.
How far are you? Are you
into? Oh, I'm
like
season 5. I'm in the final season, like 3 episodes into it. But watching that's gotten me a little bit interested in LDS and Mormons and their whole thing and what they're about and especially like the secret. So there are Mormon churches that anyone can go into. We could walk it right into one, but then there are Mormon temples, and that's not the same thing. And the temples are magnificent.
I live next to one in Apex.
They're on the level of like a Catholic cathedral or something. They're outrageous. They're really ornate and beautiful. And apparently the inside is as well. And there's all these like hidden camera videos of like what it looks like on the inside and stuff like that. And I don't know the particulars of the religion, but I think there's a ritual where they like reach through the veil, which is literally like reaching through like some like sheer curtains and like shaking hands with a priest or something like that, and it's supposed to be the hand of God. They're pretty kooky too. I think honestly, my honest opinion is that they're as much of a cult as Scientology is, because the whole thing is that the angel Moroni led Joseph Smith to some golden tablets buried in upstate New York like a couple hundred years ago or something. And then he read those golden tablets while they're inside of a hat to another guy who transcribed the Book of Mormon for us.
I don't know. I see them like easily one echelon below Scientology because Joseph Smith didn't have a driver's license. He's not like, you can't find footage of him struggling to find, the towels section of Walmart and having to ask him like.
Of him.
There are photos of him, but are there?
There were photos of them, and he died. He was beaten to death by a mob, I believe.
Yes, I think some good old Missouri boys took care of that.
Sure did.
There used to be a lot of them here because they were like Jefferson City area. That's where the Garden of Eden is, and the Missourians here at the time were not playing their game. And so, but it actually went both ways. There was a Mormon war between Mormons and not native, but people in Missouri at the time who were living there. And Mormons like raided a couple of villages and like killed people to steal supplies. And then the people who were living in, at that time, I guess it was only Missouri, what fought back, drove them all the way to Utah. So they didn't even stop in Colorado. They foresaw, they smelled that future skunk smell, and they knew it was immoral. And so they kept going to Utah and made their beer weak and shitty and expensive. And but they're super nice to everybody around them. So if you've ever, all Mormons are pretty cool.
This second link I sent is the Mormon temple right by my house. I couldn't go in it or anything, but if you guys have ever seen me like make a video where I walk to the post office, this was across the street, and this is the same distance as the post office. Yeah, so
that actually is a pretty nice temple.
For random ones. I mean, I know probably like the Raleigh one or like the Atlanta one is really magnificent, but this is just random like Apex.
I think that there's like one temple that's like the temple. You know what I mean? Like this is the White House of Mormon temples or whatever. And I could be wrong, but I think this photo I just linked is it. Like if it's not, like what's bigger than this? Jesus Christ. Although now that I'm looking, there are bigger ones. They're huge. They seem
a first-class temple, though.
They've got bigger ones. They're outrageous. This one has 4 spires.
The Salt Lake City one.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, the big one.
It looks like what you'd buy a young girl for like a playhouse, except it's obviously
wow. It looks like one of those 3D puzzles you would spend 3 hours on and then fucking quit and throw away.
If you like saw a bunch of Ents stopping around this area, it would take you a second. We're like, oh, that's not Isengard, because it's very, very it's epic. That's what
Gilead is nowhere near here, so
yeah,
it's really nice. It's really nice.
That is very, very
smell
nice.
salt water.
My next house
Oh my god! Can you imagine cleaning that? Yeah, it's up there with your like 500 bottle of Lysol, scrubbing the palisades of hundreds of years of shit. Because you're the kind of person that would. You're like, I'm not going to live in this beautiful castle and not make sure everybody's seen all the parts of the beautiful castle. I'm going to take off from the roof, Jackie. You know,
He's got one of those window washer trolleys outside. It takes all day just to clean the windows
all day,
once.
every day.
Kyle, I have a big love question for you. You said that you were curious about my take on morality within the framework of Big Love. But I think at the time I was so early in the show, like, what were you referring to? Was it the fourth?
I think maybe what I said was that Bill does some things that I think are morally questionable, and that you eventually see that. I think it's his premarital sex that he has with the fourth. I think that's inappropriate.
Yeah, it's a really tricky, it doesn't. So for me, like, the marriage is the union, right? That bond between the
he also
the
is very
two partners.
manipulative of Don, the flat-topped, buzz-cutted gentleman.
You think? Oh, see, I'm multitasking oftentimes when I watch it. And I think I might be missing some of the details that you pick up, but I remember at one point one of his wives was like, "Look, our husband's dating life is none of our business," and I don't know, somehow that burned in my head. Like, wait, what? Like,
Yeah. It's meant to strike you like, what the fuck did she just say?
yeah,
That's like one of those checkboxes that I guess maybe you just have to grit your teeth and check when you're getting into that lifestyle.
So when he brings her in as a wife, they all decide, right? They all vote them in. And my understanding is sometimes when people get involved in polygamy, this is the woman, they almost like the other wives as much or more than the husband. Like the real attraction is this like team or
The
community.
lifestyle, right?
You know, like these sister wives and I are going to form a tight-knit little village, and we're going to raise these kids as a big family.
Yeah, that's it. It seems to be as much about the wife-husband relationship as it is about the greater whole that she's joining. Yeah, definitely so.
Right.
Yeah,
and in the case of Big Love, it's like it's not a great hole. It's you know, three or four wives and the guy, right? So it's not like the town they're joining. It's this little team with 3 houses and connected yards. And but it was weird to me that in the dating process, the existing wives, like the culture seems to be, you keep your nose out of it, you know.
Does he ever bring all the wives into one bedroom?
No.
And sleep with all of them at once?
Never. No, they would all be like, "Ugh, are you crazy? Ugh, that's disgusting." Like that's of course where all of our minds go to.
Right.
But that's like not a thing.
Then this entire thing is a non-starter for me. I don't
Right.
no. Like,
Well,
what's the point?
Start
I
your own
tell you,
little,
I want way more responsibility than I can handle, and like a 50th of the power, because now I'm delegating it through
he's got so much more
swaths of
power.
people I'm making.
See, now that's the thing. The husband leads this
said they
little
vote.
train. They vote, but the husband has veto power.
So it's a symbolist.
And
symbol
the husband can always just be like, "All right, now, Dad gummit, we're gonna get straight on this one way or another. Now you need to think about this, Margene. And you think about it, and we're gonna set this straight." And then it'll just
that's
get
right.
fixed,
And
right?
what he's saying is, Margene, you need to change your mind. And she'll be like, "All right, well, so long as my protest was registered."
There's one part where, like, Margene in particular, she doesn't care. Like, he's like, all right, he wants to do this gambling company, and he's worried that wife number one, his bottom bitch, is going to be anti-gambling because they are super hardcore LDS. And so he goes to Margene, wife number 3, the pretty cute one, first, and he's like, "Margene, honey, I got this company, and it's gonna be a real nest egg for us. It's gonna give us financial security. The only thing is, it involves gambling, and some people don't like that very much." And she's like, "What do you think about it?" And he's like, "Well, actually, I want to know what you thought about it." She's like, "Oh, I don't care, Bill. You just tell me what I should think." And he's like, "Well, I'd like it if you were on board." And she's like, "Well, I am." "All right. Well, I'm going to need you to help the others get in line on this. Like you plant the seeds, Margene." And it's like, okay.
How much politicking you would have to do?
So much.
Oh,
He does it.
but he's
That's
so
a lot
good
of
at
the
it.
show.
This guy, like, in some ways, he's a flawed guy, but in some ways, oh my God, what an amazing achiever! He's a great husband on some scorecards. I mean, depending how you measure him, but man, like he really seems to have a lot of like love and affection for this gigantic family. As a breadwinner, he's home run hitter, and he just got a couple of. What did he do business wise that you thought was crooked-ish?
So he doesn't always give all the information to his business partners, the Utes. No, they're not the Utes. The whatever those Indians are that he's dealing with. He has. I don't want to spoil anything for you because I don't know where you are. But there's some stuff that gets in the way of his business and getting the gambling licenses and stuff, and it's his fault, not theirs. They think it's because of a dispute they have with another tribe called the Utes, but in reality, it's some of Bill's bullshit that he's doing behind the scenes that he shouldn't be doing anyway. That has come back to bite him, and it's slowing things down. He doesn't come forward with that information to his Indian business partners. He lets them go on thinking that they are the cause for this hiccup. I mean, I guess maybe we all probably do the same thing when our families are on the, and we also have Bill has the thought, and we would probably have the thought, like, I'm gonna fix this. Like I have, like this is we're business partners. It's in both of our best interests for me to get this roadblock out of the way. I don't want to like come forward with some information that makes me look shitty. So that's not that bad, I guess. I don't like how he treats Don. I feel like he manipulates Don. And as you get into like season 4, you'll see him be kind of shitty to Don, I think. And I don't know. I think the whole thing is kind of fucked. I don't like that they seem to turn a real blind eye to what goes on in that compound, and Roman with that like 15-year-old girl and all that. Despite the fact that she's a sociopath and is probably the most evil character in the show. Like,
she's
I'd be
an
fine.
Interesting character. I'm glad. So there's a girl named Rhonda. She's about 15. She's a great actress. She's a great singer. She's really smart, but she's a pathological liar, sociopath, like evil person. And in spite of the fact that she's 15, she seems to wield a big hammer a lot. Like, she'll be talking to the press. She's getting herself rescued by some other like group of adults. And then, but like there's a cop that is her new stepdad. And with that cop, she's able to like leverage his power. And she just always seems to be a formidable opponent for fellow teen or grown up alike. And it's fun to watch her do her thing.
Yeah, it's a good show. If anybody's got HBO, check it out. It's his big love, and I've been watching it, of course, because Bill Paxton died a couple weeks ago. Felt real bad about that. Like Bill Paxton, he's in Aliens. He's got a big. He's the one. He's game over, bro. It's game over.
I have a new topic. I think we should do an ad read or two, and then.
Well, take us away, Kyle.
Tell everyone a bit about Smart Mouth here. This episode of PKA is being brought to you by Smart Mouth. See here. Oh, you got a little smart mouth over there yourself. You should do a little demonstration while I read this. This episode of PKA is being brought to you by Smart Mouth. Bad breath is an embarrassing problem faced by the majority of people on a daily basis. It's caused by naturally occurring oral bacteria consuming protein particles and releasing foul-smelling volatile sulfur compounds. Masking the smell with gum or minty juice-style mouthwashes can actually make your breath worse, since it provides a new food source for the oral bacteria to produce sulfur gases. To solve a real problem, you need real science. That's why every bottle of Smart Mouth actually contains 2 different liquids, a green zinc activator and a clear oxidizer. The oxidizer instantly eliminates the existing bad breath, while the activator releases billions of zinc ions that naturally bond to the bacteria in your mouth. The bonded zinc ions prevent bacteria from eating protein and producing sulfur gas, keeping bad breath from coming back for 12 hours. Go to smartmouth.com and read about the science and how it's able to deliver such an incredible result. Visit smartmouth.com by clicking the link in the description or use coupon code PAINKILLER for free shipping. Once again, that's smartmouth.com, code PAINKILLER for free shipping, or pick it up at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Target, Amazon, or your favorite store.
Yep, you can get it anywhere, and I can't recommend it enough. You guys know I use this product every day, twice a day, and if you're out there trying to get laid, trying to proliferate your social life, get out there, make new tendrils of connection. You can work out, you can dress nice, you can do all the things that you're supposed to do, but if you smell like an asshole or a cigarette or an onion or garlic or any of that stuff, nobody wants to be around you. Like, everybody has been in a situation where you think someone's like super attractive and then you get too close, you know what I mean? And you're like, that's pretty rough. So just knock this out. That's something you don't have to worry about. So
yeah, it's different than any mouthwash I've ever used because of I guess the zinc ion part of it. But it's Scope or Listerine or something, like burns the crap out of your mouth, dries your mouth out, makes the bad breath worse apparently from reading this, and it's just masking the smell.
That's the thing. Yeah, people like you're supposed to believe that like mintiness is what a fresh breath smells like, but like no, like if your breath is good, you shouldn't be tasting anything. You shouldn't be like, man, those wings were great, or oh man, this juicy fruit is still good. Like no, you want it to be neutral. Like you don't want your breath to smell like anything really. You want it to not smell like garbage or be covered like Lysoling a bad fart. It just doesn't work.
Well, this episode of Painkiller Already is also being brought to you by Audible. Audible is a leading provider of premium digital spoken audio information and entertainment on the internet. Audible's content includes an unmatched selection of audiobooks, original audio shows, news, comedy, and more from the leading audiobook publishers, broadcasters, entertainers, magazine and newspaper publishers, and business information providers. Are you still a fan of reading off your Kindle, but reading while driving to work is just too bumpy for you? No problem. WhisperSync for Voice lets you switch back and forth between reading the book on your Kindle or Kindle app and listening to the audiobook without ever losing your place or missing a word. Works with your iPhone, Android, and Kindle Fire. Committing to a new workout regimen, increase your reps while you free your mind. You can't make more time, but you can make the most of it. Thanks to Audible, they're offering our listeners a free audiobook of your choice and a free 30-day trial right now. So turn your workout into something more over at audible.com/PKA. Head over and browse the unmatched selection of audio programs. Download a title free and start listening. It's that easy. Go to audible.com/PKA. That's AUDIBLE.com/PKA and get started today with Audible. We recommend you check out The Revenant, a novel of revenge by author Michael Punk and narrated by Holter Graham. I also like The Martian a lot. I'm like 30 or 40% through The Martian.
Use Audible.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if this is
good.
part of the pitch they want us to say, but if you use Amazon a lot and you're an Audible guy, they're related. So we get like free books sometimes, and it's kind of cool. Like it's a nice way to do it. Like I think what it is sometimes we'll say like, give us the slower shipping, and you get credits towards like digital downloads and stuff.
Yeah.
And I just got another free book recently. I forget what I got. It's from the author of Crush It. It's like a business book, and I'm going to listen to it next week on the way to Florida. So, but yeah, I don't know. We're happy with our art. We're genuine customers, and we still keep it. It's been over a year. So that's the thing. New topic?
That's awesome. Yep.
Sure.
All right.
I've got lots of bullshit conspiracy theories to talk about too, because I've been doing an Alex Jones level of research, which is to mean cursory at best.
Do you want to do mine or yours?
Yeah, we can do yours.
All right.
We can save mine.
So let me just double check that all this stuff is PG-13. It is.
Oh, we're going to get to PG-13.
Yeah, we're going big time. This is ClaraBabyLegs. Do you guys know who this is?
Was she on our show?
You're a good cop, BabyLegs.
So you might remember Basher.
BabyLegs.
Basher is the guy that was mostly falsely accused of being a pedo by Keemstar for like a year. He did that meltdown video where he was going to kill himself afterwards, but Clara actually stopped him. You guys don't know this drama?
Vaguely.
I remember hearing something about it, but
So I think the
okay.
truth behind the Basher thing is like he was 18 and he was dating a 15-year-old, but he was in a state that had especially restrictive laws. And he actually got, I'm going to call it a misdemeanor. I'm not sure what it was, but he had his police thing done on him. And a psychologist looked and said, this guy's not a pedo. They were developmental peers or whatever. He was just in a state where like 18 and 15 was a no-go. And Keemstar reported it and got a lot of the facts wrong, changed him to be like 28 years old and her to 13. And it nearly drove him to kill himself. Well, this is his girlfriend. And I don't know what's true.
this is the 14.
No, this is a
15.
later. I'm sorry. This is his girlfriend at the time of the drama, not of the police report. That girl is no longer in his life. So she has just recently become what's a nice way to say cam whore?
A cam model.
Okay, all right, cam model.
If we say what it is in different words, we can pretend it's not the same thing.
Yes, a cam model, and it's kind
Doesn't
of
a cam whore have to like get paid by cameras to fuck them or something? Like I'm not sure if cam whore is quite accurate either. I mean, she's a cam model.
That's true. Those are some moving goalposts that it's hard to nail down. So we'll say model.
Yeah, she's not fucking anybody for money per se. Although she did list herself as a sugar baby, which is someone who's on the other end of a sugar daddy type relationship.
Let me see if I can hunt down her like token levels, like how much it pays, how much you have to pay to get her to do different stuff.
Token levels. What does that mean? So you
I
pay.
usually can't see that unless you're on their
tokens?
Let's see.
I've never used a site like this.
Yeah, you change dollars to tokens and then you pay them to do things.
Oh my God! So it's just like if you buy gems in some freemium game, where they try and fool you into thinking that 3 coins is enough to look at tits, but that's like $30 or something.
Yeah, pretty much. And the girls set their own like prices for things and their own menu, of course. So like, you know, if you're very conservative, you might be like, oh, I'll flash my boobs for, you know, $5. But then there might be a girl who's like, oh, I'll turn on all of these crazy contraptions and like dress up as Diva from Overwatch for 150 credits. You know, maybe there's the, you know, and that's the thing.
They have to buy an outfit. You know, you have to make.
Well,
sure
they've got that. Oh, that's the thing. Well, this girl is into that. You can see that that's one of her attributes. She's into cosplay, and I think that's the thing that a lot of guys are into is like seeing like not just a girl get naked, but a girl dressed up as Lara Croft get naked, or a girl dressed up as an anime character get naked or something like that. You know, Misty from Pokemon is like taking off those suspenders and you know, maybe they're more into that.
If I were a billionaire, I would go to these sites and I would pay huge sums to make them do things that were not in the least sexual. Like if you go to PetSmart and you buy a snake feeder, a mouse, and then you bring that back and you eat it in front of me, I'll give you 10,000 tokens. And they'll be like, that's ridiculous. I just dance around with my clothes off. I'm like, that's fine. You know, if you don't want your 20,000 tokens for eating a rat in front of me, that's fine.
How is this more fucked than going to that Fiverr website and making those poor Indian
No,
children?
no, this is just as fucked.
I can't find it. She has a list of stuff that she'll do, right? And I don't like ever watch live stream girls. Like I've mentioned that in the show before. It seems more like cheating than just regular videos.
So since you're a bit uninitiated, just to be clear, the way it works is you can go to My Free Cams, and if she's broadcasting, you can just tune in and watch with like the hundreds or tens of thousands potentially who might also be watching this live broadcast
for free.
But then for free. And so here's the difference though, that like, and those people can pitch in money to get this to happen or that to happen. But more often than not, you pitch in money so that you get a private show when it's just you and her. So you pay like 100 tokens and you and her go into your own private chat where it's just the two of you and you get to like actually decide what she does, and she does it.
Based on what I'm reading on Reddit, I don't know if private shows are an option with her. They all seem to talk, they might be, but she has these goals, and apparently her goals are much more expensive than her peers. Like all the other cam girls are mad at her because she's making so much money because she walked into it kind of famous. And but like, yeah, for like whatever, $4,000, she'll spank her own hiney. And I think I saw her give a blowjob to a rubber dildo. Like it was on Reddit. And that's the naughtiest thing that I've seen so far.
The ROI on these investments is horrible.
It depends. These like if you're paying $4,000, it's terrible. But if you chip in $1 with 4,000 other people, then you might feel like it was a bargain. Oh, everybody froze for me.
Yeah.
Oh, Kyle's here.
I'm here.
Okay, for a moment, you guys.
Are we still recording and all good? And
everything is fine. I think my internet connection stopped for 1 second.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, this is pretty interesting. Is she like open about this? Is she advertising this on her Twitter and such?
I don't know about her Twitter, but she has thousands of people watching. This is a conscious decision she's made. It's not like this is not Fappening.
It's a smart decision. I bet she's making a ton of money, and from what you've said, it's pretty vanilla, right? I mean,
well, I did just go to Streamers Gone Wild, and it says ClaraBabyLegs Hitachi Come. Now that's just the title. I don't know. I mean, but she's definitely not.
I know what it's gonna have.
I know exactly what that video is.
You might be disappointed. You don't know, but
what do you think? What would you think if you had a Notch level of money? He's always having trouble finding fun stuff to do. Notch, if you're out there, try this one. Go to these really crowded cam girl websites while they're doing their shit, and there's a ton of people watching, and bid a huge amount for her to do a Laura Ingalls Wilder cosplay while reading the Bible in a bonnet, and just watch as people drop off, and it'll have to be like a reality show for her of choosing whether to appease this deranged Minecraftian billionaire or to keep her current loyal beaten off base, because I guarantee those 10,000 guys who are masturbating aren't going to wait for you to get out of your Laura Ingalls Wilder phase. They're going to go find another girl on there. So get back to me, Notch. Tweet me.
I watched she's definitely pretty enough to do this. I watched the Hitachi girls, like I just flipped through and saw a couple different points. It looks like she's wearing the lingerie version of a one-piece bathing suit, and she doesn't take it off, and she Hitachis herself over her clothes. And I imagine it'd be way sexier if the audio was on.
I only see 2 photos on this whole page.
I'm at the streamers going wild.
Yeah, he's on a subreddit where they've saved some of her content.
Yeah, they're
on
apparently very big fans of her, and she is off to a blazing start as a cam model. But I think, based on having watched her and Basher over the last 2 years, 3 years, I worry that she's emotionally fragile. And no,
it doesn't seem like this is the behavior of an emotionally fragile person.
Really? Because do you remember Anthony Cumia brought up that girl, and he's like,
"I was being sarcastic. It totally is."
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
He's like, "Look at this anorexic girl on YouTube. She is dying in front of us, and everyone's watching it happen, right? And that girl was way too thin. I appreciate a thin girl, and that girl was unhealthy. That girl was. I like him a little anorexic.
I don't see this at all in the same league as that.
I would not be shocked at all if 3 years from now she really had. I'm trying to say it nicely, like she had to get her mental health back in condition. I think.
I hope not. You would think that,
So
I
is
don't
this
know. I obviously don't know
that
shit
guy
about this.
still with her now? Is that the case?
I think, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, in any case, I doesn't look like. I think she's being a real businesswoman over there and making tens of thousands of dollars off the fact that she's very, very attractive. And I really like the one where she's dressed up as Princess Leia. She's really pretty. She's got nice eyes. She's got a nice body. She's just really hot.
If she's working in a way that all the other cam girls are like, "Oh, this bitch, fuck her," it's probably because she had better ideas and is working a better business model than they were.
No, it's not. It totally what it is because she's brought in an established audience. They're mad at her because she's like what's that? Yeah. She brought people with her to this thing.
Millions.
It would be
I bet 100 million people have seen her on YouTube, off of Basher's channel.
Sure. If Woody went, let's say that there was some hot shot paramotors who all shot video of what they do, and they were paramotor YouTubers who were all in the same airport, and all of a sudden Woody joins that crew. All of a sudden they're all blown out of the water, and they fucking hate Woody's guts because they're like, this guy fucking cut his teeth on Call of Duty and Battlefield, and I've been taken to the sky since '94. I've been shooting since standard depth, and I had a big box camera flying with one hand. They'd be mad. And
so it's just sour grapes, basically.
It's sour grapes.
I think it's straight up envy. Yeah.
That's got to be it. Because if she's doing the same thing as them, just way better and way more successful,
and way more expensive,
then of course,
right? These other girls are slapping their own hiney for $5. Meanwhile, she's like, it takes $1,000 to get me to get out of this chair.
It's because she knows. I'd like to know how much it is, but there's no way it can't be that much. I just randomly clicked through there. She shows her vagina one time. I saw her vagina there.
Only one time?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's really kind of vanilla. She seemed to masturbate through clothes, and she shows a peek of this or slaps her butt. A lot of these shows are really hard.
It's got to be way more wild than that.
It doesn't have to be. A lot of these shows, not hers, but on that website or really, it's My Free Cams are really hardcore. It's lots.
Who is retweeting all of these? Don't you have family that follow your Twitter account or friends or something like this?
Yeah,
friends wouldn't matter. But...
That's why you're tweeting it so they can all see.
Don't you love your family?
Yeah. Hey, Uncle Billy, look at this.
Yeah, look at this
man.
Myself.
I really wish I could find it. There was a thread where they were all discussing her business model. They were saying that she needed to lower her prices for weekdays. These people seem to be real experts on how to be a successful cam whore. And they're like, man, she's running weekend prices on a Thursday night. What the hell? People are going to keep coming to her streams if the most they get is a hiney spank. For on Thursday nights, you got to make it possible to achieve these goals. And it all seemed to make sense to me, but I don't know these.
That makes sense, but also you couldn't have killed Eddard Stark in episode 2. Like you need some build up. She's playing the long game right here, where eventually this will get stale and old, and she'll notice people aren't quite watching because the internet is bananas and I've become banal. And she will be like, okay, well, coming up next week, it's asshole Ash Wednesday or whatever the fuck day she decides to break it out. Ass Wednesday is what it is. And then she does that. She gets a ton more money, and then that eventually dies down. And then she's got,
lesbian Lent.
Yeah, and then on the 14th, she gets V-Day, and you finally see that or whatever, like the next carrot she has dangling in front of you. Like that's what she's probably doing, and that's the smart move. Because if she just throws it all out there now, people they're not gonna pay.
There's both ways.
Get more money.
If it turns out that all she does is like, well, obviously she's not. She's broke out the Hitachi and more. But if she didn't ever please her customer base, then, like you said, you can't kill Eddard Stark in episode 2, but you do gotta kill him by episode 10. Otherwise, there's no show. But
at the end, when they killed Eddard, the show didn't end. There was a new, shrouded mystery to uncover, or a new person to kill.
Are you saying by season 3, Basher will make his appearance on this?
By season 3, we'll be getting full rear. I don't know yet. I don't know what she's actually done, but I don't know. I think she's playing this really smart.
Well, we just gave her a lot of advertisements, so head on over there and pay what's her name, BabyLegs, ClaraBabyLegs, some money to see her spank herself. She's very attractive.
Dude, I've watched
weeks ago
so many online personalities, like they get money, and then regular jobs are just death to them. And I wonder if that's the path that she's on, right? Scarce said that he was on that path. I think we watched X-Jaws take that ride. I don't know where X-Jaws is today.
All women are on that ride, dude. Like every hot woman in the world is on that ride. They're like, I don't even know what it'd be like to work a regular job when I have all of this. Like
I don't know why the world is so friendly.
It's easy to see.
That's a good point, man.
If she's at step B right now, I know what step E and F are. Like she's gonna lock this thing down. Like she's leveraging how attractive and personable and all of those things that she is. And she's gonna be able to ride that for the rest of her life. All she's got to do is like marry in the next 10 to 14 years, and everything's okay.
It's like in Rick and Morty when the mom says, Morty can't do bad in school. He's not a hot girl. He can't just bail on his life and set up shop at somebody else's.
Someone else's.
And Rick obviously laughed because it's funny and it's true in a way. Yeah. In all the ways that are true.
That girl, and this is nothing, I'm not shitting on her because I admire her and how attractive she is and how she's like comfortable with leveraging that and making tens of thousands of dollars. But if she so wished, I'm sure that she could find some guy out there who'd be like, yeah, move here, fucking set up shop here. You'll have this, you'll have that, you'll have this, you'll have that. And you don't have to worry about anything. Like it's an option that she has.
There's not a guy out there. There are millions who would offer that, but most of which would be very creepy and probably not have a lot of money.
You're getting offered a lot of mother's basements, a lot of lifetime supply of Mountain Dew Code Red.
Hammocks. Yeah.
Okay, a lot of hammocks, a lot of futons, a lot of like windows with like duct taped trash bags on them.
Cardboard
There's a
windows.
lot of offers out there, but we gotta get through all of that and find like the guy, the millionaire, the tech millionaire who's established himself and isn't too bad looking, who wants, I don't know, Princess Leia to come live with him.
On one hand, she's killing it. She's wildly successful. Like Kyle said, she's a new businesswoman who's really doing well by herself. On the other, I still maintain that her mental sanity, I feel like this eats away at it.
Would you apply the same rationale to a man who was doing this?
Not as much, not as, I know double standard, I hear you, but I just feel in the same way that like when that 17-year-old dude hits the teacher, has sex with the teacher, he probably doesn't walk away totally damaged. He just remembers he slayed pussy in high school, right? Where you flip that and maybe the girl does feel like she was taken advantage of.
But I don't
not
think
maybe,
she
but
does.
not all.
Certainly I'm not saying that I would ever fuck someone or anything like that, any of that illegal stuff. But I don't think that. I think that a lot of those 14-year-old girls who are like willingly fucking their teachers are just, you could be a dirty whore and 14 years old. Like 18-year-old dirty whores were 14-year-old dirty whores. Like she didn't just
That's
just
true.
turn
That's
18 and all of a sudden become a whore.
Aria Aspen was on the show. People don't know Aria Aspen was a porn star, like a legit one. She's on Pornhub, etc. And she described some of the scenes that she did and how it really kind of this isn't a quote, but hurt her soul. And she's like, I thought that, I just did the scene and I would separate myself from the physical act I did a bit ago. But she's like, I wasn't separate from it. I'd finish it. I'd go to my car and I would cry. And that's how I remember it anyway. And it's like, oh, what a bummer. Like, I like to think that the girls in these scenes were like, dude, that was really great sex. And, this is my thing and I enjoy it and I don't have heartache over it. But she did. And I think that someday Clara will too.
Well, if you're watching the kind of porn that she was doing, then you don't have that in your heart to begin with. You got to keep that in mind too. You've got ClaraBabyLegs over here, who is like setting her own rules and her own limitations, and she's the one. She's calling all of her own shots. She's showing you her vagina because she made a conscious decision to like pull her panties to the side and show you or whatever. Whereas she's signing up for like some hardcore porn that's partially humiliation and like really rough and dirty and scary. So like if you sign up for that, like when you're signing up at the porn company, if it's called like bigconciliation.com, like maybe they're not going to be nice to your soul there. Maybe if you went to like I don't know, like premium10.com, like maybe they're not as tough on
stupid useless idiots suckingcock.net. This can't be bad.
Which porn site do you work for? Dog fart. That's a real one. Like who do you work for? Cunt basher. Oh yeah, I work for the cunt bashers. Like, no, I made the cunt basher thing up. I'm just picturing like the Ghostbuster symbol, but it's a pussy, and there it's all these like men who hate women, like fucking them really, really hard and calling them names and stuff. But no, I think ClaraBabyLegs is in a situation where I don't see how that could hurt her soul. Like she's being dirty and like masturbating for people who are into it. Like that's not hurting her soul.
Where it hurts her soul? If people give her a hard time about it, like if she goes to the grocery store to buy more orange juice, and people are like, I saw your boobs. I've got something on you.
You know how it works though. Whenever you've met a fan of yours, like it's never been that. It's never been someone who. It's never that. When people see you in real life, they're like, even if they do have like things about you they don't like, they're just happy to see you anyway. And they're not going to go there to that thing. They're going to be like, hey, even if someone saw Clara and in public and they approached her for some reason, don't do that. You're probably going to terrify her. She's got a gun. She's waiting. Like, if she's smart, like she says, one of these days, someone's going to so, hey, baby legs, and I'm just going to turn around and blah, 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 blah. Like, no chances. Like,
she needs to bring a bodyguard around. Regular legs.
Yeah.
Man
Big
legs.
Daddy legs.
Yeah,
Big
Big
Daddy
Daddy
long
legs.
Daddy legs.
Yeah.
I'm baby legs. This is Big Daddy long legs. That's where the show is headed. Yeah. That's what. See, I'm just giving her an idea. You find someone with some Big Daddy long legs.
The $25,000 level, Big Daddy long legs gets attention.
Sure. Yeah.
Are you wearing a onesie or are those just enormous socks?
They're socks.
Oh. Never
cold.
mind. There's something about the room you're in where it's almost Twilight Zone-y, where the dimensions are off. It takes three
through like void and like reach into another realm and pull something out of it.
I don't know how much space there is in front of you.
Oh,
there could be hundreds of meters, or it could be, or you could be looking at a television.
That black and tan gun on the wall. I'm pretty sure he can practically reach it.
It's not. Nope. Mm-mm.
No, but if you take one step past that, you're already out the door.
No. He's at the closet. But the door with the flag on it, that's 65 feet from him.
Have you ever been in a dream where, I think everybody has. I think this is like the most common sensation in a dream is that you're in a fight or you're running. And if you're in the fight, you can't throw punches, like your arms don't work. And if you're running, like you can't move. You're trying to run, but you're so slow.
Mm-hmm.
That's super common. And it shows itself in a variety of different ways, depending on who you are. For me, the most common, I don't know. I guess if you're into like reading dreams, maybe it's something it's some part of you who thinks that you can't do a thing, or the fear of failure, maybe. I definitely think that, or the fear of unpreparedness. Sometimes, like you have those dreams where you are back in fucking high school, and oh my god, I took calculus this whole semester and I've never showed up here once. I thought I had gym. I've just been going to gym, thought they were checking my name, and that was my class. But I was supposed to be showing up here in this building to calculus this whole goddamn year, and I haven't been here once, and today's the test. Like, that's a dream I have.
I had that happen last week, and I didn't realize until the middle of a P that morning. It's like, oh my God, you're not in high school. You're 25. You show up, I call the cops. Yeah.
I've had the experience so many times where I can't operate a gun. Like no matter how hard I pull on the trigger, it will not fire. Like if I've got to kill a monster or an intruder or a bad guy, whatever this dream is about, where a gun is required, I'll start pulling the trigger until the point where like you're squeezing so hard your hand is like twisting, you're like torquing your hand, and then I'll add a second hand and put that index finger on the trigger too in the dream, and it'll be both index fingers. And sometimes it'll bam, but it'll be like it'll just like wound the thing, and I'm like, oh God, we gotta shoot again. And it just never works. I just don't have the strength required to make the gun fire. And the same thing with punches and stuff. Punches never fucking work. They feel like these girly punches that aren't like coordinated, or you can't hit what you want. And if you do, it like hits like here, and you're like pushing them instead of striking them.
That's an interesting one for you, the gun one, because it's so you specific. Right? I've never had one where I've been fending off an intruder. It's always been tests running from some indescribable monster or wave or whatever, and then fighting.
I've talked about this before, but so my house got robbed a whole bunch of times when I was a teenager, and then for a decade I had this reoccurring like night terror where there was a silhouette in a doorway. Would picture like a light behind him, so he's just black against the light, and I'm trying to wake up and deal with this threat, but I'm like paralyzed because I'm asleep, and it's just and in real life I'm like talking but in non-words, like until I wake up in a sweat and stuff, and then that happened to me for a long time. I had like my little PTSD.
Jeez. I'm one of the only people I know who, maybe you guys do. Do you guys like falling in dreams?
I've liked that
feeling
before.
Like you're falling. It's almost
like it. I use that as an escape button for dreams when I know that I'm in a dream. I kill myself. I jump off the highest thing head first, and with like the intention of like breaking my neck on impact. Like a 5-foot ledge would be enough realistically on concrete, right? So I'll do that in the dream. Like
but
if
you
I
wake up still asleep in the hospital.
Let's hope I don't have one of those lefty moments where I'm like, I'm tired of this dream. Home Alone. What is this, 1992?
Oh, poor lefty.
I like it because like I always feel it doesn't make you smart or clever or intuitive at all. But when I do realize like mid-fall that it is a dream, and it's like it doesn't make sense that there would be buildings falling past me here and a mountain range falling past me here. And like as you're falling, you're like, I figured it out. I have no fear. And I don't know. It feels neat to know your dream, because everybody talks about lucid dreaming to the point where I'm convinced that most people are bullshitting about the level of lucid dreaming they do, where they're like, oh yeah, I have a trick where I look at my fucking totem, and as long as the top's not spinning, I know I'm really not in the reality. And so I just, I take out a giant flamethrower and I just burn all the zombies to death. And when I get bored, I create new zombies because I'm a god of dreams and slumber and whatever it is. I don't buy any of that shit. The most I've ever got lucid dreaming is like, I'm in another slow motion fight and I can like summon a slow motion bat to not help me. Where it's like, oh, this just not working either. As it's going. But
I've had very few lucid dreams where they were like, where I had enough time to do the things that I wanted, where I was like, oh God, I'm in a dream. I'm aware that I'm asleep somewhere and I'm inside my own brain. Let's take advantage of this time quickly and make things happen. I've done that maybe 5 times in my entire life, but I remember them all really well because they were such cool experiences. One of them was definitely when I was still in elementary school, because I was in elementary school flying. I was like, whee! Flying down the hallways, but like in midair, of course, like Superman flying around the hallways. Another time I remember also as a child, I was at like a carnival or something in the dream, and I think a clown was after me, like some kind of monster. And I realized it was a dream. And in my head, I summoned one of those hammers that they would use to like hit that thing at the carnival, and the thing goes up the top and goes ding 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 ding. I summon a giant one of those, kill the monster, and then I'm like, oh, up and away, and again fly away. There's been several times where like I realize, or I'll grab some titties. You realize you're in there, and there's no I'm in a dream. Oh, titties, grab some titties, stuff like that. But maybe 5 times in my whole life have I had like a lucid dream where I was like, this is a dream. I know that I'm in my head, and I guess I have Matrix powers, right? And then I kind of do.
I've had that lucid dream, but usually for me, I know I'm sleeping, and I can choose to be awake, but don't, because I instead choose to have superpowers, and that's the like. It's almost not even dreaming. It's almost like daydreaming.
I know what you're talking about. It's
Yeah.
it's like right before you wake up.
Right. Like
That's
you get
really
some control
common time
over
for it to happen.
Yeah.
A lot of
I
a
had
lot of those that
hallucination.
I've had, like I know that I'm about to come out of it. So I'm like, that's what I meant when I was like, oh, quick, do the things you want to do, because we got like 3 minutes here.
I don't know if
Yeah.
it was like mild sleep paralysis or something, or what it was, if it like happens once, or if it was just a weird dream. But when I was like a sophomore in college, at one point I got a horrible flu where I felt so bad. I skipped classes for days and days on end, and it got to a point where I hadn't slept in so long because my throat was so sore, like doing that, like prop yourself up on a bunch of pillows like an old person, like, you know, they sleep. And like I just took way too much NyQuil because I'm like, I'm gonna fucking sleep tonight, and nobody is gonna tell me I'm not gonna sleep tonight. Like, and I made sure I'm gonna get some sleep tonight. I did fall asleep, very sound, sleepless, like a dreamless night rather. But when I was waking up the next morning, it was like I was still in my bed, and there was just an enormous spider, like this big, like like the size of my torso, and it was
Shit.
up on the corner of my bedroom. And
Yeah.
there was a tiny bit of fear, but I 100% knew that is not real. That's too big to be a spider. And so if it moved or something, it wasn't moving the way a spider would with like darting.
Yeah.
It was almost like amorphously blending across the pattern of the ceiling. And after, I don't even know, because time is distorted, I woke up for real, I guess, or I just snapped out of it, and I was freaked out for like an hour. Like, I didn't get freaked out by it until after I woke up for real, because I guess my brain was still not fully turned on when I was seeing it. But I was like, God damn, like, fuck, if I go to sleep and I have to be one of those people who like makes a Reddit thread of like, I haven't slept in 6 days because I see demons help, like something like that. Like, I don't want to be that guy. Thankfully, it hasn't happened again. But
Yeah.
to the lucid dreaming thing, people talk about the fighting and that. What about fucking in a dream? Because I've found that any dream where I'm going to end up having sex or getting head or whatever the crazy dream is, it always, 95% of the time, cuts out right before game time.
Yeah,
right before
absolutely.
anything is about to happen.
Yeah, totally.
And if it's like a lucid dream, it's almost like you haven't seen the naked lady in your dream, and so if you'd like pull it open, it'd be like wires and matrixy looking because you haven't actually you don't have that information loaded, and so it like keeps resetting you like a broken DVD, like back to the beginning of the same scene. We're like, God damn, we've gone through this foreplay so many times. When is this gonna happen? And it just never does. And so when it actually does happen, so fucking rarely, it's just an instant of like, oh, this is awesome. Oh, but I'm still dreaming though. This isn't anything. Like, this sucks. I need to wake myself up and just masturbate. You know?
Yeah, it never works. That would be an awesome drug. If you created a drug that let people sleep and let them have lucid dreams throughout the night, that would be a fucking awesome drug. Like, first of all, it's not messing with your daytime life.
What
right?
is LSD like? Is that not a similar?
You're not asleep on that.
No.
Not literally asleep, but you're in a zone. No.
I've never done it. I have no idea. But I know Kyle's talking about while you're sleeping.
Yeah.
Like in the midst of sleep.
Yeah, LSD is certainly not a lucid dream type scenario. It's more like the world around you is altered.
I just thought it might
and your
provide the
perception.
same kind of good time. I've never done it.
The
I have no idea. That's not something I'm tempted by. Seems like it could freak me out.
It was popular in my high school. Like it seems like now, shit. Like cocaine is not thought of as like, instant death. But when I was a kid, it was. And LSD and shrooms and pot were all like, I don't know, casual drugs. I didn't do any drugs, but like, I don't know. Now it seems like LSD is somehow regarded as one of those crazy.
I've never really heard people talking to like all the people I know who have done hallucinogens. All of them have done shrooms. Like I think I only know a couple people who have tried LSD. Like I don't know. Both of them seem freaky, but I mean Joe Rogan seems to love it.
He does.
Laying in his isolation
he's a big fan. Yeah.
Yeah. He is the biggest fan of drugs.
I don't know. Some of the stuff he does, I would be he's not a beginner. He is not a noob at these things. Like he'll have people on his show, and he's like, "Yeah, do you want some pot?" And they're like, "I don't know." He's like, "Do you smoke much?" Because because this is not a day one pot. You know, you might want to take one puff of this and call it good. You know, because we smoke at a professional level around here.
He should keep like beginner weed for his other guests, like Neil deGrasse. Who am I kidding? He does not need beginner weed.
No,
someone else would probably. I don't know. But yeah, do you still watch his show or listen to it at all?
He doesn't have a show. Are you? Oh wait, I was thinking of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, I listen to Joe Rogan. I was listening to him today. Yeah,
I am. It depends on the guest. Like
I go through
that's true
phases.
If the guest is interesting to me, I'll watch it. If the guest is not, I usually don't like it.
Yeah, I liked the Jim Norton one and the Amazing Atheist one they did recently. I've listened to part of the Amazing Atheist one. That was pretty good just to see
I just started watching it.
The way they interact, like two worlds, like old school YouTube, Joe Rogan. It's weird.
Dude.
The most recent one I watched was the Hannibal Buress one, where they're talking about Amy Schumer stealing jokes, and they're like going through the different examples of it.
Conclusion on that, because I find some of the evidence to be thin.
Yeah, their conclusion was at the very least he's got an extreme unoriginality problem, especially on her show, and she needs to do something about her writers. But there's so many commonalities in those jokes. Hannibal seemed like he didn't want to say that she stole his jokes, because he did that to he threw it's interesting that it's the two of them, because they both got a little experience at like taking people down, right? Hannibal Buress took Bill Cosby down. He's how all of that started with his fucking comedy act. That's what took Bill Cosby down, if you know the history of it. And then Joe Rogan, of course, had that big thing against Mencia back in the day, where he took fucking Mencia down. This was a guy who was like had TV shows and had movies and was headlining everywhere in fucking theaters. And Joe Rogan was like, bullshit, that guy's a fucking thief. And like now he's nowhere. When's the last time you saw Carlos Mencia do anything? So it's both of their opinions on her, and they seem to stop short of like labeling her a thief. But man, I've seen so many different commonalities. And
Chiz was defending her. Not everything, because sometimes it seems like she's guilty. But like the what'd she say? She did a blackout and then it was like time travel.
Time trap. Yeah.
I know I have in my own head seemingly originally talked about how sleeping is time travel, like in a plane context, an airplane context. Like I have said, oh, I love to sleep on planes. It's like time travel. I just get to wake. It's like teleporting.
Here's the difference, though. That's a very good example of parallel thinking, right? That makes a lot of sense. But Dave Attell put that in his special, that exact joke about how getting drunk and blacking out is like time travel. Amy Schumer, in an interview like last year, the year before, talks about watching that very special and enjoying Dave Attell. So she has seen Dave Attell tell that joke about how blacking out is time travel, and yet she has a joke about how blacking out is time travel. And then if you look at the bits, like on her TV show, those are just outright theft. There's one of them where a lady comes to the counter, and she's trying to tell the person behind the counter about the person who helped her so graciously. And the guy goes, oh, well, what'd he look like? It was a black man. But she's a white girl who doesn't want to say black man. So she's like, he had, dark eyes and he was tall. And he's like, yeah, but what did he look like? And it's this awkward progression of her trying to describe him in any other way than describing his race. That like line for line was stolen. And there's lots of bits from Mad TV. There's lots of bits. That
particular one, though, she didn't write it.
Exactly. Yeah.
The buck stops there.
It's her show, though. If it's inside Amy Schumer and she airs a skit, like to say, I didn't write that, is like, well, were you in the room when they showed it to you? And you said,
I guess what I'm saying
full
is,
steam ahead?
Like, if you're a writer on my show and you slip in something that wasn't original, like, what kind of encyclopedia am I required to be to make sure that all of my writers are original, right?
I think that's
totally fair.
Yeah. I think that the stuff being on a show is excusable. And if it were by itself, you'd be like, what's the big deal? Why is everybody giving her such a hard time? For the record, I like Amy Schumer. I really liked her. I didn't like her recent special, but I like much of what she's done before. And I thought she was excellent in Trainwreck. I thought it was a good, funny movie. But I think she steals jokes, too. I
That's
think,
the thing with her is like...
From John Mulaney to... like, there's just so many like jokes that like have such common...
the theory of like... not theory, but how... She obviously rose to stardom super, super quickly because everybody was basically forced to be like, this is the new celebrity, don't you love her? And most people are like, I mean, not really. And they're like, oh, you will. And they just kept pushing her up and up and up. And she was dating Anthony Jeselnik a couple of years back, and people were thinking that he was the one writing her jokes at some points because her comedy was better then, and her jokes were more the style of what he does, which is like misdirection style jokes, you know,
Very
where
smart
it's like
stuff.
very
I like him
smart
a lot.
stuff. I think he's very, very clever. But like the thing with her is like if it was once in a while of like, hey, that joke sounds really similar to something Patrice O'Neal did, and you watch it and you go, yeah, man, that is really similar, huh? If that was the one thing that happened, nobody would be calling her a joke thief. It's the fact that it's happened so consistently where all of these quote parallel thinking incidents happen. It's like, goddamn, like if this is all truly parallel thinking, you have the blandest mind for comedy ever because you are hitting every single stop along that train.
And
Like
sometimes
that's the
it's
big
not
thing there,
parallel
that-
thinking. I'm sorry, I'll go. But sometimes I feel like it's a seed that gets planted, right? Like maybe I've come up with a joke that I thought was original, but really it's like, oh yeah, you know what? Kyle did say it first, and somehow in my head I thought I invented it.
That's a good theory, but think about the way comedians work and how different comedians are different. Like Joe Rogan talked about this a little bit. When Bill Burr is doing that bit about like our problem isn't sex addiction, we've got a gold digging whore problem. That's what we got. These women coming in, taking down good men. Talking about Schwarzenegger, that's a Bill Burr joke. You know that's a Bill Burr joke. It just is. When you hear George Carlin and his stuff, where you know why they made the flamethrower? Because some guy was sitting around and thought, I want to burn some people, but I don't want. He has his thing where he's a little bit smarter than everybody else. They're all the same because it's coming from that guy. He's not an actor reading a script. It's a performance of what's from within them. So when you steal a joke, when you take it from somewhere else, it's evident. And if you look at Amy Schumer's act, it's all kind of dirty and filthy, and there's this feminist, like women's point of view to it. But the way the jokes are structured and the way that they are funny, the way the punchlines are structured and everything, it's like a patchwork of comedy. It's a bunch of different things sort of stuck together. Yeah. Whereas, you know, like you think of every other comedian and you think of like the funny bits that we can remember off the top of our heads from our favorite comedians. They're all very similar and sort of like you can almost feel what the comedian
You could do half a
inside.
dozen Chris Rock jokes on race relations and know that like that's from the mind of Chris Rock, right?
Yeah, you take some Larry the Cable Guy jokes and let Chris Rock deliver them, and you're like, that guy's a joke thief. You know?
yeah.
And I feel like when you're releasing a special, maybe this isn't what they do, but I feel like you'd show it to some of your friends who are comedians or something, or screen it for some people. Like, obviously you have that live audience there, but they're not professional comedians. Like, maybe they don't do this. I have no idea, but I feel like you would.
over time, right? Like
No, I'm talking about the final
production process.
But
special.
I think so. Tell me if I'm wrong. You might know more than me. Like if I'm doing an hour-long special, I've been doing that in 15-minute bits all year, seeing how audiences respond to it, reacting it. When do I let the joke hang there and just like for impact? And over the course of that year, she should be figuring out whether this was stolen or not.
Yes, I'm saying she should, but I'm saying as the final stopgap, you would think that, because her idol or whatever is Dave Attell, before it got released, she'd be like, hey, Dave, I want you to watch this. And like, tell me what you think. Like, I'm real nervous about it or whatever the fuck. And he could then be like, oh, I see you use this joke. Where'd you think of that? And he would tell her, and then she would have to, because if they were both in private, and if you've watched those bits next to each other, of Dave Attell and Amy Schumer, and if they were both in private on a couch, no mics, no anything, if they're actual friends, he would be like, dude, what the fuck? Like, you just took my bit. Like, they would never do that in person, because comedians are one of those trades where no matter how shitty a comedian is, they have to drop to a level of unanimously hated before any of those people are comfortable saying even the slightest negative word, because they'll like pretend that comedians are like, go back and listen to Opie and Anthony.
It's so
during,
incestuous. You got to think about that too. So like everyone who's a stand-up comic who isn't doing big theaters or getting all these deals, the people who are going to pull them up to that level are the same people who are pushing Amy Schumer up to that level. You go in there and mess with this product that they've created. You start tinkering with that, start discrediting this product that this comedy club has pushed up and that this network has pulled up. Yeah. They're not going to work with you.
Have you seen... Oh,
yeah,
sorry, I thought there was a break. Have you seen Louis
That's about
CK
it.
and Dane Cook like work out their differences?
No, what is it on a show? Is it
It's
just
3.5 minutes. It's on a show, but it strikes me as honest. Can we watch it? 3.5 minutes?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah. I like
show
Dane
is it?
Cook.
And like I said, I think this is part of the Louis C.K. show, but you watch it and I think you'll see that like this is what might have happened in private. You guys queued up at 0?
Yep.
Ready, set, play.
2006. That should have been like my triumph. And I enjoyed it, Louis, for maybe 2 months. 2 months before it started to suck. Because everything I read about me was about how I stole jokes from you, which I didn't.
I kind of think you did.
Dude, why would I steal 3 jokes from you when I have hours of material? Why? Why would I do that? Risk my reputation?
Because they were funny jokes.
You know what, Louis? You know what the biggest lie in the world is? That I'm a rock star, I'm a millionaire, I'm a comedy behemoth, and you're like a comics comic, and you're an inside joke guy, and I'm a sellout, and I sold my soul, and you have artistic integrity, and you're a good guy. We're in this room right now, you and me. You looking at me. You let your name be used to hurt me. And now you're sitting here asking me to use my fame to get you tickets to Lady Gaga? I mean, how shitty do you feel right now?
Very.
So you admit that this is all bullshit.
You want to know what I think? I don't think that you saw me do those jokes and said, I'm going to tell those jokes too. I don't think there's a world where you're that stupid or that bad a guy. I do think, though, that you're like a machine of success. You're like a rocket, and you're rocketing to the stars, and your engines are sucking stuff up. Stuff is getting sucked up in your engines, like birds and bugs and some of my jokes. I think you saw me do them. I know you saw me do them, and I think they just went in your brain. And I don't think you meant to do it, but I don't think you stopped yourself either. And that's why I never felt the need to help you not be hated by a lot of people. But I feel bad. I mean, I do. I feel bad.
It's great that you feel bad right here in this room, just, the two of us alone. Maybe if you felt bad publicly on the internet, then this could all be behind us.
Well, are you willing to admit even for a minute that maybe you inadvertently took them, or maybe you had some part of it? Maybe they got in your brain and you shat them out. Maybe it was inadvertent, but maybe it did happen. I shouldn't have come here, man.
Louis, do you want the tickets? Because I'm sure that honestly, I think that your daughter, I bet she's really nice. But you got a lot of nerve coming in here. I mean, I don't know. It's like I don't have kids, so I don't get it. But it must mean a lot for you to, come in here and do this. So, you want the tickets?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like the tickets.
How many?
2, please.
I
That's
need that.
good.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it a lot, seriously.
The one thing that, really just gets to me is the whole thing about people saying that I stole the joke about the itchy asshole, because I get an itchy asshole a lot. So for you to think that you're the only person who got an itchy asshole in America, I mean, that's bullshit,
You should try a natural laundry detergent.
What?
Well, see, I'm not sure because that's scripted
That's a
and on his
TV show. And so it's almost like that's the way that comedians would handle it if they want to maintain the illusion that everybody's just a good guy and there are no joke thieves. It's parallel thinking. We're all actually covering our own ass just in case the mob comes after us one day, making little outs and excuses.
In my mind, that was.
But that does make sense every once in a while.
Putting it out there, right? Remember, he wanted Louis C.K. to say, why don't you feel bad for this on the internet? Well, he was feeling bad for it on HBO or whatever it is. And he's like, will you admit for just a second that maybe, you did steal a joke? He phrased it differently. And he didn't. He actually just went silent and looked at his feed or something. I feel like those two, while it was scripted, and by the way, great acting for comedians. I feel like that is, there's probably a Dave Attell, Amy Schumer parallel in what we just watched. But she is this success machine blowing up right now, sucking in all kinds of garbage and money and jokes. And, she shat out a used joke.
I I don't see it that way. I see her as being a train that a bunch of people artificially fed coal into. Don't you love Amy Schumer? Do you love her now? Does she have a fan base yet? Does she have a big one to carry herself? And then, you know, when those teams aren't there to fully support her, and they're like, at the end of the day, you got to come up with a stand-up special for you to be marketable for us. You know, as we plaster you all over Netflix and try and bamboozle people into accidentally clicking on your special. Like, then she just wasn't able to get her own coal of jokes in there. So she kind of had to delve a little bit and scrimp from other areas. And the part that's damning with a couple of the jokes for stand-up, I don't watch her show, so I have no idea. And those are writers, so that's obviously more excusable in my eyes. Like, I feel like there's a lot more moving parts there, so I can understand the sketch show more than the stand-up. But it's happened so many times, and so many of them, she will follow a joke so formulaically. It won't be the same concept with a different conclusion, or maybe the same conclusion presented differently. It'll be almost copy-paste from an old Patrice O'Neill bit, for example, with almost like an intentionally changed aspect in order to make it different. You know, like, instead of her
much
saying,
like I did my book reports in 4th grade.
It's less funny.
Yes, but it's in a less funny manner.
It's less funny when she does it. It's like
That was
Patrice O'Neill already figured out the funny way to tell this joke. And the only way that you can retell it without just like showing up on a Google search when we fucking type your joke into it as the Patrice O'Neill joke was for you to alter it. And your alteration literally makes it less funny.
So when I was a kid, a little kid, encyclopedias were still a thing. That was before Wikipedia put them all out of business. And they'd say, like, do a report on Germany. And the World Book, which is what I had, they put it so well. And every variant that wasn't copying it word from word was making it slightly worse.
Inferior.
Yeah. And I was like, man, these people that wrote the encyclopedia, they really have a way with words. And every time I change the order or rephrase it in my 4th grade head, I make it suck. So I had to find this balance. I feel like that's what she's doing, maybe. You know, Patrice O'Neill, that's the answer key. How far do I want to diverge from the answer key and still get a decent grade?
Yeah, totally ruin her economy of words for the joke, where it's like, hey, for this joke to be funny, this point has to be made like boom, 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 real quick, like 3 quick words there. And she's like, well, I can't do that because that's kind of the tagline of Patrice's joke. I'll turn it into a phrase and lead them there instead of using these like quick little punchy things or whatever it is. I don't like. I understand more the show because I haven't seen it. Maybe I'll watch a clip of the show and be like, God damn, this is just a Chappelle skit, which wouldn't be surprising because he has excellent skits that people could rip off and just kind of vanilla eyes. But I don't know. You also it's easy to dislike her because you watch someone who's really not that funny being rocketed to a career and success almost despite public opinion, where most people just really don't think she's that funny. And then for that person to flagrantly steal jokes from the other comedians, especially like Dave Attell, someone who she's in interviews all the time being like, oh, I love Dave Attell. He's like my idol. It's like, well, then that's pretty shitty of you to do to him.
I don't view her through the same lens. Like you mentioned a couple times how she's been rocketed to success and thrust on us and stuff. I've never seen her show because I guess it's just not the things I watch. I watched her comedy special on Netflix. I made it about 2/3 through. It wasn't really my cup of tea. And but to me, I'm just like, oh yeah, Amy Schumer. She's okay. You know, I've watched other specials that I thought were way worse. I thought she was Trevor Noah funny. You know, like not knocking it out of the park or anything, but fine.
But still pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely rocketed to success. Her last year or the year before, whenever Trainwreck came out, was a massive fucking year. She was on every single talk show multiple times, from Stern to Conan O'Brien to the Tonight Show. She was everywhere multiple times, like getting booked anywhere she wanted to go, doing tons of press and doing tons of tours. Couple of TV shows, I think, right? And then multiple specials and then the movie. And yeah, she had a big year.
I mostly see YouTube, which limits my like exposure, you know, like, oh, is she on Conan? Yeah, I see Conan sometimes, probably like 5 minutes a month, you know, the ones that get big on YouTube. Same with Jimmy Fallon, same with MSNBC or Fox or whatever. I have a new topic. I don't know. Want to do an ad then, my topic?
Sure. Wait, what did Taylor have? What was there a thing before?
Yeah, I have a couple of conspiracy theories that I've been looking through. Some flat Earth. Hillary Clinton died a couple of years ago. A couple of good ones.
That one happened. That one's true.
I know. I plan to prove it.
Her soul has been dead long ago.
Since
Dollar Shave Club. It's no secret we love their razors. We always get a close, smooth shave, and you can't beat the convenience or the price. We used to choose between settling for a cheap bag of disposables or paying out the nose for a razor with a laser pointer and 17 blades. Awful. Then Dollar Shave Club broke onto the scene with a smarter choice. Before Dollar Shave Club, there was no middle ground. It was either save money and get a painful shave from disposable razors like the ones they give away at the gym, which felt like shaving with a piece of glass, or pay a fortune for the latest shave breakthrough, which you don't need, like laser chin detectors or 17 more blades. Dollar Shave Club is the best of both worlds. You get the premium shave quality at the disposable shave price. If you haven't tried Dollar Shave Club yet, you're missing out. It's an amazing shave at an affordable price. There's no smarter choice on the market, and right now they're offering, or they're giving away rather, a 1-month trial with any of their razors for $1. With free shipping. And after that, it's just a few bucks a month. There's no long-term commitments, no hidden fees, and you cancel anytime you want. Get your $1 trial at dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. That's dollarshaveclub.com/PKA.
Good stuff. I'm a genuine
Excellent
customer of them, and that's what we like.
Big fan.
And I don't know, all the things they say about the bad experiences when you don't use them, that's what drove us to it. Like I don't know. It should have been just because I'm loyal to PKA and I support our sponsors, but it was actually because their product
It's
was
a
the
high-quality
best.
product.
Yeah. Anyway.
Do you have another
And
one?
now,
Tyler?
Movement watches. The past few months, we've been working a lot with Movement watches. We love them. You guys love them, so I asked myself, why do I only have one? You see, Movement offers different color bands, different faces, and different styles for each of their watches. Movement watches start at just $95. So do some quick math. You could have a couple of Movement watches, and it would still be a better deal than having just one of those department store watches. Get a blue and a white one. Maybe sandstone is your thing. Whatever your style, Movement has a watch and bands to match for every outfit in your arsenal. There's no hassles. Just order online with free shipping, free returns, and a 24-month warranty. So join their more than 1 million social media followers and get a Movement watch today. Go to mvmtwatches.com/PKA today, and they'll give you 15% off your entire purchase. mvmtwatches.com/PKA. Yeah, they're great watches. Woody always talks about they've got some heft to them. They don't feel like a silly little cheap watch, and they look very nice.
Exactly.
15% off of $95, whatever that comes to.
There's no better deal than that, and you're a fool if you don't take advantage of it. So
There it is.
definitely look into Movement watches.
I've been doing all the
MVMT.
topics. I think
I've got a couple of conspiracy theories. So honestly, like, you know, the one that people go to as a joke when they try and do that thing where they reference a ridiculous, like the Jesse Ventura, Alex Jones of, oh, I don't believe this ridiculous conspiracy theory, so lend this one more credence. The one they always make fun of is Flat Earth. And I was never 100% sure if this was an actual movement of people or if this was like a satirical website where it's like joking around, making obvious scientific faux pas. It is not, from what I can tell, because this is a huge amount of work and research for a joke. And so I don't think it is. I'm going to link you to the website right now, and you can just take a peek through on the homepage. It tells you, so basically their entire shtick is they believe that the entire globally agreed upon fact, or rather theory, that the Earth is round is being propagated by scientists and being propagated by educators who are intentionally robbing people of the information of this flat Earth for some reason, or they're just so bought into the conspiracy themselves with all this evidence in science that they just believe it, I guess. So they think that the world exists, almost picture it like a frying pan, and they describe the whole world being flat. I was looking through their geology part, and there's just still a crust of the Earth, apparently, which means there are layers. I have no fucking idea how that could work with a flat Earth. Who knows how flat it is? Like, is this deep dish Earth? Is this thin crust Earth? Nobody knows. But it's that, and then they explain the Arctic Circle, because, you know, if you fold out the world, you see ice on both sides. They call that the ice wall, because in their heads, we live in in Westeros, where if you go too far south or too far north, you come upon an enormous ice wall. And they have all these theories about why the ice wall formed and what might lie beyond. And it is pants on head, dude, retarded.
I wish it were true. If there were an ice wall somewhere and some mysteries beyond it, that would give my life new purpose. I'd be like, well, first we got to figure out how to drive a snowcat, right? And then we're going to need some firepower. Like I'd want to go to the wall. I'd want to know about this.
And did you know that the sun revolves around the earth?
I did.
Yes, I read the Bible.
The sun revolves around the earth, and it's even dumber than what the Greeks thought back then with their, Eurocentric or whatever, not Eurocentric, geocentric model of the universe. It's even dumber than that, because even Sophocles and whoever the fuck were just taking their best guesses. They were like, hey, the sun's out there. We got to make these planets do all these wiggly, weird lines in order for the rotation or the revolutions to make sense. But the sun, that's in the middle, and it shines light around the whole solar system. That's what they thought. These people went a step dumber. They think the sun is like a flashlight. They literally describe it as a lighthouse, that the sun is only capable of giving light in a circular path, which explains why there's only light on certain parts of the day at certain times. And it is baffling. They think the planets are super, super tiny, and they don't think that the stars are actually stars. They think using Occam's razor, it's a page on their website that using Occam's razor, is it more likely that these are stars of immense magnitude, or rather that they're dots of light in the sky? Obviously, mysterious dots of light in the sky emerges victorious in that little hypothetical bout. But like this is actual mental illness, if you can believe this.
One of the things I really want to do, next time I get clear weather, I want to fly up just a mile high, right? Just like 6,000 feet or so, and see if I can see the curvature of the Earth at all.
They've explained that too. That these flat Earth guys explained that as well.
Yes,
you can see that from
the
aircraft.
boat experience. So the way it's all based on some scientist from the 1800s who was, obviously everybody by that hundreds of years ago, everybody knew the Earth was round, and he was like, I'm going to check the curvature. And so he had someone in a sailboat on a 6-mile long stretch of still water apparently, and there was a 5-foot pole on the boat, and he got near the ground about 8 inches from the ground and put a telescope there or whatever to keep it in his sight. And he was saying, all right, as this thing gets to the other end of this 6-mile pond, I won't be able to see it because the Earth will have, eclipsed the top of that beam. And lo and behold, he saw it the entire way through. And so he assumed, or rather drew the firm conclusion that he refused to step down on, that the Earth was entirely flat because of that experiment. Like, it took me 3 seconds just to hit back and then go to the second result on Google to have someone being like, this is actually known as water refraction, whatever the hell, and it is indeed on the other side of the world, but the refraction off the water, especially if it's that still and from that distance with that technology of vision, could make it look as though it's still fully there. And it's just baffling that they still cite that study. That guy is their king. Like the guy who put a fucking 5-foot pole on a boat and sent his buddy 6 miles down a still lake.
I want to see it for myself, though. That's something I don't know. I can tell you this. At 2,000 feet, I can't see the curvature of the Earth. I've been at 3, but I don't know that. I've looked carefully at 2. I want to go to 6 and just be like, all right, I've got all the time in the world. I have all the visibility of a, chair in the sky. Can I see it? I get to, make my own rules and look for as long as I want to. And I want to take a look and see if I can see the curvature of the Earth. That would be a neat thing to me.
We've been in jetliners plenty of times.
But there's a difference, like looking out that double fucking window with the frost and the humidity and between the panes, and it's definitely not the same as a chair hanging from a wing.
Those are intentionally made convex, by the way, to give the illusion of a round Earth as you're looking out of the aircraft.
Yeah, I read that. I read that on a website.
I don't doubt it. I hate airlines as well.
Dr. Samly Robotham over there.
Samly Robotham.
That's his name. That's the guy who put the boat out in the lake or whatever. Yeah.
There's
lots of YouTube videos
from a plane. Like,
I don't know. You can see it.
Can you see it from a plane?
I believe that you can. I've thought that I've seen it before. But for all I know, there's some optical illusion that's created. Someone who maybe knows better will be like, oh no, at 35,000 you can't see it. That's an optical illusion caused by refraction of light in the Earth's atmosphere. And I'd be like, oh okay.
I don't think I've ever.
But it's still round though, right?
Like I've looked at stuff, right? Like, hey, we're passing over the Grand Canyon, or isn't this cool? But I don't know that I've studied the horizon for a curve from a
this passage here. This is how they explain circumnavigation. This is the first sentence. The flat Earth is laid out like the United Nations logo. The North Pole is at the center, while Antarctica is at the rim. The continents are spread out around the North Pole. So he sees it in really what is technically not the wrong way to look at the world. If you just looked at the map differently and folded it up, the only difference is this man thinks that that is the shape that you could if you were a giant, you could step across them like rocks in a garden.
Except the thing about there's no ice wall, right? So if I headed to the edge where they say the ice wall is, I could come out the other side.
Yeah, you could see. This is okay. Circumnavigation on a flat Earth is achieved because of a compass east and west are always at right angles to north. Thus, traveling eastwards continuously takes you in a circle around the North Pole. East and west are curved. North.
That's not how that shit fucking works, bro.
I know. But wait,
draw a straight line with your hand.
Kyle,
do that real quick. It doesn't curve.
Let me read one more sentence and it will clarify. North is hubwards, south is rimwards, east is turnwise, and west is widdershins. And so
that clears it up.
I'm just reading what they wrote.
Those are fake words.
These are made up words meant to tell you that you can't. Literally, that excuse right there is you can't go that way to go around the Earth because that way is east, which means you need to go that way. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
But all you gotta do is be like, no, I'm not going east. I don't care what direction you call it. I'm going that fucking way.
These are real words. I just didn't know them.
Yeah.
I thought when Taylor said widdershins wasn't a real word, I thought he might actually be telling the truth. It's a direction contrary to the sun's course, considered as unlucky counterclockwise.
They're using words from a time when we thought the world was flat. Is how far they've had to go back because we learned that widdershins doesn't make any goddamn sense. If your garment told you to take to head widdershins, towards exit 60, you'd be like, what in God's name is happening? This bitch has lost her mind. They answered this question. How did they know? They must get these a lot. Traveling in a straight line. Can't we just circumnavigate the Earth by traveling in a straight line without a navigational aid? Answer. It is not possible to travel in a perfectly straight line for very long without a navigational aid. It is not even possible to drive down a long length of highway without turning the steering wheel left or right. Get in a car and see if you can drive down a long stretch of highway without turning the wheel left or right. It is a near impossible thing to do. And when it comes to planes, ships, helicopters, no craft has the ability of traveling in a perfectly straight line without the operator adjusting the craft without regards to visual terrain, compass readings, or what have you. When one navigates, hands-on control is paramount. You wouldn't find a ship captain in New York pointing his vessel in the direction of London, turning on cruise control, and then taking a 3-week nap. This doesn't answer the question. No. Yes, you absolutely straight line. And if you did derivate a little bit, it shouldn't matter because you're still going towards the edge because it's a circle, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't matter a bit. And what about autopilot and GPS and the pictures of the Earth from the fucking space and all that stuff? These guys are we're looking at how crazy these guys are. I just realized something. They're not that much more kooky than people who believe the Bible as fact, though, because they have some pretty similar things that they believe that can also be very easily disproven. And you're like, oh yeah, just go. What's that word? Widdershins. Go widdershins and tithe. Do that too. I don't know. This is bizarre though because there's so much science that we got pictures of the Earth from space.
This is like a whole new level of willful ignorance because it's like they're using science. When you see in an old science or a current science textbook, you'll see this is the heliocentric model of the solar system. This is the geocentric model. If you look at the geocentric one, there's tons of weird patterns that the planets have to go around in order to explain how we see them. That's the model they use as their example. The one they use in science books to explain how it wouldn't possibly work to have a flat Earth. And
they're using that.
Baffling.
Yeah. And then just there's a lot of reasons. Whenever someone's taught, I don't know what the correct truth to stand on is when you're trying to get somebody to see right. But I just remember my mom telling me one time how old the Earth was, and she was a little off. And and I was like, well, Mom, think about this, all right? We look up and we see those stars, right? God made those. It's written right in there, heaven and earth. You can't go. It says it. Don't go back on that. He made those things, right? But they're so far away that it takes tens of thousands of years in some case for their light to reach us. So this all had to have been here. That star had to have been there for tens of thousands of years, or we couldn't see it. The light wouldn't have gotten here yet. So how can you stand on that little ledge you're standing on over there where you believe that this is all 6,000 years old? But that's never the way to approach it. I feel like she immediately would go to light. How do we know how fast light is? And right? I'm like, do we have to go to Einstein?
Well, when he started the star, he also did the ray of light that made its way here.
Oh, he just stretched it out.
Yeah, he made the star and the ray of light so that it was here right away. He made you not wait for it.
But what? All right, but here's the issue with that, because that light is stretched out like that. As we're fed that delayed light, we're seeing different things. Things are happening over a course of time. You know what I mean? Like it's not as if you just turned on a flashlight and then stretched the beam out to Earth. You turned that star on, and then over the course of tens of thousands of years, like all kinds of clouds of ionized gas and planets went between the telescope and a star that's out there. Like things are happening. Like that light is being altered like throughout history along its path, and you can see that as you watch it.
I hear you, bullshit. But if you have a real believer, they could be like, "Yeah, that was just all laid out there." I think, and I want to put words.
Well, if they believe that, then you have to come to the conclusion that God is fooling us on purpose.
Yes, yeah, sure. Because okay, so here's the thing. I hope I have this right. You have a organism like a bone or something, and it has carbon in it, and then that carbon decays, right? It leaves the bone at a predictable rate. So we can look at a bone and say, it's got this much carbon. It must be this old, right? That's what carbon dating is, if I'm explaining right. Yeah. So how is the Earth 6,000 years old when we have carbon dating proof that, dinosaurs were here, 20 million years ago? Whatever.
There's no response to it, but that's not true.
Oh, you don't understand.
That's not true.
God laid all the stuff out there as a giant scavenger hunt for humans' benefit, and some of the bones that he put in place there were halfway carbon decayed. Is because that's the way he made it from the get go. It's just a big old scavenger hunt of bones underground.
I would throw if I were God, I'd throw at least a couple dinosaurs out there, like still rotting. Just to baffle people. What the fuck? This one's still bleeding.
I put in a unicorn. One unicorn, one mermaid. That'll fuck with them.
That stuff's really frustrating because as long as there's that much of the population that believes things like that, we're so far away from getting to that Star Trek utopia, right? Like in Star Trek, there's no ignorance like that. There's no like even if you go to the dumbest of dumb people, they're still flying around in spaceships. They might have some bad ideas, but they've gotten past the whole believing that their planet's flat and sacrificing things to an omnipotent being and all that.
Because it's so cultural and accepted in certain brands of Christianity that the Earth is 6,000 years old, you've kind of been desensitized to it. So if someone actually believes that, you're not actually like, oh, wow, do you make your own fire at night and hunt for your food, you ancient Philistine? You don't do that. But with this flat Earth thing, it's so rare. And I think it's objectively dumber than the 6,000-year Earth thing. Both are so dumb, it's difficult. But the 6,000-year Earth thing, at least you have history as plausible deniability, which is the thing that Scientologists don't have. Your religion isn't old enough for people to have bought into it and have been raised in it. And so obviously when you say that Xenu is coming back, it's like, whoa, we haven't had hundreds of years to slowly kind of nibble on this and make it normal. So hard pass. Joseph Smith got in. He was late in the religion starting business, but goddamn, if he got there 3 weeks later, they would have figured it out because someone would have had a cotton gin and they would have been like, get out of here with your bullshit.
You say that, but then look at Scientology, but that's I bet Joseph Smith could show up right fucking now. And you could just you play a YouTube video, and he's got his hat. He's got a top hat there, and there's some gold light emanating it from it, like that briefcase in Pulp Fiction. And he's like, so, this afternoon I was in upstate New York, and an angel came down. His name was Moroni, and he led me to these clink, clink, clink golden tablets. Yep, Lost Gospel of Jesus Christ. Let me tell you what it's all about. And he'd get some followers, right?
You'd get some, but, I mean, even only Jesus could only get 12. Think about that.
Oh, those are disciples, though. There's a big difference between disciples and followers.
That's fair. Yeah, he did seem to pack the house no matter where he went.
I feel like he got much bigger after his death.
Yeah.
Do you think that if they had not put Jesus to death, that Christianity would have been what it is? I think it would have fizzled out and not been a thing.
You think Nirvana would still be making good music? 0% chance. It was probably the best thing for him that Jesus died around that same age.
Because I mean, you look at.
You know? Oh my God, this happened like 25 years ago. Who cares? Like,
I wasn't throwing stones.
I'm just saying that, you know,
Do you think
Jesus
there's a
dying.
conspiracy theory. A lot of people believe that Courtney Love fucking killed Kurt Cobain.
Do you know the details of that? Could you explain it to me if you know him a bit?
I don't know the details well, but I've read stuff about bleach being on his body when he was found or something like that. Like some evidence had been taken away, and I guess he shot himself with a 12 gauge or something like that, right? And there's a suicide note that he had left, like, you know, and it's pretty praising of Courtney Love. And at least that's the way I remember all of this. I don't know enough about that to talk about it, though. I don't even know enough Nirvana music to fucking care. Like,
Well,
guy seemed like he was pretty. I mean, you listen to the music. The guy was pretty fucking depressed. I wouldn't put it past him. That's kind of my stance on it. I saw some good conspiracy theories earlier on here. I'm trying to let's see.
I mean, I've got. Do you remember watching the Berenstein Bears as a kid?
About the one that says the CIA created HIV to target blacks and homosexuals.
I've heard of that one before. Seems difficult.
I don't know.
Seems like it'd be very hard.
How does
to
it
pull
target black people? I guess it does in Africa.
Because the theory is that they exposed homosexuals and blacks to it purposefully via blood transfusions.
Yeah, that's another one where it's just too many people involved. How many transfusionists or profusionists or whoever runs those machines is gonna, or nurses are just gonna, I don't know. Unless they have like bags of blood that say, "Don't you use that O positive on a white man." Why? They're all the same, right? Totally. Just trust me. Don't do that. It has a big H period I period V on it.
I know that in Africa, black people have it a lot. In America, are black people disproportionately hit with AIDS and HIV?
I don't think so. I have no fucking clue.
I thought that they were. I read that a lot. Maybe that's just
if there's a conspiracy. Maybe that kind of happens to be.
That could be racism itself. That, you know, the idea that blacks are have HIV more often. But I've read it plenty of times, and I've heard it.
And the Africa point doesn't make sense because this is a conspiracy about the U.S. government, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, but they did it here.
That's what I'm saying. Is that like the African comparison wouldn't work because this is about a U.S. government program?
Yeah, they are. It turns out that half of the people who are diagnosed with HIV in America are black, and I don't know the percentage of black people in America, but I think
it's like 15 or 20% or something.
13%.
13%.
So they are definitely overrepresented.
Several times more likely. Here's an interesting one I just found, that the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami was actually a nuclear test conducted by India, in which the United States took some part.
Whoa. Wait. Okay, this is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost bought in right away. Okay. I almost read this like it was a fact. I'm like, oh my God. How did this not trend on Twitter or something? You know?
Right?
Oh,
it beat you to it. Yeah.
That's why I didn't trend.
What is this one?
It's the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami were actually a nuclear test conducted by the country of India with the cooperation of the United States and other allies. Ooh. That went wrong.
I'm having trouble finding their evidence for this.
Okay.
Yeah, and also I just don't know what I'm talking about. Like what is the strength of a nuke compared to an earthquake? Like, you know, I feel like if we took one of our biggest nukes and set it off underground, it would rustle the ground in a way that does not compare to the Japan security cam shaking shelves that I'm used to.
You're dealing with an amateur nuclear geologist. And my theory is that perhaps what if India set this device off underwater or underground, and that shifted a fault line and made a fault line that was already just stressing against each other, one side under the other, trying to lift up. Maybe that nuke loosened that up, and the tectonic plate moves up, lifts that gigantic mass of water, and creates the tsunami.
I wonder if
Man,
there's
yeah.
some sort of weaponization that could be done that way, right? Like, for all I know, between tectonic plates in the ocean, there's a big old Grand Canyon under the water. And all you got to do is nuke that area because it's begging to shift anyway.
Oh, no. Have you seen The Abyss? We'll get into big trouble if we do that.
The Mariana Trench.
If you ever watch The Abyss, there's aliens living down there, and they'll end us all.
There's like that is
well, that is
like
a
if you're gonna nuke somebody, just save everyone the trouble and just drop it on the city itself, because if you're futzing around with ocean trenches, blowing shit up with nukes, like that's not like if that goes wrong, it could be like, oh shit, oh fuck, the planet's ruined, guys. Oh no, you can't just buy credits to fix this one, Leonardo. I'm so sorry. Like no, what if you just fuck everything?
Or much
just
more
destroy
likely,
one city,
it just
like
doesn't
an adult.
fucking work at all. Like, why did we listen to General Rube Goldberg, who thought that you should blow up an ocean
that's the last
to create an earthquake, to create a tsunami, to take out the nuke plant, to make the nuke plant go, and like, why don't we just bomb them?
Now we're playing bluefin prices for Yellowtail, goddamn.
Suddenly we're playing Mousetrap and Global Thermal Nuclear Mousetrap, hoping that we can win a war.
Horrible. I mean, anything's possible in Trump's America, but I just don't think that is a good idea in the trench. Maybe just bomb a normal city like an adult. Man, these are interesting conspiracy theories. Like I really don't read about them too much. Oh,
So there's the fluoride in the water thing, of course. There's things like if you go back to, you ever hear of the Philadelphia experiment?
I have not. I've heard of the
The
fluoride.
U.S. Navy warship. That there was this experiment to perhaps render a U.S. warship invisible, and allegedly, the evidence behind it, if I remember correctly, had something to do with like the ship was at one naval base and then it was at another overnight, like it had warped somewhere, and there were claims that the sailors' bodies were like transposed like into the walls and into the bulkheads, like they were half inside of the ship and half not because it had shifted.
What is this like
Yes.
hundreds of years ago in Philadelphia?
No.
Or is it 2012?
Here, I'll link you to. Here, let me.
Okay, because this is a very old timesy conspiracy theory, and frankly, if this is like a 2008 one, then this is ridiculous.
This is an X-Files. There's an X-Files based around this too. The experiment was allegedly based on the aspect of some unified field theory, a term coined by Albert Einstein to describe a class of potential theories. Such theories would aim to describe mathematical. Good God, how wordy are you? Get to it.
I think people in Philly have just been hit by maybe one too many batteries or heavy light-up bracelets. And now
Okay, here's the origins of the story. In 1955, Morris K. Jessup, an astronomer and former graduate-level researcher, published The Case for the UFO, a book about unidentified flying objects that described theories about different means of propulsion and flying saucer-style UFOs might use, anti-gravity technology, electromagnetism. Good God, how is this the origin? That doesn't seem to be the origin at all.
I don't understand.
But yeah, I like conspiracy theories. I want to know more about the people who believe that they're reptilians. Have you ever seen that movie They Live?
I haven't, but that's a conspiracy theory that I have a difficult time believing that anyone who's not joking around, genuinely crazy believes. Like that's one that it's even dumber than flat Earth, and that is
it's
a
not.
fucking feat.
It absolutely is not.
It is.
Which one is this?
No.
Lizard
Reptilians.
men?
Lizard men.
Oh, really? You don't think that's
it's so stupid. Oh, it's so fucking stupid. The reptiles we have don't even have anything more than the most primitive little hindbrain in there. All they know how to do is
How do you know?
eat, sleep, shit, because they've done brain
I
analysis
could think
on
of at
reptiles.
least two different scenarios in which we could have intelligent lizard men like posing as one of us and controlling our government with little puppet strings, and to be much more likely than a flat fucking Earth. What if some like reptiles lived underground since the fucking extinction of the dinosaurs and they evolved to be lizard people?
How would they
You
live
flip the
underground?
script,
Or
and we were all
stacks.
lizard people. If we were lizard people, if we had evolved from lizards, and there was a theory about monkey men and how the monkey men are really pulling all the strings, you might also say, well, maybe a monkey could evolve into an intelligent person. And you're like, no, monkeys are fucking stupid. Look at a monkey. He's throwing his shit, Bill. Like,
No, he's learning to use tools. Quick question: do lizard men that live underground, are they also cold-blooded like all other reptiles?
I believe that they've been gaining their.
Then it's bunk. Then it's
I
bunk.
believe they've been gaining their heat source deep under the ground near
That's
the,
not how it works.
from yeah, absolutely, the hot, bright rocks, fueling their cold blood.
These are totally slee stacks.
Yeah, they are slee stacks. That's what it would be. They're literally slee stacks. Yeah, or maybe it's aliens, right? Maybe it's some intelligent reptilian alien beings who have shown up, and they're setting up shop as their own thing and making us believe.
What was that TV show called with slee stacks? I feel like, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Was that what it was?
I think Slee Stacks was a Time Machine by Jules Verne, right?
For me, it's a TV show I saw as a kid. I don't know how to spell slee stack.
Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Flat Earth is so dumb, but this beats it. Like it'll be hard to find one dumber than this, I think.
Land of the Lost. There was a TV show called Land of the Lost. Yes.
I thought
Slee Stacks? What are you guys saying?
There was a TV show before you were born, and there were reptiles that live under Earth, intelligent ones. They were slee stacks, and they found warmth by glowing rocks. And it sounded like Kyle had maybe seen it too.
Air date 1974. Yes, a couple of years before I was around.
Yeah, that's even. I mean, I guess I was one, but I think I was watching reruns from my memory.
No,
this is.
So what it is in the Time Machine? It's the Morlocks, not the Slee Stacks, but they also live under the ground, and they come up and they like capture the Eloi, which is like those peaceful people who live on the top, and they take them down and eat them. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I challenge you to find one worse than lizard men, because
Flat Earth.
You know what though? I'll tell you what.
Exists, and it looks flat if you're retarded.
Lizard men is retarded. I'll grant you that. Flat Earth is retarded. I'll grant Kyle that. I find young Earth to be just as retarded as those other two, and it's widely believed by Christians.
Yeah. The thing about it is, like we're so dependent on what we see on what's been provided to us through books and word of mouth and the internet and stuff, that like you could easily envision like a Rick and Morty style scenario where this is just being fed to us to like see if maybe we live in a completely different reality and we're some kind of fucking experiment where they're like, yeah, let's put a baby in this VR thing and we'll make it think it lives in this weird universe where all this is true. Anything could be true.
Yeah, I mean, that's the computer simulation conspiracy theory.
I went so far down that rabbit hole the other night after like researching quantum mechanics for a while. Like I watched like 8 quantum mechanics videos, and then I started like talking about how we could live in a simulation based on like what I had just learned. And then I was like, I guarantee you, if we start Googling this, there's a huge group of people who believe we're in a simulation. And then I saw Elon Musk is one of them.
Joe Rogan.
And they start going through
working out. Like,
start going through all of the
just
the evidence.
Because you live in a computer simulation doesn't mean that you're not getting results from your efforts and stuff. Like if you found out that this really was a computer simulation, but fake old Taylor will enjoy it more if he puts full effort into it, you might do it.
I don't think
you're a non-playable character though in this scenario. We all are, perhaps. I think that is just as likely as what we actually accept to be reality, is that we're all fucking non-playable characters in a big simulation somewhere that some other intelligent being is using as a model to find out what would happen if this happened or what would happen if that happened, or it's just a big video game. And maybe there are people in here who we call lizard men, or throughout time we've called vampires or ghosts or monsters, who are actually just the players. They're the playable characters who are like jumping into Earth game and just running around. So maybe when you hear about some maniac who like stabbed a bunch of children in China at a bunch of handicapped children, like that was just some guy going ape shit on the game. He scored 10,000 points. Like maybe that explains some of the weird stuff.
Yeah, I think this is most likely just a big universe that we live in. That's my.
I think it's. I'm gonna bet on reality being real and the universe being extant, but this. Like, that's not as stupid as Flat Earth. The simulation thing is about an echelon above the Flat Earth stupid.
I disagree, and if you look at the evidence and you watch enough YouTube videos, I think you'll start buying in. And these are not.
I'm already convinced.
These are not kooky YouTube videos, all right? Like these are.
Yes, they are. Don't lie to me. Is it going to be some wizened old professor sitting there? Yes, I've been at Oxford for 41 years, and it's time to come forward with my fight.
Absolutely. Quantum mechanics takes a big part of it. There's a lot of science in it, and there's a lot of measurable stuff.
Okay, well then maybe you're
the computer simulation stuff. I think I spit on myself. Is the new God. right? It's like, all right, there are a lot of things that we don't fully understand, but it can be explained by this like ununderstandable tech. And now we're a computer simulation, and that plugs all the holes in our knowledge that we had before. But then as time progresses, we will start figuring out that we're not in a computer simulation, just as we figured out that a lot of that God shit was bullshit as well.
I think that it started when they started noticing like some of the stuff in quantum mechanics and some of the stuff in like the laws of physics don't really mesh with one another. That some weird stuff is happening when they're firing those fucking electrons and observing them.
I hear you, but I'm still stuck on this idea that like we'll start figuring it out. You know, like, oh yeah, gravity didn't make any sense because why is gravity suspended in water, right? Why doesn't gravity work in water? Clearly doesn't. And you know, like, oh right, now we've got it figured out, density, etc.
Well, if for those of you who are listening, watch a couple of YouTube videos. Just search like, do we live in a simulation? Is the universe a simulation? And you'll see it's not very kooky at all. It's very fascinating though. It's I don't think it belongs with the conspiracy theories. It's a decent theory for existence, I think.
No,
as good as like, oh well, everything just condensed down to one tiny point and then exploded and there was a big bang and we all are.
No, because one of them is infinitely more complex than the other. One of them would require that everything is collapsed and that all matter expanded in the physical universe. The other one would mean that all of this that we live in is actually preempted by an infinitely complex being or society that
it
had
doesn't have to be infinitely complex because we already have computer models that can simulate parts of our own universe where stars are created and planets coalesce and dust clouds become stars. Like we've already created simulations of part of our own universe. And what's the law about the computing technology?
Moore's law, the one that doubles.
Yeah. So when you apply that, like we don't have to get much more advanced.
It's already failing, isn't it?
Yes, but it's, you know.
With quantum, didn't IBM say they're going to make quantum computers in like 2 years or something?
They wouldn't lie about that.
They actually started a whole business division around computers they can't make yet. Like it's a really
what does
interesting
quantum
move.
computing mean?
Oh my gosh, I'm so far out of my depth, but it has something to do with like massively parallel computing, having to do with organizing at a quantum level the structure of stuff. And again, I'm not explaining this. Go ahead.
Atomically reorganizing stuff.
Isn't it something about with a microchip you have to have like actual like transistors and stuff, pieces of metal, and at some point they just can't be made smaller, and that the way the quantum computer works is it's actually using either atoms or electrons in like a 1-0 type positional thing to compute. It seems
I always thought it was the same as regular coding, but you wear a wizard hat and cape.
My bad, you're right. That is how it works.
That's what it is. No, that would be really cool, but also horrifying
right?
if you found
electrons or atoms.
Your thing's right, not the wizard hat thing. That was not right.
No, I was saying the wizard hat. If you go by me, I was being a goof.
Like, if it were true, what would you think? Like, Kyle, tomorrow somebody comes out there and they're like, we have definitive proof that you are a simulation in this, and here is your code. Like, this is code for Kyle. Like, what would change about your life? Would you just be like, that's interesting, or would you go crazy? I feel like I'd go kind of crazy.
No, and I think this is something that Christians don't understand sometimes. This is something that they say, like, oh, you don't believe in God? Then if I didn't believe in God, well, what would I do? I'd have nothing to guide me, no moral compass. Maybe I'd go rape a bunch of people or smoke a bunch of the devil's cabbage, some of that marijuanas. Like, that's all your problem is you have no moral compass.
I like the plural on marijuanas. That was perfect.
Yeah. like that's not the case at all. Like I don't believe that there's a God. I don't believe there's any judgment for anything I do here afterwards at all. And I think that you should really make the best of what time we have here, because this is almost certainly it. And when I think of those like very low percentage possibilities for like this could be after or this could be after, sure, there's like I can think of a dozen things that might exist after this, and they all involve some crazy Matrix stuff. We're in a simulation and they're gonna wake me up or something. But by and large, almost certainly, this is fucking it. And yet I don't go fucking like steal or kill or rape or pillage or anything like that. I still conduct myself, based on a set of morals that I have and that have been instilled in me and that society deems correct. You know, because it's just what you do. So if someone came down for me, some Bixby came down and he's like, sir, you've been in here for 30 years now. Like when are you going to come back out to the real world? It's been almost 2.5 hours in our time. I'd be like, well, I guess I'd pull the fucking plug. Well, I'd stay here long enough to set a few things right, and then I'd let Bixby take me out. The point
is that you would end up going crazy. You do something.
If Bixby comes down and he says, sir, you got to come back out to the real world. You've been here for over 3.5 hours. I'm like, oh, let me tie up a few loose ends first. And I do go a little crazy. But if I have to stay here, like if I live in a simulation and that's just my reality, there's no way to like pull the plug and escape, then tomorrow's a new day, right? Like just keep going.
Yeah.
Maybe kill yourself. Might kill myself.
I don't know. That's risky. I'm going to watch someone else do it first just to see how that pans out.
Kill themselves?
See, if they get, like, in the simulation.
Well, you're in a simulation. They just fall over dead while you're there. Like, maybe like, ooh, 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 like in some alternate plane, but you won't know anything about it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
This doesn't sound like a fun scenario at all. It sounds horrifying.
It's just, the reality isn't much more fun, is it? That you're going to get eaten by maggots in about 50 years.
Yeah, but you just don't think about that. I
do every day.
A lot? Do you dwell on that a lot?
No, I don't dwell on that at all. But I think that, what I do think about is, and I'm sure this is something that humans have done throughout their existence, is, oh man, in 50 years, like those would be cool days to live in. You always look ahead at the things that are coming and the things that are about to happen. And you're like, oh, I would like to be part of that. I keep hearing about, a mission to Mars or a mission to this planet, and interstellar travel is eventually going to be at our fingertips, as long as we don't blow ourselves up. So I feel like we're at a time and point where at least we're satiated. We don't have to worry about beasts eating us or being enslaved by like a rival tribe. You don't really have to worry about some like new virulent plague just sweeping into the village and cleaning out your whole family.
We don't have to worry about that. A lot of places still do.
We've talked about those people before. We're talking about us, all right? Those are the NPCs as far as I'm concerned. Like those are the real NPCs.
That's the guy that you just go and steal his minerals and run away and make yourself your leather straps and your iron daggers.
Land clean so they can enjoy it. That's what I say. All that dirty uranium they've got and silver and gold. Yeah, we've been doing that for forever.
Yep. Well, and then when the computers are done, you ship them over to India or Cambodia or something, and they break them all down, and then some little kid's hands has to pick out all the metal bits. Have you watched those videos on YouTube?
Yeah.
The beginning of it is very sad, but it rounds out like a how it's made video, because then they show you like how like the gold bars are made, and so it starts off very depressing, but then by the end of it, you're like, that's a pretty cool machine.
Yeah, but someone will get rich in the end. Not those children, of course, but
no, they can't. Most of them can't afford shoes.
Yeah, but someone will get rich, and that's the happy part.
Meanwhile, those kids are all getting like heavy metal poisoning from handling all those components with their tips.
Or they're wearing their one pair of Toms they got 9 years ago with no sole, just like a bed skirt over their little feet.
What is the company that sends an extra like pair of shoes to?
That's the one. Yeah.
Is it Toms?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I thought there was another.
An extra pair of horrible shoes. Horrible, ugly shoes.
New topic? Or do you have something, Kyle? Do you want to keep going?
No, I was just going to say we had that eyeglass sponsor that time who would, I think whenever you bought a pair, they sent the pair to get a need or something.
Yeah. I am in the midst of paramotor drama. Is this interesting?
Like flight battles? What's going on?
So I uploaded a video a few days ago. And I'm sure you guys didn't see it. It was a 40-minute long review of my paramotor. It was, and I opened it up with like, "Hey, this is who I am." Right? I've got like a little less than 50 hours like flight time, and about 30 of them are on this paramotor. This is what I think of it. And there's a paramotor Facebook group where like everybody hangs out. That's like most
real hard asses of paramotoring.
Yeah, like most
the movers and shakers of the
trendsetters.
Kite.
Most groups seem to have a forum, right? If you were into motorcycles, there'd be some forum about your motorcycle or whatever. Well, on Paramotor World, it's a Facebook group. And this guy tore me a new one, right? Like I'd never heard of him before. I never like conversed with him. And he wrote, "Typical Yankee misspelled. Talks without knowledge, 2 exclamation points. Come back after 5 hours and talk, 2 more exclamation points. How can people believe this guy's a novice? Okay, he's blurting out about his own experience, but hey man, listen to a pro rather than a blue boy. 2 more exclamation points. No disrespect.
Blue
2
boy.
more.
It's a blue boy.
I don't know.
like
I
a fly
assume
boy.
it's a Yankee.
No. A Yankee.
There's a total of
You're
8
from the
exclamation
north.
points. In his head, I think he's British or something. His is a lot
He
of
didn't call you a colonialist.
Because I was saying this is a Southern guy who doesn't like a Northern
No,
guy.
No,
he
no,
went to
nobody
high
calls
school
American-
in the UK. That much I know by clicking on his profile.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. Now I'm picturing him more clearly then.
I've never
Yeah.
met a single person in the South who referred to people in the North as Yankees. I've only heard that from people from England and Europe. Nobody says Yankee here at all.
Some people do in the South. Like, Kyle,
never
you've seen it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been called a Yankee before. Or sometimes if people ask me where I'm from, even though I lived here 18 years now, I'm like Jersey, and they're like, like,
Or I've even heard like my dad's friends have a friend who's from Maryland or something,
Uh-huh.
and they just call him Yank. You know, that's his nickname now. It's like a term of endearment. I think they started out, giving him shit for his accent and his weird ways, and now he's part of the crowd.
I try to explain. I've lived here 18 years. I have 2 anchor babies. Still a Yankee. Like it, you just can't get past it. But yeah,
anyway, sorry. So he called you a blue boy,
He
which
was
means you
in
don't know
North
how to
Carolina
fly.
soon.
yeah. So this guy really tore me a new one, and it seems like most of the forum has jumped to my defense. But all day long, just like popping back and forth, and he would write more. I can show you. Like he didn't stop there. He writes, after 50 hours, he's an expert. You're right. There is crap, and people should not take any of this. Like
This guy is very upset by the prospect that you consider yourself decent at flying.
I
your
don't
paramotor.
like, dude. The if you watch the video, it opens up with like, hey, like here's where I am. I've got 50 hours of flying. This is what I think of this paramotor so far. Like, and I even say like the opening section is who I am, so people have an idea of like what this reference is, and the I don't know if I say it outright, but the unspoken thing is like, look, I'm not, a professional pilot here. I've got 1 year, and this is, so now you know who you're getting your information from. I say that, and he goes off on me all day long.
Does he fly? Like, have you investigated him? Like, is he a fly? Does he paramotor? Does he make videos?
He doesn't make videos. I've never heard of him before. He claims to have more than 500 hours of flight time.
Have we even seen a photo of his goddamn flying contraption? I bet it's not as nice. I bet it's not even as nice as yours.
I don't know.
This guy sounds like a real poor to me, as Taylor would say.
I bet he's got some like bullshit Armenian fly kite or something, and he's just jealous that we have electricity and gas to spare on activities here.
It looks like something Leonardo da Vinci created. It has wings that flap.
Or that big spiral thing that you pump your feet and it just kind of goes and you bounce up and down. Or that thing with like 50 wings on either side that just collapses.
It's just a cone that goes up and down, hoping it's more aerodynamic on one than the other, right?
I love that clip of the guy like from the late 1800s with it was like 50. Yeah, that one, and then the one where there's like 10 rows of wings and the guy's trying to fly, and that was not the 5th time, the 4th time, the first time they tried that. It was the 7th time because there were 7 layers of wings, and they just kept going, just put more wings on there. That must be the trick. Just slap wings on this thing, and eventually. They must have felt such assholes after the Wright brothers came out and they showed actual flight with all their super complicated like bullshit rigmarole stuff.
You know what I don't love? I've said this on the show before. So North
Play
Carolina.
that for the viewers while we talk.
All right.
Just turn the audio off.
Setting everything up.
Making a successful flying machine
Alan
requires-
Adler, inventor of the Arobi flying ring, is the video name.
Funny flying machines. That's what we're looking at, right?
This is hilarious. Yeah.
So, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. So sorry. Anyway, this guy's been tearing
The
me.
trauma of that.
He's been tearing me a new one all day long, and he keeps like not backing. People are like, dude, like he said exactly who he was. He's he seemed right. A guy said, I have that same machine, and I do have 500 hours of experience on it. And if I were to make a video, it'd be just like his. And I felt pretty backed up, nice. But what's fun is paramotor drama is so small. Like,
And not as petty as video game drama either, right? Did anyone call you a faggot?
no, no,
Ah, surprising.
No.
Was there talk of rape?
none.
Not for
none.
you, perhaps for a family member instead.
No, it didn't come up. Didn't come up. Yeah.
Shocking. This
No
doesn't
one-
sound like an argument to me.
No one attacked my children. Yeah, Colin was left out of it completely for some reason. And
That should be your reply. You're like, sir, the fact that you have neither threatened to rape me nor any other member of my family leads me to believe that you're an amateur. I'll have none of this. Many have come before you, and many will come after you, and you, sir, have made little or no impression.
that it was well stated. It's exactly like my mindset on it. I'm like, dude, as far as like attacks that I've had over the course, like you put yourself on social media and you put yourself in a position where people have an opinion on you. And but as far as opinions goes, this gentleman, he doesn't have what it takes to get under my skin. I was amused all day long.
What a cunt.
Yeah, he is a cunt. That's for sure. I'm tempted to give out his name. Should we do that? Is that a fun thing?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what is it? You gonna go like his Facebook or like his
Yeah, pretty much. I was going to show his comment.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, I think that needs to be done. People
Yeah,
are
I'm
looking
much
for
more
it.
protective of like I don't know, Emma Watson or like a random person on the internet, but like this guy, fuck him.
Yeah. So
Cunt.
anyway, I showed it. Fucking.
He's probably a troll more likely. It's probably one of your actual fans who's like gotten into that Facebook group and he's stirring up a little shit for you.
It's possible. It's possible. But yeah, he was just a real cunt to me for no reason whatsoever. And I don't know. I guess I was amused by it all day long. And in terms of handling drama, this was so easy. I'm too experienced for this nonsense. Next topic.
I have some AMA questions here that I can link you to that
I
are
like that
wonderful.
idea.
Our wonderful patrons sent to us. Oh, we did our hangout with the patrons on Sunday. We were in there for 3 hours with you guys.
Did you get fooled by daylight savings time?
Well, this room has no windows. Honestly, I was just having so much fun and it was flowing really well. And before I knew it, it was 5 p.m. And I was like, I literally went, it's 5 p.m. I'm leaving. See you guys later. like, the guy was like, oh, one more question. And I was like, all right, one more. And that's it. I'm fucking leaving. Like, we've been here 3 hours. We say we're going to do it for an hour. And so I think that's $50 a month if you want to come. I'm not promising 3 hours every month, but that was certainly the case this month.
I wanted it to be a long one because we had gotten a lot of attention. We hadn't missed one in months, but we had missed one like 3 or 4 months ago and people were fussing. And anyway, I didn't want it to be short. I wanted people to feel good about it. And it was also a big crowd, so that was another reason to go longer. But the clock on my wall is just an analog clock. So it said 4 o'clock. And I remember, I don't know, I guess we were probably 2 hours into it. And I'm like, it's only been an hour? Oh, well, that's,
Yeah.
I want everyone to be happy.
Yeah, I don't have any analog clock, so it didn't fool me. I just didn't look at my my phone for a long time, and time really flew.
AMA, you said you were going to paste it in.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't paste it. I never actually did what I said I was going to do. There you go. Yeah, these are fun.
Yeah.
What UFC fights would you like to see this year? If you could be a matchmaker, which fighters are you most excited for at the moment? Yair Rodriguez is probably the one I'm most excited for at the moment. I don't know who he's about to fight in like an event or so. Maybe Edgar or something or another. I really like Yair. I think he's probably top 2 or 3 favorite fighters to watch. He's really flashy, lots of kicks, and lots of cool kicks, lots of spin kicks and stuff that you'd see in a fucking ninja movie or something. So he's a really fun fighter to watch.
2015 and 16 were awesome for MMA. Like, it was just a lot of fun, right? Cormier was doing his thing. McGregor was doing his thing. We had left hook Larry took a title. A lot.
The whole Rousey thing.
Yeah, the whole route. Like, it was some really interesting stuff. I was so happy. 2017 has sucked so far. What do we
sure
have?
Fucking has. Two or three bad judging decisions. Like if you go back to Lozon's fight,
That was a good
lots of
judgment
issues.
decision.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're all happy with it, but lots of issues with the New York stuff. All kinds of things with USADA and people pissing hot, but
Brooklyn
it's okay retroactively.
The Brooklyn card was terrible. Some of my favorite fighters are either Cruz is out, I think, with the bad feet. Cormier missed his fight. He was gonna, and then Jones missed his fight against Cormier, and then
he was so sad. Cormier.
Thank you. And
I felt so bad for Cormier when like Dana White is breaking the news to him that Jones is hurt or he didn't make weight, whatever the case was.
Steroids.
There you go, something much less defensible.
And he said, "Can I fight him anyway?" Which is pretty badass.
Yeah, it's badass. I like that.
Khabib versus Ferguson was one of the most exciting fights, that was going to happen.
And it's been set up and failed like 3 times now. I don't know how closely you followed that specific little story, but I guess he started having extreme liver pains like the morning of. He's still like 6 pounds off his target weight.
I think blood wasn't getting to his kidneys.
I read liver, and
be off. I don't know.
And they took him to like I don't know what Dana White called it. So they took him to some bullshit hospital, and just they just stuck an IV in him right away. It's because that's what they do. Instead of taking him to a UFC doctor who's like a fight doctor who knows who Khabib Nurmagomedov even is, who would have been like, oh shit, Khabib, come with us. You're the fucking co-main event basically to a huge pay-per-view tomorrow night. Millions are at risk. Let's get you some special treatment. That didn't happen. And so the fight didn't happen.
There's
a chance
conspiracy around it too.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, okay. So here's the scoop. Yeah. Khabib was having a hard time making weight, and instead of going to the UFC, like they're like, look, this guy's sick. His kidney's not getting blood or liver, whatever it is. Let's get him to a hospital. Things are going terribly wrong. So that's what they do. Dana's like, you should have called me. I would have, advised him to fucking drain his blood, make weight, and, fight anyway, or something like that. So there are some people saying, well, Dana's just a shitball who would have killed the fighter so the event would go on, right? There's some people who say, well, this is all in the up and up. He didn't feel well. He went to the hospital, etc. And there are others who say, oh, he probably didn't want to go through like the post-fight steroid testing. So he found a way out and said, oh, weight cut's not going well. Let's get me hydrated and not do the fight.
So that they drug test pre and post?
They drug test after the fight. Yeah, on fight night.
That seems... Oh, but they want to make sure that they still get their money even if someone pees hot, so they have them do it afterward, right?
I hadn't thought of it like that. I guess maybe the other thinking is like, if I test you before the fight, now is the time to do whatever it is you're going to do. You want some steroids? You want some whatever? Do you have an upper you're going to take so you can be high during the fight?
The day before.
That'd be okay though. Like it depends when they test them. Do they piss test like literally post fight? Because amphetamines are out of your system so goddamn quick. Like you could be on meth and they wouldn't know it in a couple days.
Well, it seems like tested you before the fight, like let's say they test you 2 hours before the fight. Well, now you get a chance to fight with something in you. I don't know what would help.
Some greenies.
Okay.
Uppers. Yeah. Some meth to get.
But there's
maybe that
something,
fast twitch, like reflexes are a little bit better. Maybe you're fucking pumped up.
Maybe you just pick your own face off.
Whatever that dude from Limitless took, that's why you test post fight. So that
I would want blood doping. I feel like a lot of those guys. It seems to me, just my outside opinion on the UFC and mixed martial arts in general, that there are guys who have a fighting style and the skills to extend a fight into the later rounds if they so wish. They can fight defensively and they can keep the guy off of them, or they can get the guy and maybe they're the aggressor, but they're really just holding the guy against the cage for a couple of rounds to tire him out. Mm-hmm. Like blood doping seems to me like something that would be really helpful in that.
When does that stop showing?
That doesn't show.
What it is they can detect that you had an IV, which is done through blood doping. So that's how.
How do they detect that? How do they detect that you had an IV?
Well, we're getting outside of my depth, but I'm pretty sure there's plastics in the fluid. Like even if I gave you saline solution or something, I would detect the bag and the line and that other stuff. And that's how they find IVs.
Nowadays, they're just butt chugging the kind of blood they need.
That's not how it works.
I don't think you can literally put blood up your butt, though.
Oh, no, you can. It just won't work.
Okay, hashtag corrected. Yeah, no, I did. I'm with same page
Actually,
now.
you know what? Actually, you put a bunch of blood in your ass. You go out there, and they're like, "All right, let's see if you made 175." And then, as they're weighing you, and it says 178, you just go, "Oh!" And no one is going to notice the number on that scale. Scott, you're fine.
You know, there's a new rule: if you shit yourself during the fight, you lose.
Over.
Yeah, because there have been, I can think off the top of my head, at least 2 fights where people shit themselves.
On purpose, sometimes?
No, I think my theory is that they take a diuretic to help them make weight, and then the next day on fight night, they still have issues.
Ooh, man. No. That would be the scariest thing to me as a fighter is like, I feel like I'd have to be like, okay, I need to be at this weight by the 15th. So by the 1st, I am at that weight because I am not risking getting out there and literally getting the shit kicked out of me. And on the ground, just as judging me, and Joe Rogan comes over, like, that'd be horrible.
Yeah.
Joe was telling the story. I can't remember which fighter it was, but Joe's like, pre-fight, this fighter looks at me. He goes, "Bro, I might fucking shit my pants out there. I think I'm gonna shit my pants." And Joe was like, "For real?" It's like, "Yeah, I might shit myself." And he like went in the ring, got the win, and then like even after that, he was like, Joe was like, "How close?" And he's like, "Oh, so close. Almost did it. Almost shit myself in there." That would be super embarrassing. And we've watched that clip before of the guy shitting himself in the ring.
Oh, that was
that
was not the UFC level, but yeah.
That was not the UFC level. It was the amateur guy. He was like from the Midwest fighting on the East Coast, like in Boston or something like that. And there was a lot of poop. And when and you can, there's a look that comes over. You can tell when each individual person realizes that there's poop. Like when the ref sees the poop, he immediately sees it. He's like, "Oh, poop. All right. Oh, whoa. Let's take a step back from the poop." And like everybody, and then people start letting each other know that there's poop, so nobody steps in it. It's like, "Oh, whoa, there's poop. There's poop." Because after a fight, the ring is like rushed with people who are like cut men and doctors and officials and like guys with microphones. They're like, "Whoa, shit. And the guy has to take this long walk of shame out of the cage, through the crowd, like up into the locker room or whatever. And like some people avert their eyes and just look away, like, as to not shame him. But so many are either pointing camera phones at him or like giggling and laughing and pointing and like, "Oh, whoa, he shit himself. Look at his ass. It's shit. It's shit, Jim. You smell it?"
I would be in the avert your eyes category because it would viscerally make my stomach hurt. I'd be vicariously embarrassed for him, where I do the worst. I hated talent shows as a kid in middle school and high school because watching my classmates do stupid skills that they were bad at because their parents told them they were good, like it makes my stomach hurt. I hate that feeling of watching someone humiliate themselves, which is why all those cringe videos, I don't watch those. Like it's uncomfortable. It makes me feel bad for the person. I don't like feeling like, haha, he's and also cringe, by the way. A lot of people use cringe when they should be saying this person is more confident than me and attempting something I'm not secure enough to try. When it's like, look at this guy going up and failing at a bar, trying to hit on a random girl dressed like a princess or something. It's like, ooh, cringe. And it's like, yeah, he was being goofy and kind of douchey, but he's also just trying to have fun. Or whatever. That was a stupid example, but you know what I mean. About the cringe.
If they were hating on a guy who had hit on a hot girl and gotten turned down, saying that was cringe, it's like, how do you think you get pussy? Like a big part of the pussy is the rejection that may or may not come before.
You're going to get way more rejections than successes.
Yeah,
way more.
Dude, I hate the cringe. I very rarely does someone say something is cringeworthy and I'm on the same team as that guy. I feel like it's usually this like, oh, someone did a thing that was slightly awkward and I found a way to make myself appear superior to them. I'm just going to take team. I'm too cool for that. And
it's almost like a social virtue signaling where you're like, I recognize this behavior as abnormal, and as we all agree, we're above this, right? Is everyone cringing with me at this? Is everyone cringing? Okay, we are. Yes, we would never find ourselves in this predicament, chaps.
I remember my mother told me that, like, part of growing up is being harder to get embarrassed. You're just a little more confident and comfortable in your own skin. And whenever someone says, "Oh, that guy's so cringeworthy," I think, you're still growing up. That's what's happening. You are not comfortable in your own skin, so you're just kind of trying to get a leg up over somebody who is.
And then there's, of course, cringeworthy things when you see someone who's completely out of their depth socially, and they're doing something that it's like, oh, he doesn't realize it right now. But everybody who's watching this from the outside in is realizing that they can see right through his like subtle veil of like feigned social consciousness. Like he's acting like someone who is like okay socially, but it's clear that if you look a little bit more, that like he's really awkward in this, and what he's done in general, his fucking everything about it is cringe. I see cringe stuff all the time that I honestly am like, oh.
You see it, yes.
I know what that feels like to do something and be like, oh, why'd you do that? You didn't mean to say that thing. You just.
But you're not doing it mean-spirited. You are looking at them and going, oh, I empathize and I sympathize with you because I know what it's like to be in an uncomfortable situation as the uncomfortable person.
I'm not a moderator on the cringe subreddit or anything. I'm not like the arbiter of all things cringe. It's like, oh yeah, does someone humiliate themselves publicly or on the internet? Put it here for all time's sake. And let's all look at it and laugh. Like that's kind of shitty. In the same way, I think that the profligation of those leaked nude photographs is a bit shitty. I just can't help that I'm interested in them.
Yeah. You do feel bad.
Yeah.
Like, because you don't, I don't know. Even if you're like, oh, whatever, they're famous and they keep it on the cloud. It's like, yeah, but you wouldn't like it if your picture, or I guess you said the pictures weren't even naked, or no, you said a couple of them were, but mostly it was just her trying on dresses and shit. And so
bathing suits and on dresses too. And I kind of saw hundreds. I saw like teens.
There are like 100 of those things. There's so many dresses, so many like award show type dresses, and like maybe like 20 or 30 bathing suits, and you get like 2 to 3 positions per bathing suit. Yeah. And see, that's the thing. Like, that's why I think that like these aren't like vain photographs. These aren't the kind of selfies that a lot of people take and that we often see like shared around. This is literally someone who appears to be cataloging their wardrobe so that they can best utilize it. You know, I mean, her look is a big part of her career. She's constantly on red carpets and doing award shows and on this show or that show. So like, yeah, this is the chick who actually needs 800 pairs of shoes, right? Like
she was working.
So she was working.
All those dresses and bathing suits. That's what she does. She's figuring out how she looks in them.
She's not smiling in any of the pictures. She's like, this is work, catalog. Like it's next position. And like, and it's not like it's a sexy thing where there's some guy taking this picture like in a Jennifer Lawrence type situation. It's her female assistant, you know. I like Emma Watson. I think she's really
I only really know her
intelligent and fun to. I like going back. If you ever go back and look at like the interaction between the young Harry Potter actors, they all seem such admirable children. It almost makes you think that. Well, I'm serious. I swear to God, like when you see how they interact together and their sense of humor and how light they're taking things, but how mature at the same time they are to take on what they're doing. Like whatever like rearing process a little British actor or actress goes through seems to be pretty fucking effective, because look at the three of them. Like, I know you guys probably don't follow Rupert Grimm or whatever his name is, the redheaded guy, or I don't follow those other guys, but they're all like doing well and they all seem like cool people.
When I watched the movies, I liked Hagrid the most, the hairy guy who lived in like a separate shack down by the woods.
I know Hagrid.
Yeah, probably be Gandalf too.
Have you read the books? Anyone?
No, I didn't really get into.
Yeah, I read every one of those books. I own all the books. I like them a lot.
I've heard they're great. I probably should read them at some point.
Fucking fantastic! I consumed those books so quickly. It just felt like a big bag of Cheez-Its, and like you keep getting close to the bottom. You keep getting close to the bottom of that pound and a half of Cheez-Its, but it's okay because there's 6 more bags, each one larger than the last. That's how Harry Potter.
Oh, Nirvana.
We're in this group text, and Kyle shows a picture of, I think they're goldfish. But anyway, they came in a box that was like a cubic foot, right? And you guys, if you know the goldfish box, it opens like a school milk carton, but it's it's gigantic. It's like a human head. And Taylor writes, it was the funniest thing to me. He's like, I see you got the single size serving. And,
and Kyle was like, it's 40 ounces. And I'm like, yeah, I mean single as in one day, not one sitting. Jesus, I'm not a monster. Like
I was on Amazon one night, got on the Prime Pantry, and I just had like a craving for like cheese crackers. And I was like, let's order some cheese crackers. We'll have enough for all times. And I ordered like, I don't know, 80 cheese crackers. And then I was like, and the related results was those goldfish. and the price per ounce was just too good to pass up. So I got 30 fucking ounces, and yeah, I got a lot of those things.
You did get I mean, when you say buying cheese crackers, at this point, I feel like it's almost like Kleenex. Like you don't say, I need to get a tissue. I need to get a Kleenex, is what people say. Like, give me a Kleenex. Like, the brand has overtaken the item. In the same way, when someone says, like, bring cheese crackers, I hear Cheez-Its.
Like, what I'm talking about is...
Snips can eat shit. Fuck those.
I'm talking about the Ritz, like, it's 2 Ritz crackers with cheese in the middle. Like those crackers, like cheese crackers.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Actual cheese in between, or
the
cream
one with
cheese.
peanut butter in the middle. That's the ticket.
I like the cheese crackers with the peanut butter in the middle. Kitty's allergic to peanut butter, so I have
that fake cheese
and cream cheese.
Yeah.
Cheese and cream cheese, and they put it on the Ritzes that have like everything. They have like the Works Ritz that's like butter and like all of the things. There's like
butter and salt, all the ingredients.
I don't know. There's like 4 different kinds of Ritz, and this encompasses all of the different kinds into one. It's like the Works Ritz.
Like a variety.
I've never lived with someone allergic to peanuts. So like,
sounds awful.
Are you going above and beyond, or is this just what's required? You know,
it's
like
really what's required, because like if you're not careful, like she'll get fucked up and she might die. You know, like if she got like enough peanut butter like that would come out of a cracker on your pinky in her mouth, or like the way it would get there, of course, is, you know, maybe I get a little peanut butter on like a plate or a knife or a fork or a spoon, and it doesn't quite get clean, and then she uses it. Or if it's like even peanut oil, because I eat at Five Guys and they fry their French fries in peanut oil. So I haven't tested it on her, but I would imagine that greasy fingers and greasy plates, and then you grab a refrigerator door, all of a sudden that's acid to her.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense now that you break it down with like the oils. And it's like if you eat spicy food before you have sex and you forget to wash your hands, and even though you think your hands are clean because like you used a napkin, there's actually lots of capsaicin all over them, and it'll make it unpleasant. So
oils and little bits.
Except a little bit of burning for her, she could die. So it's a little more serious.
Yeah, she's so allergic to them that, and she had a friend like when she was growing up who did die of anaphylactic shock brought on by peanut butter. It was the situation I described where like a piece of silverware had peanut butter on it and they didn't know it, and this kid used it and he fucking died of anaphylactic shock in his hospital room. So she's super like sensitive to that. I think she was also in a fire one time. So like anytime I'm fucking around with fire, she's like, "Have you ever been burned?" And it's just like the most. It's just like, of course I've been burned. Don't you know who the fuck I am? Like I got blisters now from burns. It's just got this way of being like, "Have you ever been burned? Because I've been burned, and you don't want to get burned." And it's like, yeah, I've been burned. It's okay.
That's
when
funny.
I'm like,
you know who the fuck I am? Like,
yeah.
Actually, most people when they say that are full of shit. But Kyle has a good point.
Yeah, I'm over there with my flamethrower, like lighting a candle. Like,
yeah.
I've used that flamethrower for a lot of stuff.
It says that only 13 people have died from peanut allergies from 1996 to 2006 in the U.S. Only 13.
Well, I guess that's because of the EpiPens. Maybe that helps.
Oh, I know.
Good.
I'm saying that's good news. I would have thought that like a lot more kids would die just because they'd go to someone else's house and like the other kid would eat peanut butter or something. But I don't know. Probably most people's allergies aren't as severe.
All of her allergies are quite severe. Like horse. I remember one time I went to this restaurant, and attached to the back of the restaurant was like a field, and there was a fence, and there were horses in that field. And I went to the fence, and the horses came over. They were super friendly, and I'm like stroking the horses like face and neck. And then I like go home, like the day transpires, and somewhere along the way, some like horse dander like comes off of my sleeves or my hands or something, and her whole face is swollen up and her eyes are running, and you can hear from her voice that her throat is constricted, and she's like, "Have you had any peanut butter or petted any horses per se?" And I'm just like, nope. No.
I fed a horse peanut butter.
I lied to her. I was like, "I have not seen a goddamn horse anywhere near here. No, I don't know anything about what's happening to you." And I just went washed up really good, put all my clothes in the dryer, like went around like cleaning handles and stuff. I'm
Just
like,
the dryer to fuck her even harder.
Right, didn't wash them. I took my clothes and shook them out on the couch.
No, there's a couple of clean linen sheets in there. That'd be fine.
There's been a couple times like that where I didn't take her allergies seriously, even though she'd like talk about it all the time, and then something would happen. Like I saw her get she got peanut dust once on her hand, and like wherever the dust landed were these tiny little burns, like it was fucking acid or something. It literally,
that's
like
crazy.
it was acid.
The picture you should make, you know how they have that where it's like lethal dose of heroin, lethal dose of fentanyl. You should have the lethal dose of peanut dust for
Peanut.
kidding. One peanut ground
peanut,
up.
that's it. That'd be
Do you
death.
think how much could she eat and like
I
just
bet a
have
peanut
it play
would
off
kill her.
as like a swollen face?
I think
or
if she ate one peanut, she might survive it. But with her, she has other health concerns. Maybe she dies. If she eats a handful,
Plus,
she's
a
dead.
peanut in the
Oh.
middle of her though, that's bad,
Yeah.
right? Like I feel like if she
think
took a
throat
peanut
swells.
and smushed it on her forearm, that might just be a bad day. But to take it and put it in her body, it could close her airway or something.
I think it
it's
would.
poisonous to everything along the way.
Yeah,
Right?
That'd be
Poisonous,
terrible. New topic.
Oh,
Yeah.
Where did you see yourselves going in life when you were a child? Did you live up to your dreams? Where do you see yourself in the future now? So, I actually have this one. My future was planned from when I was little. Like when I was 10, like once I got past the whole like I'm going to be an ice cream salesman phase, I was going to take over my father's accounting firm. This was just like, I don't know, his partner. My father was 50-50 partner in a small accounting firm, and his partner's kids had no interest in being accountants, and my brother had no interest in being accountants. So like, this empire was mine, and my father was quite professionally successful with this firm, and I would daydream like, oh, I'd take his half and his partner's half, and of course I'll have to pay some staff because I can't be two people, but this seems like quite a profitable life in my future. And then I think people know my story. I was an accountant, and within like 6 weeks, I'm wanting to crash my car for time off. And like I think if I broke my arm, I'd get like a week off. They'd have to give it to me. And
yeah, when you wake up and you're like, God, I wish I had the flu.
right,
Like that kind of thought process. You're like, oh
Yeah.
man, this job must suck.
so it's a great job if that's what you're going for. Would you like to make above average pay and have financial stability and set hours or not set hours?
Taxes.
Would you like to never travel or always travel? Like accountants have a lot of great options. They're the bad boys that lawyers wish they were. That's
Everybody knows the CPA is where the pussy's at.
I bet that one killed in the accounting cubicle area.
it's stolen from Parks and Rec.
What's the test you have to take to be a CPA?
Rogan's gonna come after me. What is it called? I think it's just the CPA exam.
People think the class 4, people think the bar exam is how you get all the tail. It's the class 4 CPA exam. I'll tell you what, as soon as they notarize that bitch, I got asshole. No,
Dude,
that's not the
people
truth.
think the bar exam is hard. That shit's a fucking joke. The failure rate on the CPA exam is 98%.
Does that have more to do perhaps with, so I'm wondering, like, before you take the,
98%?
so what does a lawyer complete throughout his career or his education before he takes the bar versus what a CPA would do before he could take the bar on the minimums?
LSAT and the bar, right?
Well,
They do the LSAT to get into-
They go to
Because what
law
I'm
school,
wondering
so they
is
get
it
like
a-
4. They go to 8 years of school total. Whereas accounting, I don't know if you can still get a CPA. If you can get a CPA with 4, it depends on the state. But I guess I knew Pennsylvania and Jersey and Delaware.
Shortest I know now from friends who do accounting is 5-year programs. To
Right?
go
Yeah.
all like straight to masters.
Sometimes it's possible in 4, at least it used to be. But you really had to have your ducks in a row, and like all your electives had to be accounting based and stuff like that. But most people take 5 years. The thing about the accounting exam, I don't know how I got on this, is there's like 6 sections of it, and when you pass one, that pass kind of sticks for like 10 years or something. So like a lot of people on their second try, they only have like 2 more tests left, and when they focus, they can.
And
get
I guarantee there's that one guy who's like, I take it one piece at a time. How long did it take? 6 months. But,
Yeah.
Is it like the 98% of people fail? That can't be right, or we wouldn't have any accountants.
Let me double
Because
check.
people would
the
give
first
up,
time.
right?
The
Yeah,
first
right.
time. You just keep taking it. Yeah, roll it up again,
Yeah, it is a good job to have. Like accountants are pretty much always set because you always need an accountant.
And
That's not a good argument though, because someone's always going to need a McDonald's burger, and they're going to build robots.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll build an accounting bot.
You would think
Accounttron.
I mean, much more. You could trust your Accounttron much more easily than you could trust Bob.
So this thing
your
online
money manager
says it's an 80% fail rate, not 98. I don't
That's
know
still very
if
high.
I'm out of date or if I'm going off Jersey or if I'm just wrong. But
that's still very high. Yeah, like
I don't know
said.
how it works for the accounting test, but the difference with the bar is like it depends what state you're going to practice in. And so apparently some states, like California, it's apparently, I don't even know if this is the right one, but I think California, it's like super fucking hard to get your California law practicing degree or whatever the hell. But, if you go to, I don't know, Massachusetts or Maine or some other random state, like maybe it's easier there. I don't know.
Louisiana?
so
Louisiana, who knows?
Where was it?
The rest
They
of
might
the
have complicated
package,
laws.
back to the question, where do you see yourself going? There's going to be an accountant. I was going to have, actually my dream home was actually not as nice as my current home. But I thought it would be nice. I thought it would have a fence around it and, whatever, like 4 bedrooms and a wife and a kid. Like I thought that was where I was headed. And,
A place where hooligans would fear to tread
right,
across your land.
I don't know. Like, did you see, what was that? Harry and the Hendersons? Do you remember that movie with the Sasquatch?
Yeah, with John Lithgow. Yeah, where they hit a Sasquatch and they're like, oh, we can't just leave it here, so they like put it on the roof of the car, take it home, and befriend it.
I guess I thought I'd have a house in that class. Like a nice home.
Obscure reference.
Right?
For this. Do the 6 of you out there recognize this reference? Do you have a better feel for the home now? So that's you two and then 4 more people.
I'm like, oh yeah, you're talking my language, Harry and the Hendersons.
Yeah.
3 times. Sure.
Can you name
Big John Lithgow fan. He's 6'4".
Like Bill Cosby lived in a row home. I'm trying to think of like a nice TV sitcom house that like was bigger than most, but not outrageous.
The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, of course.
That was pretty
that's a good
outrageous.
Of course. How about Seventh Heaven? They had a large home.
Yeah, maybe that.
Didn't watch that.
I thought I would.
The father from Seventh Heaven turned out to be a pedophile.
Oh, I heard about that. I bet he had
his cunt of an ex-wife released the private recordings she took while they were at their joint therapist of him admitting to touching some boy's cock like decades before or something like that. And look, I'm not defending the guy who touches boys' cocks, okay? But he sounded very conflicted about it, and it was him admitting some painful shit that he didn't understand about himself in front of a medical professional who was there to help him with that shit, and his wife. And she took that recording and released it.
Yeah, that's shitty because like that's just a. I mean, I
want to know
that
I need to know that about him, sure. But it does not excuse her huge, massive, gargantuan betrayal of his trust, especially considering it certainly wasn't evident from those recordings or from anything else we've gathered about that man that he was likely to like offend again or reoffend, if you even want to call it that. It really seemed.
Who knows? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, if you admit it to your doctor, you should be able to have it kept private because otherwise people are never going to come forward and try and get help with those things. But then as soon as someone says that they're a pedophile, you have to be like, oh, fuck, like there are children out there. And am I going to, through tolerance of this, risk victimizing a child out there? Like, what if...
Maybe the right answer is the therapist has some discretion, right? Like, if she feels like he's a clear and present danger, we alert the neighbors. And in a case like this, we don't.
I think that is the case. That remember the old Tony? We watched enough Sopranos. She laid it out there repeatedly. She's like, "Hey, if I think you're about to cause somebody harm, I have to tell people. But everything else will stay on the down low. I think we know the rules there. It just seemed." And I don't remember the exact nature of if he was a therapist or a psychologist or a marriage counselor or like what his credentials were and it matters. But it was clear from the recording that he thought this was all private fucking just between the 3 of us here in this medical sort of mental health scenario situation.
Is he in jail now or what's he?
I think he's just disgraced.
I want to see you guys do the question.
Name? Oh, let me look at it again real quick. So what I wanted to be when I grew up, I went for a while because I started playing hockey so young, where I was like, I'm gonna be in the NHL. I'm gonna be in the NHL. And then like the older I got and the more hockey I played, because like I was like, oh, I'm all about the NHL. I'm gonna go be a goalie in the NHL, and I'm like 10 or whatever. And then by the time I got to be playing like actually pretty decently competitively, and I was like 17 or so, it was just like, god damn, like I am so fucking stressed out over this, and this doesn't amount to a hill of beans compared to one game in the NHL where like I would just imagine myself being out there and then someone flips a puck from middle ice and it catches a bounce and it goes in or something, and just thinking like, oh man, like that would be so stressful. And it got to the point where I didn't enjoy the actual act of playing hockey, because like the whole, unless I got like a shutout, I felt like I failed in a way, because it was like obviously the buck stops with you, like people blame you and shit goes wrong. And it was like I just realized when I was probably like 17, like this isn't fun anymore. Like I'm not enjoying myself. When I'm going to a game, I'm like, oh fuck, like I'm gonna get shelled tonight because our defenseman's out, and I'm gonna get blamed for all, or whatever it was. And so I was like, fuck that. And then through college, I really didn't commit to too much, because I don't know, I always had the opinion of like, I'm not gonna know at all. Like I thought about it like when I was in college, like, man, if I had to explain to someone else what my dad does for a living, I probably couldn't do it justice, and I should know that, but that this ethereal business world that's out there is so like confusing as a young kid, like you don't even know. And so I kind of just played it by ear and tried stuff as I went, and you know, I didn't really have a solid idea. Like the whole hockey thing shattered. I never would have been good enough anyway. Obviously, like, nobody makes it, but like having that be like, this is not for me, and then kind of being like, well, let's see what it's like in the business world. Let's see if I enjoy any of this. And thankfully, I have found areas that I really do enjoy. But Kyle,
I wanted that girl. I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted a girl, and everything else was kind of secondary to that. So everything else in life, whether it be career, education, or anything else, was going to be formed around getting that girl. And so like I just went after that, and then, you know, whenever all that fizzled out and I went into an incredible spiraling depression, you know, so to say that there's, you know, was there a plan? A little bit, you know, get the girl. I guess I accomplished it and got the girl eventually, sort of, but you know, then it all fell apart into that spiraling depression from whence my video game, you know, like habit.
What is it about the girl that was so special? What made her stand out amongst the sea of women in the world?
probably lack of perspective. That's what it usually is at that age, right? That wasn't a dig. Like everybody
he was drawn to something about her, though.
He's very intelligent, very good sense of humor, very outgoing and personable, and I said intelligent. That's pretty important. Very attractive, I thought, and I don't know, adventurous. Like she immediately left our little small part of the world and went to Atlanta. And that seemed, I saw so many of, her counterparts immediately gain 30 pounds and have 2 kids. And she had,
she took
bigger she had bigger aspirations, and she didn't want her life to be as small as some were comfortable with theirs being. And I liked that. And so I was willing to, and I did, bend everything else to her. And so, that all fell apart. And again, depression, and then video games, and then YouTube, and then shooting stuff, and then her again, and then losing depression, and then here we are now.
Do you still keep do you still keep in touch with her at all, of how she's doing or anything, or is it a total
not.
No?
Total blackout. No idea. Don't want to know. Yeah, that's all over. Yeah, we probably shouldn't ever speak to each other again. It would just not go well.
She's your Tammy from Parks and Rec.
Ah, Tammy 1.
Tammy,
Yeah.
any Tammy, really?
Tammy was evil, though.
Oh, that's true. I guess
fucking Megan Mullally?
I was going for in a
Tammy 2
sense.
was evil.
Oh, I was going for in a sense that they were best apart, not that she was like Tammy. Although it did.
I'm just a.
Now I'm getting my Tammys mixed up. I don't know the lore of Parks and Rec. I just don't know. Oh,
I just know those two. When you put them together, all of a sudden everything went down.
Do you guys get stupid into lore stuff about games sometimes? Because when I got into Total War Warhammer recently. Now I'm playing Magic: The Gathering online with Kyle and Chiz. But I knew I'd fucking do it. But I haven't spent any money other than what you have to get to start up, and it was still fun. But Total War Warhammer, like I just started playing it, and it was like, oh, you get to pick your lord for your army, and I was like, wow, this guy's like a giant ogre, half centaur. Like giant beast. It's like Kolek Sun Eater with a big hammer and is just brutal, like 20 feet tall. I'm like, man, that's an awesome lord. And then you like look a little bit deeper, and it's like, oh my god, this is a whole world, Lord of the Ringsy-esque. Probably not that deep, because who knows how many fever dream maniacs spent wakeless nights creating this world. But just learning about it then, and then I get deep into it where I'm reading about like political moves that fake lords made in a fantasy world, and I'll be like, oh fuck, no wonder the Empire hated the Bretonians so much in that campaign I just played. A lot has been explained, and I'll realize like this is a complete waste of my life, isn't it? Like, what the fuck am I doing?
I don't see my Game of Thrones book.
I love it though.
Anywhere around here, but
stuff.
I've got that big thick. I think Woody has it too. Game of Thrones book with like all of the back information on the houses, and it goes way back to like the first men and all that stuff that predates the Starks, or goes back to Brandon the Builder and all that shit. And I can go through there and read for half an hour or something, just like, oh wow, this is pretty cool. And then but then I wake up somewhere into it. It's that same sort of realization, that feeling you get at least when you start typing out a long thought out response to someone on the internet, and then like halfway through it you're like, the fuck am I doing? This is meaningless. That person might not even read it. If they do, what's to come of it? Delete. In the same regard, I'll take that Game of Thrones but go thump, fucking God, I could have read an encyclopedia. At least I'd know more about Antarctica or apples or Afghanistan or one of the A's.
I don't thirst for lore like you guys do. If I thirst for anything, it's like top line story advancement. When I think of Game of Thrones, I'm not like, oh, tell me more about the first men. I'm like, hey, can we get the major plot line? When I played Skyrim, I didn't do side quests. I just blasted straight up the middle, killed the dragon, and was like, I won. And people are like, no, you have to find the Dark Brothers or something. And I'm like, I already won. Like,
you don't
only eat the toppings off your pizza?
He's like, it's finished.
Yeah, I'm wired.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm like,
you're about completing it. But it's not a puzzle to be solved. It's an adventure to enjoy. And like I. You could play hundreds of hours, many hundreds of hours. Like there are so many things to discover and skills to focus on. Where you could do like me and Taylor and sit there, ping, 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 and like make your armoring skill 100 after dozens of hours. But you could also just like collect flowers for days on end, like real world days on end. You could just be collecting flowers.
I was about to say, it's not weird to me that other people could enjoy it, but I don't. And then when you started collecting flowers, it's weird to me that other people would like that.
Dude,
I actually agree on the alchemy front with Skyrim, because that is one route. That alchemy was the thing you went through, like, and you had to collect flowers and get ingredients and shit. That was so boring to me that even I didn't get involved in alchemy in Skyrim. Like, I did every other thing maxed out, and then if I happened upon some rare leaves, I'd make a shitty potion for XP and toss it. But like I don't know. I'm totally on Kyle's team of this, though, where like when I finished, I played Skyrim all the way through multiple times. Like, there were times where I'd be like, I'm going to run through the whole main campaign and then hit every single side quest. And then there were more times where I'd go, I'm going to hit every single side quest in this entire fucking game that's available. And then I'm going to start the main storyline. Because then it was almost like, oh, this isn't some newbie from some shit town. This is someone who's been going around. He enters, Yargulf's whatever fucking white horse town, and he's already slayer of a dragon somewhere else, even though he hasn't slayed the beginning dragon or whatever. Like, I don't know. I liked building up the story around it, and half the fun of like thinking about like this battle game of Total War or Magic and shit. Magic less so, because the lore in Magic is so deep and it's been going for so long that it's basically just a hodgepodge of possibilities where it's like, oh, it's just a bunch of robots now for the next set. Fuck it, different plane. But I don't know. I love lore and shit, if it's the right thing. If it has anything to do with space, I don't care as much. But if it's like elves and goblins and ancient dwarf strongholds, for some reason I'm totally into that.
Let me slip an ad read in, and then I want to talk about Magic a little bit more. Not too much. Movement watches. I already did that one. NatureBox.
Caught yourself at least.
What do you do when you want to snack, but all you can find is junk food? Rely on your self-control to resist that temptation? Please. You eat the junk food. Start snacking healthy with NatureBox. NatureBox makes snacks that actually taste great and are better for you. They're created with high-quality ingredients that are free from artificial colors, flavors, or sweeteners, so you can feel great about snacking. Some of our personal favorites around here are the peanut butter nom noms, not at my household because people would die, the chocolate hazelnut granola, and the praline pumpkin seeds. NatureBox recently made their service even better. Now you can order as much as you want, as often as you want, with no minimum purchase required, and you can cancel anytime. It's simple. Go to naturebox.com, check out their snack catalog. There are over 100 snacks to choose from, and they constantly add delicious new snacks. Choose the snacks you want, and they'll deliver them right to your door. With NatureBox, you'll never get bored. There are snacks each month inspired by real customer feedback, and if you try a snack that you don't like, NatureBox will replace it for free. And right now, you'll save even more. NatureBox is offering our listeners here 50% off your first order. When you go to naturebox.com/PKA, that's naturebox.com/PKA for 50% off your first order. They really do make some really tasty and health-wise snacks. Like they've got beef jerky and cheese pretzels and like those like dried fruit roll-up type things, but they're like actually healthy for you and taste good. A little bit of everything. So yeah, check them out.
Check them out.
And SeeSo. Comedy nerds rejoice. SeeSo has the comedy you crave with the debut season of Shrink, plus more from your favorite comedians like Paul F. Tompkins, Dan Harmon, the McElroy brothers, Jonah Ray, the UCB4, Amy Poehler, which is composed of Amy Poehler, Matt Besser, Ian Roberts, and Matt Walsh, in hilarious, knee-slapping SeeSo original series. With SeeSo, you get unlimited access to SeeSo's original series, next day, late-night hilarious stand-up specials, binge-worthy classics, including 42 seasons of Saturday Night Live, the ultimate Monty Python catalog, the IT Crowd, and more. The critically acclaimed new half-improvised, half-scripted comedy series, Shrink, check. The debut TV series from My Brother and Me's The McElroy Brothers, check. An animated fantasy role-playing game starring Dan Harmon and hilarious, as well as famous comedian guests, SeeSo has that too. SeeSo is the new home for all your favorite comedy, Britcoms, stand-up specials, bingeable classics, and more. It's all on demand and ad-free. You get British comedies like The It Crowd and Monty Python, or maybe you prefer classics like Kids in the Hall or Parks and Rec. How about every episode of Saturday Night Live and late-night television, including new episodes the day after they air? Access SeeSo content from anywhere at any time using iOS, Android, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, Windows, or Xbox One. Ready for the punchline? SeeSo is just $3.99 per month. No joke, $3.99 per month for all the comedy you want, anytime, anywhere, ad-free. Just go to SeeSo.com right now to sign up for 1 month free with promo code PKA at checkout. That's SeeSo.com, spelled SeeSo.com, promo code PKA.
You get a free month.
Cool.
Check it out. And laugh and laugh.
I like the Magic Online thing a lot. I've been having a lot of fun with it. Chiz, of course, started keeping his tallies of like the win-loss ratio immediately.
He does that. Is he keeping it on a Google spreadsheet?
Yeah.
I was laughing
at
him.
He starts typing, and he's like, he had won, like, he was like up 8 games to 2 it was 8 wins for him, 2 losses for him, and 1 like draw or no contest that we called it. And then we started playing yesterday, and he's like 8-3, 8-4, 8-5, 8-6. We played just before the show tonight, 8-7.
Ooh.
Yeah,
come back.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have started keeping track until he was way more confident that he'd be much better than you at Magic. We played a couple 3-player games yesterday, I believe. That was a lot of fun.
Do you win them all, Taylor? Do you typically
win? I won the second one, and Chiz won the first one. 3-player is a little harder to determine because if you come out the gate too hot, people will target you immediately. And Kyle, frankly, handed the win a bit to Chiz because Kyle and I were both playing Kyle and I were both. You can give your side in a moment. Kyle and I, or me and Chiz were both playing mono white, which focuses a lot on life gain and defensive stuff.
You don't have to tell me what mono white is, Taylor.
I know. It's David Duke's preferences on Plenty Fish. But and then Kyle was playing mono red, and that's like right out the gate, fast attacks, 3 damage, 2 damage, instance. And I knew, I'm like, all right, I gotta, if Kyle comes at me and Chiz pretty much evenly, I'm confident I can beat Chiz in one-on-one just because we have very similar decks and I know more about Magic, and so I think I'll be able to have better timing on certain moves. And Kyle went all out for me with those spells pretty much for the whole game. You did kill one of Chiz's creatures, but I brought it on myself in a way because I played too many life gain cards too quickly and made myself a target. And so you did do technically the right thing in pinging me down, but in the midst of it, there were a couple turns where you could have thrown some shade Chiz's way so that he didn't just have an immense, force that hadn't been pinged at all yet when you lost, and then it was obviously huge win for Chiz.
The thing about it was, like, I picked the red deck because Chiz was complaining about my green deck that it was unfair. So I was like, all right, I'll play the red deck.
He has a good point.
I knew it wasn't going to be conducive to a 3-player free-for-all, and I initially planned on just saving my spells, just stockpiling them and keeping 7 cards in my hand the whole game. And then I played that one card that like untaps every time, taps and then untaps every time you play an instant, and then after 3 it becomes a planeswalker. And my intention wasn't to make it a planeswalker. It was just a 3-mana card that I had, and I wanted it out there rather than having to discard a hand next turn. And I put it out there, and I was like, oh shit, well, if I cast 3 spells, I can make it a planeswalker. So I just fucking did. And every time I had to target you with all of that madness because you just had gained 10 life the 10 before. And I think I did like 7 or 8 damage to you on like turn 3.
A good amount, yeah.
Yeah.
A high amount of damage, and that much.
That deck kills the fuck out of people 1v1. It's
that's
so
fast. That's what I wanted to happen. I only attacked Chiz for the whole beginning part of that game because I'm like, if I can get rid of the other white player in this game, I will dominate a late game mono red deck, which is what you were playing. Not because I'm like some wizard, just because
after turn like 7, like it's game over, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like late game, white is gonna beat red handily
every time. Like especially my red, because I have nothing larger than 3 mana in there. Like everything is 3 mana or smaller. It's 21 lands. Like it's nothing but like haste creatures and like burn spells, 3 damage to target player or 5 damage. I've got a couple of that are like 4 and 5 damage to target player.
The timer thing is stressing me out a little bit because it seems like I hit the button way faster than you guys to keep it going. Because like after both of our games, I had like 20 minutes more than you guys. I had a lot of time left where you guys didn't, and I guess I haven't learned the timing of thinking out my moves yet. Because there were times where you guys were taking like 2-minute turns doing a bunch of shit, and I was like so feeling under the clock that I'm like, oh, he's down to 13 minutes, but I only have 15. I'm only 1 2-minute turn away from being below him. And I got that into too much of my head as like, this is a new thing for the game, when I should be thinking of it as if the time runs out, then it's a waste of a game, basically. Like you can't. I guess.
And we raised the time limit up now.
Yeah, you did do. If you play real Magic at like a Friday Night Magic, there is a time limit out of necessity, obviously, so you can't play all goddamn night. But, but anyway, there's a little bit of breathing. We can keep talking about Magic though, Kyle. I'm sure no one will mind. But no, I was laughing at Chiz keeping the tally of wins, but I do think that it's going to be a fun rivalry for you guys now, because I saw him post the 8-2-1 a couple days ago, and seeing that 8-7-1 pop up recently was fucking hilarious, because that Chiz didn't want to type that. He didn't want to do it. He wanted to start a new counter and be like, all right, now that Taylor's in the mix, we'll start a 3-way thing and we'll see what we have. But no, he's like, overplayed my hand again, Chizzy boy, and 8-7-1. Oh.
Now, in Chiz's defense, he will say that my deck was unfair because I spent money on cards and he hadn't yet. But on PKN last Tuesday, I gave the recipe for how to buy your cards and explained how easy it was. The cards are like pennies a piece. and I spent like $7 or $8 or something like that on cards to like sort of do what I want to do, because you start with like 1,200 cards, but not the ones you want necessarily.
Lord Vader is gone. No more.
Wait. Yeah, everybody gave Woody shit about breathing into the mic, so he just showed up as a Sith this week.
A Sith Lord breathing into the mic as Vader right there. I forgot you were going to do that.
And now you have a Darth Vader costume. That's how people come over and they see my big box of costumes and they're like, why would any adult have this? And I'm like,
my big box of costumes.
Dude,
why wouldn't any adult have a big box?
I got such a big box of costumes, and they go on like dummies, and they go on me, and they go on like props and stuff, and like I've got clowns and like big bears and like a Gumby. I've got a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man that has an electric battery powered like inflator on it, so it keeps you puffed up all the time because it's always pumping air into the suit. I got a lot of costumes.
Did you acquire them slowly, or did you just go to like one of those Halloween stores and just blow it out one day?
We did that. We did that. We had like my kids growing up had a lot of high quality costumes because there was an 80% off sale. And dude, it's easy to like, if something's 80% off and you spend like $50, you get a lot of shit. I don't even know what is that. Let's do that. 50, what would that be divided by 0.8?
200. You get
$400.
I did the math wrong. What was the answer?
Isn't it 400? I don't know.
Is it 0.8 divided by 15? No.
Fuck. It would be 0.8. No, let's see. Let's watch. What is it?
Let's do it right.
Tell us, CPA.
It's not 50 divided by 0.8 because that's pretty much 50 divided by 1. Is it 0.8 divided by 50? That doesn't seem right. Is it shit? Why am I having such a please, like you guys know. I'll get this.
You're saying that you spent $50 on something that was 80% off. So you got $50 was 20% of the total value of the items you purchased. So multiply
the amount of $250 worth of stuff
by 5.
Yeah.
So the point being,
I don't think that's
it's
right
an
either.
excellent deal.
I think
no, it's got to be right because that's just the math, right?
Is
if it's
right?
$50 off multiplied by 5, or not $50 off, 80% off, remaining total is 50 multiplied by 5, you get 250.
You spent 20%
Maybe you're
of
right.
the normal
Wow,
amount.
I really feel silly.
It was just because it was so simple. It's easy to overcomplicate.
I've done
that before too.
I've
where
done
like
harder
the question
math, I
is
swear.
so simple that I struggle. Where I'm like 8 minus 6, and like for a second it'll be like 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait, what? No, that can't be. Did you ever do that where you're like, do I count back from starting at the number or do I start at the one below it? And you're like, what a stupid question. Just don't think about it and subtract it and boom, you got the answer. Like,
yeah, I have done that exactly. Anyway, so yeah, we spent, I guess, the equivalent of $400, but it was 50, and we had a chest of like children's costumes and like dragons
that would have looked so sketchy, so much sketchier than my stash of wigs is this grown man's stash of children's costumes.
And lots of different sizes. I think, right? Because you were saying, hey, Hope, do you want to be an Indian next year? She's like, I don't know what I want to be yet. And you're like,
and then a princess and then the year after that, and then you're gonna be this after that, and you're the cat and the hat after that.
Like the children's pictures, there's like a bunch of like, oh yeah, this is my kid's childhood. We have a disproportionate number of pictures of like the kids dressed as dragons and princesses and stuff because around the house, like playtime just involved more costumes than normal.
Looks like a night at the Podesta home.
Who wants some more pizza? Dressed up like Belle for Beauty and the Beast. Come here.
You think when they introduce new people to their pedophile ring, there's like a learning curve where someone's like, that pizza was super lithe and taut. And they're like, no. You meant it has mushrooms and a lot of, and a cornhole on it. Or so you'd say. Like, I bet that is a problem where they don't quite like finish the whole.
Just to be clear,
you had some very tasty deep dish pizza.
Slathered in ranch.
But yeah, what happened was so last week, the week before last show, I'd gotten a lot of feedback that my mic was too quiet. And on Skype, like it was already at like 90%. So I was like, all right, I guess I'll turn it up to 100. You know, like it seemed like going from 90 to 91 wouldn't make any difference. And I did do a test recording, but it seemed fine, you know. And the test recording, it's not always great. It's like 30 seconds of us all talking, and you catch the big issues. I guess I didn't catch that I was too loud, and it caught my breathing. And I had notifications turned on YouTube for like, it was like new to me. So every comment like was unavoidable. They're popping up on my screens. I couldn't dismiss them because they were popping up in front of like the thing, I guess behind it. In the top right is where you find like how to change your notifications. And I had to read like all 600 like fussing comments at my breathing. So I ordered a Darth Vader costume off Amazon. I'm like, fuck it, I'm breathing the mic next week. So
Nice.
And see,
I'm getting ready to buy my
costume. It's classic, not annoying.
Say that again.
I said it's a classic because you did it in Darth Vader suit. That's like a known breathing thing. Nobody wants to listen to you breathe in the mic, but they listened to a whole series of a man in a dark suit breathing in the mic.
I hope my mic is good this week. I set it back to where it was right, and people said PKN was perfect, but we'll see.
Well, if they said that was perfect, I doubt they'll complain this time. That doesn't seem like them.
I'm sure you're right. Do we have another? Go ahead, Kyle. Do you have anything?
I'm going to tell everyone about Creature Quest here from legendary game designer John Van Canegum, creator of Heroes and Might and Magic series, comes Creature Quest, an adventurous RPG that brings a new level of depth and strategy to mobile games. Creature Quest is an innovative blend of collectible RPG and strategy. All roads lead to adventure as players embark on quests to explore new realms while encountering a variety of creatures and obstacles along the way, with over 500 creatures wielding powerful abilities to collect and upgrade. With addicting battles with lots of treasure to discover, players will constantly yearn for just one more battle. Creature Quest also boasts a unique PvP mode that allows players to use their creature collections to build their own dungeons and challenge other players for great rewards, in addition to guilds, chats, and much more. From fun and unique stories in each quest to hundreds of adventure-seeking creatures with upgradable abilities to strategic, fast-moving battles, Creature Quest will appeal to anyone who loves role-playing, collectible, strategy, or fantasy games. Available on the App Store, Google Play, and on Amazon. You can download Creature Quest for free today and be part of the turn-based collectible RPG. Yeah, your quest for creatures is paved with adventure. Quest on. I'm going to have to play this. I've been talking about it.
I'm curious about it now. We've been advertising it for so many weeks. I want to know what it's like.
And it has so many aspects of things that I like. Like at this point, like I'm going to... All right.
I'm in so deep with fantasy things that at this point, like in for a penny, in for a pound, man.
Right?
Like just bring it on. Like maybe I'll get into Star Trek. Well, we'll get into Star Trek, but
would that be your fantasy? If Bigsby comes down, he's in the room with you with his little pad.
Who's Bigsby?
He's the guy who's operating your virtual reality life experience that you've been living in thus far.
Oh, okay.
You know, he comes in from the real world and he's like, Taylor, are you done yet with the human experience? Would you like to go to the wizard program now? Do you even take time to say goodbye to your family?
No. Oh my God. Oh my God. The second I find out it's not real and that I can go to Middle Earth or wizard school. And first of all, I'm not going to Middle Earth and I'm not going to wake up in the body of an orc and they're going to be like, we needed extras. No. I'm going to make sure that I am a wizard with a name. You know, I'm going to be either a white level wizard or maybe a gray one. Actually, not a white one. I need a mission. I need to work up. But definitely not the two blue wizards. I wouldn't want them. Or Radagast. He's
the
a
arbiter of truth.
I like the brown one.
No, I wouldn't want to be him. He's an invalid.
Yeah,
in his own
Radagast the
forest.
brown, all covered in shit.
Wait, isn't he the really nimble one who like has jackrabbits pull his sleigh around and?
Rabbits are nimble, but he's an old man covered in shit.
Just thinking about that scene of Radagast going like, he doesn't know I have Etherdine hairs, and he like whips them or whatever the fuck, and like they just start boom taking off through the forest.
Yeah,
like
favorite scene.
Like I was upset watching it, almost being like that whole Hobbit series. Like the first time I watched it through, it wasn't as bad because I give so much free credit to Lord of the Rings lore based stuff because I just like it. Mm-hmm. But trying to rewatch those movies is just upsetting because I have all the happy memories of how good Lord of the Rings was, how dope all the battles were, and then this one is some random asshole that they didn't even mention up until now riding hares through a forest to distract enemies. Like it didn't
These
make
are Gundabad wargs. They will outrun you. These are Roxgobble rabbits. I'd like to see them try. And then it's just it's awful.
no, why not use
and
your
the
magic?
CGI on the rabbits are such horseshit, right? Like, couldn't he cook up something to I wish there was more magic in those movies.
But I just feel like
Just a little more.
there's a
Maybe a little
wilderness
tiny-
wizard, and that's the one that appeals to me. You know, if you could get over some of the details of his implementation, if you say, Woody, what kind of wizard do you want to be? Like a white one that, like, I don't know, is in a castle, a bunch of dirty orcs, or the one that's in the forest? I'd be like, oh, that seems like the nicest one.
Yeah, but you forget he lives in a shitty little forest hovel, and Saruman lives in an awesome tower.
But isn't that a choose
has
to?
Is it Orthanc?
Orthanc. He has the library of Orthanc up there. He's got Seeing Stone, so he doesn't even have to leave. It's like he has
Palantir.
internet before the internet. Yes, he has a Palantir,
But couldn't
Pippin touches in the extended edition, and he sees the visions of Sauron from there, and he's so terrified. And Legolas senses it, obviously.
They are not all accounted for.
But the forest one, couldn't he easily have a log cabin if he wanted it?
Covers it.
He does. No, he does. He has one. I'm just saying that compared to Saruman's Tower of Orthanc in Isengard, where he has like full run of the place. Like obviously, movie 1, Isengard, where Gandalf's walking through the gardens with him, is the one that you would want. If I'm living there, I want to keep the garden intact. I'm not going to piss off the forest men at all, because they are a valuable ally to have, so it seems, because they are ancient and deathless.
That lost the whole war for the dark side. If you roll the tape back a little bit, the whole reason that the dark side loses in Lord of the Rings is because they slashed and burned that goddamn Fangorn forest. If they went to Home Depot or Lowe's, none of this shit would have happened. Like the Ents do not join with the humans. All of those troops who retreated after Gandalf stormed the day on the 3rd hour. What was he saying? At sunbreak on the 3rd day or whatever. Like all those escaping Uruk-hai and orcs would have rejoined the forces of Sauron, and they'd have just been more to deal with later on. Maybe that whole battle at the Black Gate doesn't go so well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It all goes back to there. And this made-up fantasy world that we're far too invested in.
There's no. I resent that.
We're all
I'm talking to, oh, you're not involved in this, Woody. We know you're not invested.
But yeah, the Ents were like, man, seeing the Ents was like the coolest thing in those movies for the first time, and seeing them fight and all that. Like even that, I felt like was better CGI than what we got in The
were
Hobbit.
boring as fuck. You didn't notice they talk slow, they move slow, and I know they did in the book, but like I try to rewatch the parts with the Ents in it, and oh my god, I cannot stay awake.
Oh, I love it. I love watching because you're not just watching them talk slow. Yeah. An old Entish. And the way they hyperventilate down there.
I always liked walking south. Somehow feels like going downhill.
And
See,
it's the
I
same
like
guy doing his voice.
It's like the same way that like when a mouse character is talking really quick and really jibber jabbery because they're little, and that time almost goes faster because
it does
they're
go
so
faster for smaller creatures.
But for an Ent, a tree person, they've been around for tens of thousands of years potentially, and so if someone runs up to him in the forest and is like, "Oh, we got to do this," they're like,
Don't be hasty, master.
"No." Yeah, like, no, we'll discuss it. And so he has to go have the Entmoot where he yells, and then Quick Beam comes over and the rest, and he Birch, oh, my friends are
I love that part where he starts. It's almost like he's summoning each like kind of tree. Birch and oak and willow rise.
Yes.
We walk in the last march of the Ents, perhaps to our doom. And they're just walking down that burnt ass hill, and you see him pick up the rock. And I was like, how do Ents fight? And then he picked up that goddamn rock that looked like if you threw it at a brick house, it'd just go right the fuck through. And I was like, oh shit. And then like 30 of them step out of the woods. That was a great scene. I love those fucking movies.
Yep, that was such a cool movie. I think we should talk about it all next week.
We need a Lord specific show where it's just an hour every week about Tolkien and all things Tolkien.
I
Or
read
we
the
do a
books. I
live
like the
stream.
movies. I don't know why I'm like not, I don't know. I'm just I enjoyed it, and I kind of done with it.
I like bathing myself in that fantasy world. If you do it enough, then you can almost feel a part of it. That's why I do it, because if you get into it enough, there's a little bit of you that feels like it's part of it, and a little bit of it that feels like it's part of you, and you get to have that little moment of like, yeah, like I'm part of it, and it's part of me, and this whole fantasy thing. It's a really cathartic experience, like getting into those fantasies.
I spent so much time thinking about Lord of the Rings when I was younger, because like I played Lord of the Rings trading cards. I went to Indianapolis for Gen Con 2006. I think it was 2006. For what?
Meet any of the actors or any memorabilia, anything like that? Like that's next level, like fandom. You know, fan is short for fanatic. We throw the word fan left and right, but that's what real fanatics do. You know, I got to meet Frodo for real. You know, his name's Elijah Wood. Don't talk about the ring bearer that way.
I don't care about any of the actors in it, but yeah, I just spent so much, because I would be making decks like you're making magic decks right now. And so I'd be like, oh, I'm going to use a dwarf fellowship, and I'm going to use, Uruk-hai Shadow or whatever. Obviously, this makes as much sense to you as Magic Talk does to Woody. But so I'm really hitting nobody right now. How dare
you?
Yes. How dare you? But I just spent so much time thinking about it that like it became like a happy place almost, of like even just thinking about the Lord of the Rings universe is like this, like it harkens back to like a simpler time where it was just your only worry was, how to play Lord of the Rings with your friends, like the card game, or how to, play a video game, or it's just that you didn't really, I don't know.
Gonna break out my
very
tremendously duo green white deck and stomp all your asses.
Duo green white. Yep. That's either
they make that Lord of the Rings trading card game still, and there's an online version.
They don't make it still. They stopped making the cards in like 2010.
I love that you know that.
Yeah,
October of 2010. I'll just say it.
I was still into it. I played it with a couple of friends quite a bit, and then Decipher, the company that made the cards, went under, and I don't know why they went under, because they did that and Star Trek cards and a couple other things that I guess eventually didn't pan out. And I remember being upset, being like, God damn it. Like I think it was like 2006, maybe like around that time where they announced that it would be the last set, or maybe 2008. I don't know. But that's when I went whole hog into Magic, because I was like, if I can't get new cards with this, it's not worth it. I'm just going to play Magic more. Because I'd played Magic for a couple of years at that point. It was always a second to Lord of the Rings cards. But yeah, I'm way nerdier than I thought I was at the time.
Kyle, did you want to talk about Trump?
At this top I was just going to say, apparently they still have championships. They had championships for this thing up until 2010 for the Lord of the Rings trading game. I guess that so the thing with Trump that's interesting, and of course they're still focusing on tweets rather than like Russian connections, which seems to be the substantive thing that really needs to be looked at, that matters. Not so much. I don't think it matters too much about him tweeting the wiretapping thing. What I feel like we're seeing is the media and everybody else kind of playing dumb as to what they think those tweets really mean. We all know that he just tweeted that shit because he got a hair up his ass and he saw some shit on Breitbart and or Fox News, as he claims. That's all it was. It wasn't 3D chess. It wasn't him getting any information from the CIA, the FBI, any sort of like inner channels. It wasn't him hearing something from the first time from like a Secret Service guy who was like, I heard a thing that happened back when Obama was here and they were watching you. None of that happened. He saw some stuff on Fox News or Breitbart. He put out these 4 tweets where he used the word wiretapping in quotations twice, but in 2 of the other tweets, he did not put them in quotations. And he literally says, Obama tapped my phones. So now on Tucker Carlson last night, he's coming out and saying, hey, everybody's misunderstanding. Just like before when I was using, what word was it that he was using broadly? But he backed his way out of a situation like a week or 2 ago by invoking the colorful language defense or something like that. But basically what he's saying is that wiretapping was in quotes, and what it means is surveillance in general. That there was some surveillance being put on him in general, and he's just twisting and turning, trying to get his way out of it with Tucker Carlson. And he threw out this little thing of like, I think we'll be coming out with some stuff that maybe you haven't seen yet, that hasn't been out there yet in the coming weeks. Well, then today you've got the
House Inquiry or something.
The Gang
like
of
that.
8 over there. The highest ranking members of the Senate committee over there saying like, nope. You got Republicans and Democrats saying nope. We got no evidence of any of that. And then you got that Nunez guy who's a senator or something, whatever his role in all this is. He's saying he had like a lot to say about it in his statement, but Sean Spicer takes the last little bit of it, like excises it like a fucking only only he can do. And
like only Dr. Ben Carson could do.
Yeah, and completely misquotes the guy because what the guy said was what the Nunez guy had said, and I don't remember well enough to quote him exactly, but he said something like, "No, there's no evidence that this happened. There's no evidence that this was done, that was done, that he was surveilled, that he was watched, that he was wiretapped, that he was bugged. None of that." And a person says, "Is it possible that while investigating some sort of a Russian tie or some other thing, that some Trump surveillance or some Trump calls or data were routinely scooped up and intercepted and brought in? Is that possible?" And he says, "Yes, that is possible. We'll look into it." But it's like this afterthought of basically them saying, "Hey, is there like a 1 in a trillion shot that like through your routine like
or you know, like, hey, what if we call someone you did monitor? Well, would then you monitor us on that call?" And he's like, "Yeah, I guess that's possible." And that's the other.
And so Spicer like throws that out there. He's like, "Well, you saw Nunez today. He said it was very possible, and they were looking into it." That's his take on that statement that I just described, which was anything but that. It was all of the other stuff. It was him constantly saying, "Didn't happen. No evidence it happens. We don't know what he's talking about. This is silly." And then at the end, they got him to kind of say like, "Hey, nothing's impossible," basically is what he said. And then Sean Spicer takes that and goes, "Hey, he said it was very possible this happened, and he'll look into it."
The other thing I keep seeing
we all know it didn't happen.
is they're defending Trump by saying, you know, you can't take it literally. He didn't mean that Obama actually physically went over there and did the wiretap himself, right? And that means like, well, so this whole thing is just some sort of figurative whatever. No, you accused Obama of a felony. And we know when you say Obama tapped my phone that you meant Obama had my phone tapped. But suddenly, by saying Obama didn't don a clipboard and a hard hat and do it on his own, that you didn't really mean, you know, Obama, whatever. And
I hadn't seen him take that angle. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, I watched a montage put together of all the people saying he didn't physically do it himself, as you know, some way of wiggling out of this thing.
That's muddying the waters, is what that is. That's complete. Like when they do that, that's like them going, all that stuff you said. And because then you're left with like, that ain't even what I meant. Like,
right.
That's not even what we're talking about right now. You're trying to fucking trick me and anybody else who's listening who might have tuned in, like during the 3 seconds when I had a brain freeze thinking about how stupid what you just said is. Spicy is on a roll though. He's funny. I love Spicy.
He's
my
like
favorite
the guy. Yeah, he's one of my favorite characters in this show.
Oh yeah. Spicy is the best character in the Trump show right now. Kellyanne's good. She's fun.
I find her unlikable sometimes.
She's playing the hand she's dealt, right? I bet if she was prettier and had a strong jaw, you'd be.
Maybe you're right. I just find her to be too much of a liar. You know, like she goes on there and her whole thing is dodge and lie. And at first I was like, man, she's magnificent at dodging and lying. Now it's like, oh, you know how we could all say something that Trump would say, you know, like, I'm going to raise the military. I'm going to be great at the military bigly. You're sad, right? Like we could all pretend we're kind of Trumpy. Now we can all pretend we're Kellyanne. Like we've all done her thing, you know. You say, you know, it's important that, you know, we protect the integrity of the office. And I say like, oh, you want to talk about the office? The office needs to do this and that, and they respect the office.
You want to talk about the office of the presidency? We saw Barack Obama drag it through the mud for nearly the last decade or more. Look at and then start listing things, right? Then go bullet point mode. Look, deficit, militaries, the what's the thing that Veterans Affairs, like you know, you
just grab any word from the previous sentence, transition that into your point, and you've got Kellyanne Conway's shtick every single time. So she's kind of worn out of that. I feel like it's a simple trick that we're done falling for.
I don't think it's simple at all. She is under so much goddamn pressure. It's one thing for us to sit here and think of like silly little responses and back our way out of this shit. Man, when there's when there's cameras everywhere and lights, she won him the campaign. She is why he became president.
I agree with that.
She's so good that she got Donald Trump elected.
I feel like if she was still good at this, she wouldn't be saying shit like microwaves can be redesigned to take pictures by the CIA, right? And now everyone's mocking
I
her.
thought that was good.
To me,
the left
that
is
is
mocking,
late night
but
fodder.
anybody in the middle.
Stephen
That's true,
Colbert is coming out with TV shows or like skits on the microwave taking pictures, and
Well, he shouldn't, because it's a real thing. Yeah,
I don't think it is a real thing.
He did a skit on the
and we saw that
Maddow
WikiLeaks thing the other day
Yeah,
about
he did.
how many of our devices can be turned around on every Samsung TV. Is it Samsung or?
I don't think the microwave is one of them. The microwave just there's no interface to get data out of it.
Well, I think this is a case of when we shouldn't take her literally as a microwave. You know, I think she's saying any appliance. There are so many. She's saying that like surveillance is everything now. Surveillance is your television and your laptop, and like for me, like my
fridges with
Visor,
cameras.
my virtual reality system has like 3 different hackable webcams on it. You know, there's
Things.
lots
I've got webcams in front of me or whatever, but my microwave there's no world in which that dumb device ever gathers data.
my
on me.
thermostat. I got a smart thermostat. There's lots of ways that you could be surveilled. I think my thermostat may even have voice input. I bet you could turn that thing on and just listen.
I can't
Maybe.
imagine someone getting any valuable information from me when I'm standing by my microwave.
Oh,
Like-
that's where Trump plants all
Oh
his
yeah, Taylor always burns his popcorn. That's a stolen joke. God damn it, I'm Amy Schumer. But
You weigh got the same.
Yeah. Oh, yes. And you're taller, so that is an insult to her.
All right, let me say this before I say this about Amy Schumer being fat. I find her attractive. I think she is attractive,
Really?
especially like, look, get off me. Look, I find her attractive in her own right, especially because she's so goddamn funny. Like it doesn't matter if she stole jokes. She's a fucking professional comedian. She's funnier than any girl we've ever met. And she has there's a skinny version of her that's very attractive. I think
Yeah.
I thought the version of her in the movie was pretty fucking attractive. I was into it, and I like her. Like I like the potty mouth thing, and I like how sure of herself she seems to be, at least. I like all of those things about her. But man, she really porked up for that special, and then put on a leather top that I can see her belly button through. Like I can see the indentation of your belly button because there's so much fat protruding around it. Like I'm not gonna.
I don't believe that outfit was full unflattering either. I mean, it was a solid color, and it worked kind of like a corset to compress her.
It had an uphill fight for that special.
It did, well,
and
undoubtedly.
that outfit
but
was doing its best.
Perfect, well phrased. Because I think if she was in like something a girl might wear golfing, like shorts and a shirt of some sort, she looks quite big. But that outfit was just that's the sexiest she can look that day.
It's the sexiest.
I mean, when you think like when
she
you
fucking
hot
eats
dogs,
like that.
hot dogs are dressed in pork intestines sometimes, but when that's your only option, you go with it, right? You need something that works for that rancid, rotten pig meat, and that is kind of what happens.
I like hot dogs.
I
do
don't.
too. I like hot dogs as well, but I'm just
You're
saying,
saying that Amy Schumer is full of rancid, rotten pig meat.
Yes,
Is that
there's
what
clearly
you're
the
trying to
compare.
get across?
no, I'm saying to put a hot dog.
Woody's saying he didn't like Emma Watson as much now that he's seen her titties. He's like, I thought she was something special, but now I see him titties. She's just another person. Like from that to you calling Amy Schumer like a hot dog because she's just a big pile of rotten pig flesh wrapped in a tight wrapper. Like we're
It's
really
like the
hitting the
giant
heart.
at the top of a beanstalk grabbed her and put her through one of those presses and put it into like a guy.
And it came out in a leather outfit.
She came out and gave a bad comedy special. See, like I don't like I would have no opinion about her at all if it weren't for the fact, like for one, I listened to old interviews of her on Opie and Anthony before she got real famous, and she was genuinely funny. She wasn't playing this, I don't know, the Amy Schumer character, you know, a woe is me victim, but also super edgy and strong and powerful. Like she just wasn't doing that. I don't like what she's doing now because her stand-up's not funny, in my opinion. To be frank, most stand-up sucks. So it's not like 50% good, 50% bad. Like I'd say 85, 90% of stand-up is fucking terrible.
Yeah,
like it's 10%
90.
it's good. 90% is terrible.
That's
And
interesting.
she just happens
90% of
to
specials are
that
terrible.
90%. Like she just is not my cup of tea. Like I don't know. Like nothing against her personally, as far as I know.
I would say that like 99% of comedy that we see that's made it onto fucking TV is just about terrible. So like if we're just talking about stand-up and we're including every fucking comic that's in any club, anywhere telling a joke, like 99.9% of that shit sucks. I've been to a couple comedy clubs and like there's one funny guy tonight, huh? Yeah, he really made me laugh. What about that other guy? Well, he probably won't kill himself.
Even
Night.
great comedians are hit or miss. Like George Carlin's specials. There is at least one doozy in there that is not funny and
I
totally
don't
gets
like
by
his.
on being hit on George Carlin
Carlin
being
thing.
George Carlin. Same thing with Sam Kinison. The fact that he died young. If you go back and watch his stand-up that like Joe Rogan and a couple comics rave about, it's really shit. He just yells at you and tries to get you to laugh with his fucking voice, and it's not funny. It's like it's.
I don't like George
obnoxious.
Carlin as much
Funniest
as
thing he-
most people do. George Carlin, man, like his whole shtick is I'm the only smart guy here, and it's not my cup of tea, you know. He's like, I ever noticed that it's your stuff and his shit, right? I call it stuff and you call it shit, and it's like, dude, that like. I don't know. It's not that funny to me. And then this whole notion, like, the government's trying to keep you down and this and that. And he's the only guy who's discovered it. It's like, oh
I
my
think
God.
overall,
Every
he's-
show.
he's more good than bad overall, definitely. Like it's George Carlin. I think he's got way more good shit than
Big
bad
fan.
shit.
I
But
used to like him more than I do now.
if you take his last, I'm trying to think of what special it was, but there was one at least where he started off just listing everything so quickly and some up, some down, reach around, pull it down, have to go.
Yeah.
Through toe, blah, 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 like in a rhythmic thing, and he does it for so long that it's like you are masturbating on stage right now, wanting everyone to be in awe of how you memorized this over the course of the last few months, and now you're repeating it back. Like at this point, you're not being funny, you're being masturbatory. You
like
know
that
that
bit.
you could go out there and not say a joke because everybody knows you're George Carlin. They're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Just like when Zach Galifianakis or someone with a funny voice cadence delivers a line that's not genuinely that funny, it's still funny because of it, by virtue of the fact that they're the one delivering it and they have the right timing and cadence. But I just don't like that special where he talks real quick and it's all about, well, the government does this and that, and I'm so in tune with it. I don't know, it's annoying because his other specials are genuinely funny.
Yes, that expresses my thoughts well. I think I'm in tune with it. I'm the only guy here who's with the brain in their shoulders, and I don't know. I just don't like it.
And like even like Louis CK, Bill Burr, they've had specials that I haven't liked very much, and they're what I would consider like.
You know what
way up
I'm not impressed with? The comeback guys. Like, who's the guy who's considered the best at it? Like Mulhaney or something?
Mulaney.
Good looking
He has
guy.
great specials.
John Mulaney.
Yeah, he does have some great specials. But like, for example, I remember some guy in the audience was saying
Schumer
something.
stole his joke.
Did she? And he's like, yeah, your mom was saying the same thing. Or at least I think she was. There's, something in her mouth. I couldn't hear what she was saying. That stuff to me, it seems like such obvious low-hanging fruit, and they act like he's a genius for it. No, dude. His genius is being the one on stage with a mic, and everyone's on his team, and that comes like without trying.
Mulaney, you mean?
Maybe.
John Mulaney?
The good-looking
if he's the
guy,
I'm
white
thinking
guy,
of,
dark hair.
Yeah, that high-waisted man. You got feminine hips, like that.
Yeah,
that guy. Yeah,
might be him.
I think he is. Like
Tells real dirty jokes
I
too.
probably laughed just as much during his specials
That special
as
was great.
I did during any Bill Burr special. Like for the most part, like they're really up there. Are you thinking of Anthony Jeselnik maybe?
I don't think so.
Is Jeselnik the one that has the joke about the escalator and how it can never break? It can only become stairs.
No, that's Mitch Hedberg.
Ah, yeah. He's got that really interesting delivery.
No, you're thinking of the other guy who does those kind of jokes.
Stephen Wright.
Stephen Wright. Yep. Stephen
Okay.
Wright's the one with the deep voice with the misdirection jokes.
I like
And then,
those.
I
like
think those are
misdirection
funny
jokes.
too.
Yeah,
And then,
yeah. A lot of them are really dark, like dead babies and stuff.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I've been in like pretty much on the Woodycraft Minecraft server. I would go back and forth with the players and it was just like a way of loving up the players. And all my jokes were the funniest thing in the world. When in reality, like all I had to say is your mom liked it or something, and the crowd's on my side. And I feel like that's what a lot of these comeback comedians do. They're not saying clever things. They think they're professional verbal swordsmen, and it's bullshit. They just have the advantage in the first place.
Sometimes. Yeah, I can see what you're saying with some of them. But
Yeah.
Kyle, you had something you wanted to say.
I have one more advertisement here. It's a
Lord.
brand new one. Yeah. It's a brand new one to us here. It's very important. It's last but certainly not
I know
least.
this one. Go on, I'm excited.
It's Soylent. When you're busy, it can be hard to maintain a healthy diet, and you sometimes have to resort to fast food lunches, microwave dinners, even skipping meals altogether just to get by. Thankfully, there's another option. Soylent! With 4 delicious flavors, including original, coffee est, cacao, and nectar, Soylent is a complete meal in a bottle. Because every bottle of Soylent is 400 calories and contains 20% of your daily macro and micronutritional needs. Plus, it's packed with a complete blend of protein, carbohydrates, and lipids, giving your body everything you need to thrive. Just visit Soylent.com and use coupon code PAINKILLER to get 15% off your first month of any Soylent subscription. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time. That's Soylent.com. Offer code PAINKILLER. Spelled out. For 15% off your first month. That's
nice. Check them out.
It's Soylent. Meal in a bottle, 400 calories, 20% of your daily macro and micronutritional needs. Check them out. Soylent.
Convenient and healthy.
Yeah, they got good stuff in here. Soy protein, sunflower oil, isomaltose, that's science, vitamins and minerals. It looks very above board, very healthy. You guys should check it out. Save some time, lose some weight, feel great, feel better about yourself, go out confident, and make sure you have fresh breath while you do so.
All right.
And watch SeeSo. And the rest.
We were talking about the Trump stuff. Did you see the budget come out?
Okay, yeah. I saw the budget came out.
Did you read the thing I linked? I don't know if maybe you weren't interested.
I didn't read the thing. The thing. So I just heard what a lot of people have said about the budget. I did read what you said about it. I think you said that you liked a lot of it, which would surprise me a bit. You liked the cuts, I think.
Parts of it, not all the cuts.
Parts of it.
Yeah.
Okay. But you think that 54 billion or whatever it is, 50 to 60 billion roughly on the military spending is completely wasteful, and I think it probably is too. What I hear coming out of their side, whenever they got questioned today during the press interview with Spicer, whenever asked about, hey, well, you cut this much money out of that, doesn't that directly lead to worse care here, or doesn't that mean this, and that? And he was like, whoa, stop it. First of all, this has already been answered. He always does that. Now, if you watch Spicer, and keep this in mind from now on, when he first starts answering your question, he'll let you know that this has already been covered at least 2 or 3 times to make you feel stupid right off the bat and let everybody else know that he thinks you're stupid for even asking this question again. He does it almost every single time he answers a question. He's like, well, this was all covered earlier today during this and that, and during the Senate hearings, and this was already covered, but and basically what he said was that there was a lot of waste and a lot of, two things that are money's being spent on 2 things when they could be done in the same facility. A lot of ways to use the amount of money that they have currently to get more out of it. But
that's how I feel about the military.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with this. Was like they don't have the same viewpoint when it comes to the military. They look at arts funding, or they look at educational funding, or they look at some sort of
just say, go get
government
lean.
spending they don't care for, and they're like, whoa, I bet we could trim a whole bunch of fat out of that fucking pie over there. They never think, but when they look at the military, they're like, oh, you guys need more money. Don't you?
Yeah.
More tanks.
When it comes
planes?
to the military, they're suddenly like, oh, these private contractors aren't probably fucking us. They're probably not taking huge advantage of these government contracts. They're fine. They're fine. Keep it going with Halliburton. Keep it going with Boeing. It's fine.
We saw Trump, at least at the very least, we saw Trump making public note of that. He thought the Air Force One thing and the stealth fighter project were both needless spending, and those are private organizations. So whether the proof is in the pudding, whether he takes the next step and actually makes something happen of that'll never happen. But at least it was a concern of his.
I agree. I'm glad you put it that way, because there are some people who are like, oh my God, Trump is the greatest. Because Trump made false claims. Like, yeah, all I did is tweet and save $600 billion on the F-35, and all I did is tweet and I canceled Air Force One. And those things actually nothing changed. No, there's been no change in our contracts.
They seem to be talking a big game like change is coming, but they lie so often they don't believe anything they fucking say now. I don't believe anything at all. And that goes left and right. Like I don't believe when I see John McCain over there really like, eating it up, and he's calling what's his name a Russian agent in the Senate floor and stuff like that. Like I see so much
Was it
opportunity.
Flynn?
No, he called fucking Rand Paul a Russian.
Yes.
Right?
Dude, did you see Rand Paul's comeback on that?
No,
It was pretty funny. They interviewed Rand Paul, and they're like, "Hey," they played it out, and they're like, "This guy's every single person apparently was for putting is it Macedonia in NATO, something like that." And
no, it was Algeria. No,
Unless we got a time machine out of the deal, we're not including Macedonia.
yeah.
okay.
Bring the Macedonians
I'm
back.
a little
We have
older than you
empire.
guys. So the anyway, it was some small country that I didn't really know very well, and they wanted to put them in NATO.
Philistines.
Was it? No, that's old
the
too.
Philistines.
Stop it! You're messing with
Philip.
me. So
Oh,
anyway,
that was really sneaky. Oh, that was
yeah.
good.
So
I needed your backup, and you weren't
he
there.
got me for a second. Anyway, they asked Rand Paul like what he thought of this, and he's like, you know what? I think John McCain makes a really good point, or a really strong argument for term limits. This guy has lasted way long. He's losing his head, et cetera, et
And
cetera.
just you can see the glasses go, and like the deal with it, and like the air horn.
Yeah, right.
like the joint comes into the side of the mouth.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It was pretty funny, but yeah, I'm glad. I have less trust since Trump came into office than like Obama. Like I'm not saying Obama never said anything that wasn't true, or sometimes he said things that weren't true, but he hoped they were at the time.
Fly face of like bald facts. He didn't fly in the face of what we see before our eyes. He didn't look at the American public and say, "Hey, you're too stupid to even see the truth. Let me tell you about it, because maybe you'll hear it. Maybe you'll understand it when you hear it, because you certainly can't see the truth before you. Like whether it's marijuana or climate change, whether it's fucking
crowd sizes or 3 million fake votes. That 3 million fake votes. Remember they were going to do an investigation into that. That's not going anywhere.
All of this stuff, very frustrating stuff, and the worst part about it is like these piles of shit that he is stepping in weren't in the White House. He had to go out and look for some shit to step in. He's out looking for shit to step in, figuratively speaking, because all of this is of his own making. And all I can think is like, is he doing some of this to take some attention away from the Russian stuff? If he is, it certainly isn't slowing down the myriad of investigations into the Russian stuff. It won't stop the end result. So the only conclusion I can come to is, yeah, he really is a madman. He really is a little bit different than the three of us here. Any one of us would be a more competent leader for this country. We just would be, because I'll tell you what my mindset would be going to the presidency. If for some reason that befell me, I would never want such a job. It would be like, I have to surround myself with smart people, because I don't have what it takes. I need to find the people who do have what it takes to do this, and they have to inform me. And I need more people to watch my back to make sure that the people informing me are not fucking me and the American people, because my job is so big. There's so much magnitude, and it's so long lasting. It's not about the next 4 years. It's about the next 400 years, potentially, if he fucks up and steps in a big enough pile of shit. And he just doesn't seem to take it that seriously, which I didn't see coming.
Yeah, the golfing thing bothers me. I know it's a small thing, but like he seems to take a lot of vacation, and he's the first part-time president of my life. And we'll see how that plays out and whether it's important.
Man gets more done in 5 hours than most presidents.
I hope so, because he spends less time in it.
He's getting stuff done while he golfs.
I'm sure he is, but I also feel like he's.
I mean,
not
every
the same as working.
president.
No,
all those presidents who
not
went
like
out
him.
there were definitely getting work done. Like I'm saying that as far as golfing goes, when it was like Obama's golfs for 5th weekend in a row, or Trump golfs for 5th weekend in a row, or whatever. Like, they're not going out there playing a scramble with a couple of good buddies. Like they're out there with the Japan Prime Minister or someone. I would imagine. Like I would.
Yeah, sometimes yes, and
have
sometimes
something
no.
to do.
I would
I
imagine.
think those are business meetings, and I bet it's
on the military budget. I was going to say, like, I was just reading, or there's actually a video where they were talking recently about how we used a $3 million Patriot missile to take out a $200 drone.
That was a U.S. ally. $3.4 billion.
What was the drone gonna do?
It was
It was a
taking-
surveillance drone.
It was a video drone. I probably got a better one
Quadcopter.
downstairs.
You do have a better one downstairs. We all do.
That seems like
It was
a
a
huge
quadcopter.
waste of a misallotment of
Yeah, right.
a misappropriation of.
But I
funds.
feel like if that happened in the private sector, oh my god, like divisions would be shut down, heads would roll. Like this would be a huge thing. In the military, it's like, you know what? Sometimes you spend $3 million Patriot missiles, cruise missiles, whatever. If I'm an enemy of America, I fucking put an ISIS flag next to some swing set, call it a terrorist training center, and you know, there's maybe the you know when they use the used tires and they make it a thing, whatever.
It shouldn't be surprising that the government is horrible with money, top to bottom.
But the
They're
military
bad at
is
budgeting.
especially
They're bad at
hireable,
spending. They're
right? Like,
bad at getting contracts.
I bet there's a division of the government that looks for like safety in banking, right? So they make sure that your bank like is the ratio of the money that they borrow that comes in is such that they can pay you back, and when you withdraw it, it's okay, and they follow certain rules. And my friend's brother,
FDIC.
I don't know if it was that specifically, but my friend's brother did this job, and it ensured fair banking, and none of us worry about our banks. And I bet that division, while bloated, isn't stupidly insane. And the military, on the other hand, I feel like, you know, sometimes people just fucking spend millions or billions with a B on boondoggle stuff, and like
that's I don't like
and
the
to
whole
call
trillion.
that, I'm sorry, it is like unpatriotic, you know, to suggest that these people don't operate with like costs in mind. They're not the private sector, right? The military just spends, and all they like, their culture is not such that like, oh, you know, we have to bring in some money to pay for this and become wildly profitable and lean and mean. No, their culture is, I just want more money.
Yeah. These
more money.
career politicians and career military people don't know what it's like to have a budget, for real. They know what it's like to force themselves to buy bullshit and be like, oh, we're at this public school or whatever. We need to buy $6,000 in tissues or we're going to lose funding. Who cares if we don't really need this money and we could just maintain just fine? The military is the same way. I guess we need a couple more fighter jets, right? I mean, we got, you know, money's flowing in. We don't work for it. Like, I don't know. It's annoying. It should be patriotic to say that you want
that it's just
government agencies spending taxpayer dollars efficiently, because it's kind of disrespectful to everybody paying taxes if it's like, yeah, just send that $3 million missile. Yeah, just buy a bunch of bullshit you don't need for this park or this school or whatever. Like that shouldn't be bad to say there's a bunch of fluff.
You're suggesting that it's negligence, right? You're suggesting that they're just bad at making budgets. But
they don't care because there's no feet to their fire. There's no fire to their feet. They don't.
No, that's not true. It's the opposite. There is though. And it's on the other end. It's not the American taxpayer, because they don't give a shit. At least they're not going to vote you out of office if you award some contract to a private corporation. But some missile company or some aeronautical company might just fund your next campaign. They might fund your friends' campaigns. They might find some weird way to finagle some funds to you and yours, just in exchange for voting a certain way. And back home in your district, they're certainly not going to give you shit for voting for, you know, some up-armored tanks. Because as soon as a Democrat says, or a Republican, whoever says something like, Jim voted for this company and then that company funded the campaigns of X, Y, and Z, Jim's going to say, my opponent doesn't want our troops to have the equipment they need. When the chips were down and they came to me and said, sir, we need up-armored SUVs or Humvees. We're getting blown up left and right. I did what was right. I signed the piece of paper, and now you've got these guys. Yeah, it always turns out that way. It's on purpose. They're voting these ways. They're being.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but it's intentionally bad at budgeting because they're blowing out spending because they know there's not going to be a real repercussion. If someone owns a private business and they go to their shareholders, hey, I know we projected 14% growth this year. Actually, we didn't grow at all. We actually shrank by about 20%. We moved less product than ever. We got removed by a couple of stores, took us out. But you guys are down to like, give me some more seed money to keep this going, right? Like, no, no, fuck you. I'm pulling out what I have. I'm going somewhere where the business is good and where my money's going to be respected and treated correctly the way it should be. Like, the person who has your money and is making money with it and using it in a business sense like that should be like, all right, I need to be paying a lot of attention to what these people, because they hold the cards. they should hold the cards at least. It's just a bigger scale of the tax system of they go, fuck you. I don't care if this is a bad military contract because I'm going to get elected better. So it's not that they're just, it really is just bad, intentionally bad budgeting, knowing they're causing problems and not giving a fuck.
To add on to what Taylor's saying, a lot of Americans, like we kind of know, like, oh yeah, our military budget is that of our next 5 or 8 militaries combined, right? You know, you take Russia, China, France, England, etc. Add them up all together. I think Saudi Arabia is in there before you start matching the U.S. military budget. What they don't know is that our military is not bigger than all of those. They say like, oh yeah, we're 8 times bigger than the next one or whatever. No. We're not bigger than China. China is bigger than us in a lot of ways. We're not bigger than Russia. Russia's bigger than us in some ways. Or a lot of these things are bigger per dollar. So
what another thing you're saying there that leads right into this is the United States spends a lot more money per soldier post getting out of the military than countries like China or Russia. And so when you roll in the VA into military spending, that's a large percentage of it.
It is. It absolutely is. That's a big part of it. But getting back to like the other militaries being bigger than ours, though, like a lot of times it's like, oh yeah, Turkey has like 1,000 of these helicopters and we've only got 150. And it's like, yeah, but each of ours can kill 100 of theirs because theirs can't see ours because ours fly at night at 10,000 feet.
Yep.
And theirs can't fly at night. And ours can see at night, but theirs can't even fly at night. And it's always something like that where like our equipment is so much better than theirs that like it's kind of like they don't have any equipment. They're just kind of shooting dumb artillery. They might have the most artillery, for example. But we got the most like
but those are the people we're fighting
like
sometimes. So it needs to make sense. You know, if I don't know who our threat is that we're most concerned about. You know, maybe it's China, and that's something we really need to be ready for. Or maybe it's ISIS, and we don't need $3 million Patriot missiles to take out their drones.
ISIS is nothing, but
we could have
absolutely nothing.
I could take out that drone with a paramotor. The Nighthawk.
And it'd be way cheaper. You could just suicide crash it in.
You said Peanuts killed 13 people last year. Did ISIS kill 13 Americans? I bet Peanuts killed more Americans last year than fucking ISIS. We blow that shit so out of proportion, and I can only believe that it's some sort of form of government control over us to like blow it out of proportion to such an extent. When I can think of 30 things in my household that kill more people every year than ISIS does, at least in this country.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Al Qaeda was the same fucking big bad man that we needed to spend a few $1 trillion to defeat, right?
I don't know who's afraid of these things. Like I don't mean to be like macho or anything. I'm not really afraid of Muslim terrorists. Like that's not a thing that.
No, not even.
You don't think about it every day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
if people were to predict how I die, how many of you would pick Muslim terrorist and how many would pick paramotor acrobatics?
Dude, paramotor acrobatics is way the fuck up there right now. It's like paramotor, car accident,
heart attack,
and then heart attack is down here because you live a pretty healthy life and you're in good shape.
Do my best. I just
the doctor regularly, all that stuff.
I do.
You'd know the signs.
I'm getting better. Yeah, do I think I feel.
Yeah, you sound better. Yeah, you do sound better.
They're definitely trending in the right direction.
All right, let me do these two little post rolls here. Tell everybody one more time about Creature Quest, of course. From legendary game designer John Van Canegum, creator of Heroes and Might and Magic, comes Creature Quest, an adventurous RPG that brings a new level of depth and strategy to mobile games. It's available on the App Store, Google Play, and Amazon. You can download Creature Quest for free today and become part of the best turn-based collectible role-playing game. Your quest for creatures is paved with adventure. Quest on with Creature Quest. And, of course, Soylent one last time. Just visit Soylent.com and use coupon code PAINKILLER to get 15% off your first month of any Soylent subscription. Subscriptions can be canceled anytime. It's Soylent.com. Offer code PAINKILLER for 15% off your first month. Yeah, awesome show. Really enjoyed that. Hopefully I really like doing the shows where it's just the three of us, at least once a month.
Sometimes.
At least once a month or maybe once every 5 or 6 weeks. I like having one of these. But fingers crossed that maybe we get some world famous guests next week. Perhaps an SNL alumni or a famous talk show host or something like that.
Fingers crossed.
All right, PKA to 326.